Welcome, dear viewers. We're here in for another exciting day of chess. We're live from Biel in Switzerland. Today is the International Chess Day, and the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is back with more action. We are in the heart of the city. This is Biel Congress Center, which under its roof hosts the entire chess festival, a combination of 15 tournaments. The main events are the Masters and Challengers triathlons that have no equals all over the world. Your host for the event, as usual, I'm Graham Stratonations. I'm together with Angelika Volkova. Angelika, it's great to have you back.
Thank you so much, Artur. I'm happy to be here with you as well. Today we have a special day. We have a final day of the main classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. The last chance for many of the players to try to grab some points back and be in the leadership.
So let's check out what the format in the triathlon is all about, because it's not only one tournament, but it's three. So it's classical, rapid, and blitz with different scoring systems for all tournaments. Then in the end, the scores will be combined together to determine the winner. So in classical, today's round 5 out of 5. After the triathlon, there will be one more final stage to be conducted when the top players are going to battle it out, who's going to take it down. Tomorrow, there's also a blitz tournament upcoming. So Angelika, we have a lot of action here. What can we expect from today?
I mean, we are going to expect a lot of blood on the chessboards, I would say. There is going to be a lot of risk for many players because it's going to be their last chance to try and fight for the top 4 or 3 players who go in the final stage. I think we are going to see a lot of exciting action.
Let's check then the current standings. What is happening in the tournaments? Who is leading the tournament and might potentially take it down? Here we see the Masters tournament once again is spearheaded by Liem, the two-time winner of the triathlon in the past 2 years. He has not had it enough. Would like to have the hat trick. It's entirely possible. Now he is followed by Abhimanyu Mishra, the grandmaster from United States, who is also the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess. Haik Martirosyan is also within the reach, and Keymer not very far behind. In the meantime, in the challengers, there's going to be a very huge matchup. The tournament leader, Salem faces the second-seeded player, and the sensation of the tournament so far, Vaishali, who started the tournament with 3 victories. Then we have Alexander Donchenko and also Bienne, still trying to qualify for top 4. Angelika, if I would have to select one of these players, today we are going to follow the most. We are really intrigued what's going to happen. Who would you choose?
Of course, in the challenges section, I would go for the Vaishali. She's going to have white pieces against Salem. We know that Vaishali played really brilliant chess in the last 4 days, and Salem is also a very creative player. I mean, this matchup is going to be really exciting.
All right, and let's check now the pairings for the final round. Here we go. This is what we have here in the store. Couple of critical matchups. So in the Masters sections, probably it's the game of Liem playing against Haik Martirosyan. So this is essentially the leader versus the third place right now in the overall rankings. Also Mishra against Keymer. Then Pragg against Shankland. This is essentially be or not to be for both players because they want to qualify for the final stage. In the challengers, one of the most important games of the day, as already we mentioned, is Vaishali against Salem, the top 2 players in the overall rankings. But of course, also Alexander Donchenko and Bienne against their opponents will be looking for opportunities to score more points and trying to catch the leaders. What do you think, Angelika?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Today we're going to see players taking a lot of risk because they are going to fight for this very much wanted 4 points, especially the ones who are being in the bottom of the standings. We're going to see a lot of interesting games today and maybe some crucial changing in the standings.
Yeah, I think actually the overall standings change every single day because the results are unpredictable. Here we see there's the counter on the screen. Until the start of the final round of both Masters and Challengers triathlon classical part, we have less than 5 minutes on the clock. This is the playing venue here in Biel Congress Center. As you can see, it's not only the main event, the Masters and Challengers triathlon, there's also the Masters tournament, there's also the Amateurs tournament. The spectators are coming here and they have the opportunity to follow the players on site and making this truly unforgettable experience.
This is absolutely amazing to be part of the Biel Chess Festival, to be able to participate in the one of the tournaments, playing in this huge, very nice playing hall together with the such very nice top players we have in the Challengers and Masters section. I mean, if I were not here with you, Artos, I would consider participating.
Of course. You wouldn't love to play in this very nice playing venue with those beautiful blue chairs, right? So it's really nice. Indeed. So maybe let's, in the meantime, while we're waiting for the players to arrive, let's check out the current prize fund. Here we see, this is why they're here actually, of course. The playing venue is really nice and the city is beautiful and there's a beautiful weather outside of at least 25 Celsius. So the summer is only blooming, but there's also a very nice prize fund, a total of 28,500 Swiss francs in the Masters section. So the first place is going to walk away with 10,000 francs. Every single player is going to get prizes. Pretty impressive.
Very good motivation for the players, of course, to fight for the top ranks in the tournament, and something which is going to encourage them to stay in, to go and promote to the final stage of the event, which we are going to have after the Blitz tournament.
That's right. All right. Let's now check also what is happening in the playing venue. Here we see this is the board of Igor Semenenko against Jonas Bjerre. The players, by the way, are still not there. I've noticed, by the way, Angelika, from the previous rounds that they really like to enjoy arriving at the board at the very last minute. I have a suspicion they would like to hear us doing the commentary, at least for the first 5 minutes. I cannot really verify if that's true, but we'll see, of course. Here we once again see players are gathering. Also in the open tournaments, we have some spectators following from the site.
Yeah,
and it's a festival, essentially. It feels like a huge celebration day today, since it's the International Chess Day.
Yeah, huge chess celebration, which we have here in Biel, Switzerland. We have also today, by the way, from the early morning, there is a youth tournament being played at the same venue, but in the different playing halls. So a lot of interesting tournaments for all chess lovers from the whole world are possible to find the tournament for them.
Yeah, there we can see players entering the playing venue. Of course, all of the electronic devices have to be left behind. The security measures here are pretty strict. Here we see Samuel Shankland playing against Pragg. For the American, this tournament has been a bit disappointing, to say the least, because he was the last-minute replacement of the Uzbekistan young star Javohir Sindarov, who was unable to come here to play in the Masters because of the visa problems. An American was the last-minute replacement, essentially getting the call, an invitation to play in the tournament several days before the start of the tournament, and then he flew all the way from California to Switzerland and was very happy to be the substitution.
And we see Igor Semenenko in the Challengers. He has been having some tough time for the last days. He only managed to draw one game. He had some crazy game against Vaishali. He had a huge chance to win, but it was not so easy. Yesterday he was trying to defend, but it was unfortunately not, the game outcame not in his favor. And we see the Haik Martirosyan, one of the top 3 players in the Master tournament. He has a comfortable advantage over others, but he shouldn't relax because I believe Vincent Keymer is right behind him.
Exactly. So there's 4 players right now who have a very good shot to qualify for the final battle between the top players. But of course, every single round in the classical tournament awards the players, if they win their games, with 4 points. So that's why it's very, very important to try to score it. In the rapid tournament, every victory bags the players only 2 points. So that is the big difference. And then, by the way, tomorrow we have one more tournament, one more part of the triathlon, which is the Blitz tournament, double round robin in both sections, which of course will massively impact the overall rankings.
Yeah, it's going to be one more chance for the players to score the points and try to be on the standings. And we see actually the first board here, Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. And we're going to have the first move made by Natasha Pite. She is the vice mayor of the city of Biel. She's going to make a move for Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what she's going to choose, what is the accustomed thing, you know, because maybe sometimes the players whisper the move they want to make, but I think legally the invited honorary guest can even play something like f3 or f4 and then just retract and the players can play their planned move. It's just a symbolic thing, but still very nice gesture from one of the officials from the Biel city.
Yeah, on the left side we see the Peter Bonenblues. He's a president of the Biel Chess Festival, so he's a very important person in the organization of the event.
We'll see.
They're
we'll see
laughing,
what's going to be the
they're
move.
smiling.
Yeah, they're happy, of course. Everyone has a very good mood today.
Is Vincent happy?
I think so, yeah. He has no reason to be unhappy because Vincent had a very rough start here in the festival because his results were not as what he was expecting. But then he made his heroic draw against Martirosyan. Yesterday won Pragg. And we have, by the way, e4 on the board. So the question is Mishra going to stick to it? Now he's arguing about something. Wait a second. I don't like e4. I want to choose something else. But does he not? We'll see.
Maybe he will also choose e4.
Nah.
He's going for
good.
e4.
He's good.
It was a trick.
e4, e5, by the way, was played. So he was just discussing, do I really have to play e4 or can I play something else? And he plays e4 anyway. So here we see Donchenko still waiting for his opponent, the World Junior champion, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, who has had a pretty disappointing tournament so far. And I think also for Donchenko, this is a very, very important game, trying to catch up to leaders, because again, in the end, in the final stage, there's a certain amount of points that you need to qualify for it. And right now, I think the players already are starting to calculate triathlon.
Yeah, we have very interesting pairings today. Like we have very interesting pairings concerning the standings. I mean, I don't know with which board to start, Arthur. So Praggnanandhaa against Shankland. Both players are at the bottom of the leaderboard in the Masters. They're going to try to fight for getting up to the top 4 or 3 players.
I mean, obviously, a lot of the games today will have a very high importance of the overall standings. I think we just select one game and then see what happens. Maybe let's start with the leader of the Challengers tournament, Salem, who is playing against Vaishali, because Vaishali, of course, she was, before the tournament, probably not really considered to be one of the favorites, but she is making history here because she is not only one of the strongest female players in the world. She has shown here that she's all about business. She can beat 2600 level grandmasters, sister of Praggnanandhaa, her brother, who plays in the master section, being the only brother and sister duo in the world who have achieved the grandmaster title. And I think this is definitely going to be a decisive game.
This is going to be, for sure, exciting match-up. I mean, we see on the board actually that Salem went for the French defense as Vaishali was playing in the first round of the classical portion against Jonas Biel.
Right, and speaking about the previous encounters here in Biel, prior to Biel, they had never played against each other over the board. But here in Biel, their 2 tournaments already are over. The rapid tournament of the triathlon and also the chess 960, which was held at the very beginning for the main purpose to serve as a potential tiebreaker in case in the triathlon the players share the same amount of points. So in both tournaments, Salem won both games. So this means he is feeling a bit more confident probably. Also, he has been showing some high-class chess in the Challengers tournament so far. And I think it's only logical that these 2 players, Vaishali and Salem, they're right now battling it out. Who is going to lead the tournament, at least after the classical tournament?
Yeah, and even though Vaishali lost 2 games previously, it doesn't mean anything because now they are playing the classical match. Everyone will have a lot of time to consider what to play, what to do. I mean, there is going to be any outcome possible in this match.
All right, let's maybe go back step by step and try to understand the choices of the players. E4, E6. Angelica, do you play French defense?
I used to play, yes. I used to be for a very long time a French defense
Why
player.
did you stop to play?
I decided to try something else, so my coach offered me to try Caro-Kann.
Oh.
So I went for it. And then later I tried also the Scandinavian, so I tried everything. And now I'm playing E5. So.
Right, the French defense, it used to be not really that popular at the highest level, but it's coming back. It's getting more and more popular. I mean, the popularity comes and goes. For the French defense, it's always been around. And knight c3 is one of the most principal continuations. E4, E5, the advanced variation, has very ancient history. Everybody used to play it back then. Now even some players are playing it today as well. But knight c3 is often regarded as the move, and there's a couple of continuations. There's the Wiener variation, there's the Steinitz variation. So black can play bishop b4, black can play knight f6. So knight f6 was chosen by the Emirati grandmaster. And here, instead of the principal e5, Vaishali opts for rather surprising e takes on d5.
It's actually interesting because they're kind of transposing to the exchange French, but with already developed knight on c3, which not always being developed there. Yeah? Sometimes you want to play c3 in some of the lines. Sometimes you want to go for the c4 in the exchange French.
Yeah.
But maybe she didn't want to allow knight e7 in that, exchange French variations.
It's
we don't know.
I think it's just an opening choice, Angelika,
okay.
right? So, okay, e takes, bishop g5, pinning the knight, threatening some bishop f6 and knight e5 ideas. All of this makes perfect sense. Bishop e7, queen d2, short castle. Oh, here we go, Angelika. I think we're about to see a long castle followed by potential attacking chances for both players. So imagine this. There you go. Long castle on the board. And what does it mean? It means white will start a potential king set attack with using these pawns, h4, h5, etc. And black will try to do the same. I told you this is not going to go down peacefully.
Artus, it means that we're going to see a lot of fireworks on the board in this matchup, as expected by both of us. Immediate opposite long castles, and I think huge question, who is faster? Yeah, whose attack is going to be faster? It's going to be answered. Game for 2 results?
Yeah, indeed. So I think here Salem right now has to first figure out what he's going to do here. How is he planning to start this queen set attack? For accident, I switched on the engine. Now I'm going to switch it off because I don't really like to follow it. So Ancient here, for example, suggests h6 as the main move, which I find it to be very difficult move for Select to play, because we have a chess term in chess here. We call this move a hook. This is something that white can exploit in the long run. I'm not talking about a piece sacrifice on h6 because white is not ready for this. I'm talking about future ideas like bishop f4 and maybe moves like, I'm not sure entirely, f3, g4, g5, or maybe f3, g4, h4, g5, or maybe h3, g4, g5. But you get the idea. The pawn on h6 allows white to open up the king set. And that's why I'm not sure that this h6, which is favored by the engines, is going to be Salem's choice. I think instead he's going to play something more positional, like bishop e6, like c5, like maybe a5, b5, maybe a6, b5. And if he's not ready, this is a pretty tough position to be in.
Yeah, and we see that he's already spending time in this position. Maybe this long castle was something that he has to try to recall. It was for sure in his preparation, but he's trying to find a way. How can he start the attack on the queen side against Vaishali? It's also, again, if you have to play such move as h6, it's a very committing move. It's not easy to make it. So you kind of have to stop such moves as pushing the pawns from your king, because you would just create weaknesses.
Yeah, and here you see he's thinking about his choices, trying to remember something. I don't think I've even seen this particular setup from white ever. Although it makes perfect sense, probably it's not fully supported by the engines. We'll see here. Saleh has to figure out what to do. Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and observe what else is happening on the other boards, because there's more 5 games in both Masters and Challenger sections. So let's start with the lower left corner. Guess what, Angelika? Another day, another Carlsbad.
Yeah, we see actually a lot of Carlsbad. We see at the board of Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi is a Carlsbad structure. Another Carlsbad structure I see on the top left board, Liem against Haik Martirosyan, as well as actually nowhere else. Yeah.
That's the position I was talking about, actually. Yeah. So
okay.
Liem against Haik Martirosyan.
And also Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi.
Of course, this is one of the most popular pawn structures, and it's very easy to play from both sides, and that's what makes it really so popular. I'm also seeing a very interesting line in the game on the top right corner. Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. This knight g4. Yeah, this move rings a bell, definitely. I think this move was tested at the highest level pretty recently. Was it not quite dubious continuation at this point? Or was it with h6, g5, and then knight g5? Okay, we are going to check this game in a moment so that you can also follow what we're talking about. Italian game, normally you would think it's boring. No, when you
not
have
at
two
all.
exciting players, it can be pretty exciting, actually.
Yes, it can be very exciting, and we see actually the queen on f6, I mean, trying to enter the position and allowing such moves as bishop g5, but okay, of course, maybe it's not such a great idea.
Yeah, on the lower left corner we have this yet another cusp, but although not with the usual pawn structure, meaning Donchenko against Maurizzi, still going to probably try it out from a different perspective. Lower middle board, Pragg against Shankland. Some Ryan Lopez, I think, a slightly offbeat variation. We are going to, of course, check it out as well. And then we have lower right corner, Ihor Semenenkov against Jonas Biel. I think it is Semi-Tarash. No, it's Semi-Tarash or Nimzo.
Yes.
Not really sure, but maybe it doesn't matter. Interesting position.
Yes, very interesting pawn structures. I mean, in every game something is different. We have two Carlsbads, but overall, the huge variety of positions. Where should we jump next? Should we go to the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer to check out that Italian?
Good call. I like it. So let's get to that game. And Vincent already played the Italian game. I mean, White, of course, plays against Black C45, the Italian game. Also, there's the Ryan Lopez as one of the main considerations. But here in Biel, he already played a very spectacular game against Praggnanandhaa in the rapid part. It was super fascinating stuff. It made it as the game of the day of the rapid tournament. You have to check it out on Biel's YouTube channel. He lost the game though, but this double sacrifice that he played, that was very impressive, and Vincent really feels these positions very well, which is probably not a surprise because he's coached by the legendary Hungarian Grandmaster Peteleko.
Yeah, but one of the problems for Vincent, he's always coming to the time trouble. I mean, that every single game he's under some huge time pressure. And the problem is, with this time control which we have here, there is no increment till the move 60.
Yeah, essentially the players here are playing the World Championship time control, right? So it's a very interesting thing. We thought that maybe it's long, but no, the players disagree. It's very nice. So the time control is 2 hours for 40 moves. 1 hour for 20 moves, so you're like, oh yeah, it's going to be a long day. And then 15 minutes after move 60, and only at this point the increment starts. So the games could take about 7 hours, but usually they were interesting with a lot of strategic choices. And I had the opportunity also to interview a couple of players and ask their opinions. Are you not concerned about it's too long? They said, no, it's great, you know, especially in the second time control. When you get a very complex position, this extra time is very necessary.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The more time you spend, the more quality you can show on the board with your moves. The more time you spend on your moves, the less blunders you can make, even though we've seen a lot of blunders already with such long time control. So anything is possible to happen here.
All right, so the Italian opening, one of the oldest openings ever. It's been around for, 500 years or more. Knight f6, the two knights defense, which is quite a tricky way to invite White to play knight g5, hitting the pawn on f7. I think at the high level, knight g5, d5, Black has proven that he's doing pretty much all right, so let's not go into details there. So here d3, Mishra defended the pawn on e4, bishop c5 is the pretty standard way to continue, c3, a6. There's many setups. I mean, nowadays, a very popular way to continue is to play something like a short castle, a5, grabbing a lot of space advantage at the queen side. White also does the same, like a4. But okay, a6 is the standard way to continue. d6, a4, White continues grabbing space, is thinking about moves like b4. And bishop a7, just in case, retreat. Knight g4. Yeah, here after rook e1, White is typically threatened to play knight e2, knight f1, knight g3. So White's dream scenario, what he wants, is to put the knight on g3, play h3, and play d4. If he succeeds, he's probably better.
Yeah, and Black, I think, in return has to try to find a way to challenge that d4, and once d4 is played, to play something like c5, for example, or push for d5. So it depends, and every tempo is very important.
Indeed, it is. So after rook e1, knight g4 was immediately the response of Vincent, immediately hitting the pawn on f2. I think this is somehow linked with potential sacrifices. So the pawn on f2 requires defense. Rook e2 was played, queen f6, knight e2, and g5.
Wow.
All right, Angelique, I'm looking at this position, and it definitely rings a bell. I'm not entirely sure about this move g5, but I think there were a couple of highest level games when somehow black had managed to include h6, g5, and then there was this move knight f6, knight g4 and queen f6, which for some reason was a bit dubious. Now, this I remember. But again, if you don't know for sure how to meet this, the element of surprise plays a role here as well, then it's quite tough actually to figure out what do you want to do, because where's the idea of g5? Black wants to take on f2 twice and then play g4. For example, let's say white plays something like a5. I don't know what's happening here. Take it.
And call an ambulance.
Yeah, and then play g4.
For a knight.
Yeah, and then black is simply up an exchange. That is the big idea. So now the question is, what Mishra should do about it?
That's actually a huge question. I mean, there is, of course, such move as queen f1, queen e1, protecting the pawn on f2. But what is else there?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I was thinking about
d4.
d4.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. If your opponent is attacking at a king side, there's the rule. You should be counter-striking in the center, and Mishra is doing this.
Oh.
But also the move d4 is a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, it's a pawn sacrifice, but then you recapture pawn on g5. Maybe we could show the line what happens in case of e takes d4, c takes d4, knight takes.
Oh, c takes on d4 actually is not the move. I thought knight e4,
Yeah, I also thought knight.
knight e4 and bishop d4.
And
actually,
knight f3.
knight f3.
Bishop g5 is in there.
But I mean, I still want to take on f2, right?
But then take and bishop g5.
But there is this.
Yes.
I have no idea, Angelica, what is this. I'm not going to pretend I know this position. I simply don't. The knight at f3 now is under attack. The bishop on g5 is going to be undefended. But still, you say Engine, for some reason, likes the position, I guess, because black is pretty underdeveloped. I think there's also queen d4 here.
Oh, yeah, actually, very nice move.
Nice intermezzo move. But I'm not entirely sure, again, why e takes on d4 is not good. There could be some tactical problems like e5, maybe. Yeah, by the way, e5.
Oh.
Knight e4, bishop g5, and since Winston played this line so quickly, I think he's simply in the prep. He knows that d4 is the best response, that he immediately played queen g7. I suppose the big idea is not to be vulnerable to the bishop takes on g5 threat.
Yeah, and also you prepare for such moves as f5, h5, like the queen is very nicely located on the g7. You're creating threats again in the position, and taking on e5 is not good for white, because then again it's opening the bishop again, and then the other knight is joining. For example, knight c takes on e5 can be played.
Yeah, that would be really weird. I think that white here, even without knowing the particular theory, white probably should be mentally ready to give up the pawn on d4, to accelerate the development. So I'm looking at this position, and I don't really know what this is, right? So I'm thinking like, okay, listen, you are playing a bit sharp chess. Since this is not the top choice of an engine, I suspect engines don't like your position, so there's probably some very concrete solutions. And I'm thinking I could sacrifice a pawn on d4 to accelerate my development. So my thought process would be, can I play knight f1, give up the pawn on d4, then I want to play moves like knight g3, you take on c3, and then I play, I don't know, some Evans gambit-like position or Danish gambit-like position. I have
Knight
the bishop on
f5
c4.
maybe?
Yeah, some knight f5 moves or some... Actually, there's also bishop takes on g5 move somewhere. This is a crazy position. Yeah, I see I blundered something, but it's very sharp. But the question here is how much Mishra knows about this, because if Winston plays queen g7, he should understand he's not playing against Vincent right now.
Yeah, he's playing against supercomputer, and that's already tough challenge. We see that Abhimanyu Mishra is already spending around 17 minutes at this position. It means maybe he's still in the prep, but he's trying to recall everything while Vincent. actually he was preparing for this position because he's blitzing out all the moves instantly.
Yeah, so he has only spent 1 hour. So he has 1 hour and 58 minutes on the clock. So he has spent less than 2 minutes for the first 11 moves. He is taking your advice, Angelika, very seriously. Play faster, be confident. So I think also yesterday's victory for the young German was very important to boost his confidence because he had a rough start, then beating the world number 8 Praggnanandhaa. It should do good to your psychology. And for Mishra, I mean, Mishra has had really great tournaments so far. He started the classical part with 2 victories with the black color, being the youngest player, being the lowest rated player in the Masters tournament. In round 1, he defeated Praggnanandhaa. Round 2, also with black, Shankland, and then made a couple of draws.
And actually, Arturs, what is their score before playing this match, maybe in Biel, and if they played before all the board games?
So in Biel, they played 2 games. Obviously, the Rapid Tournament and Chess 960. Keymer won both games.
Wow.
Their only over-the-board game they have played against each other, it was in the Tepe Sigeman tournament in 2023, last year, when Mishra won with the black color. So that was a very exciting game. Keymer played with white. He attempted to complicate the game. He cast the long side. By the way, exactly how Vaishali plays today, and he attempted to do some kingside attack, but it backfired. Mishra was very precise, and he ultimately won the game. What makes it super interesting is that this is the very first time they're playing against each other, and Mishra has the white color, because all the previous games, Keymer was playing with white.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting point, and also, considering the current standings, Mishra is also located higher than Vincent, even though he was like, so to say, I mean, can I say underdog? I mean, can I say actually about such in this field that someone can be underdog? I mean, I think that everyone is super strong, but he created some upsets, and Vincent should be ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, so-called underdogs, they're scoring
Yes.
major upsets in both tournaments because Mishra was the lowest rated player. He was leading the tournament. He's still very close to the first place. Same applies also for Vaishali in the Challengers tournament. By the way, it was a very interesting coincidence. In round 1, the top-seeded players in both sections played against lower-seeded players with a white color. And guess what? The underdogs won.
Absolutely amazing stuff happening here at the Grandmaster Triathlon in Biel. I mean, I'm excited with every round. I mean, the quality of the game is just incredible. All right.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see. I mean, Bishop D5 is played by Mishra. This is still the opening prep. So they are battling out their opening knowledge in the Italian game. Very sharp line. So what else do we have here? Looking at the top games on top screen, we have Vaishali's game against Salem. Saleh A6 was chosen by the Emirati Grandmaster. Not a lot of moves there. Maybe let's go to the game of Liem, top left corner against Haik Martirosyan, because this, of course, is also one of the most important games of the Masters tournament and essentially a battle of the first ranked player in the Masters versus the third.
Yeah, we have a huge battle, which, I mean, do you think the both players are playing for decisive result today, or what do you think is their attitude for today's round?
It's really difficult to tell, because if you look at the overall rankings, it is Liem who leads ahead of Martirosyan by 3 points. And again, to refresh your memory, dear viewers, every single victory in the classical tournament bags you 4 points. We'll see. I think Liem will try to play it out and see what happens, because there's still the Blitz tournament ahead tomorrow. But he's definitely going to give it a try because he knows he's in a good shape. And I've noticed with black, actually, he tends to perform a bit better than with white, which is sometimes a bit surprising, but it happens. Here in the Biel Rapid tournaments, both in Rapid and Chess 960, they played 2 draws. And before the Biel, they had never played against each other.
So it's the first classical game for both of the players. And with which color did they play in the Rapid or Chess 960?
Haik was playing with white in the Rapid, and the Chess 960, I didn't check it, yeah. So
I think it was maybe the same even color.
Maybe, yeah. It really matters. There were different pairings, so not always.
Yeah, so we're having the first classical matchup by the players. I mean, I think also that Armenian #1 is quite a surprise at the Biel Chess Festival in terms of his performance. Even though he is participating for the first time, he was in the top rankings for the Chess 960 tournament, then for the Rapid, he was leading the tournament after the Rapid, and then he had these 4 consecutive draws. But were they real draws? I mean, there was a huge fight there.
There's always a very big fight, and Haik also is a very practical player. In round 1 against Shankland, he was surprised with a very deep threat in King's Indian defense. He made all the right choices and decided to bail it out. So far, I'm really impressed the way he is making his decisions. So that's a player we want to watch out. By the way, speaking about Haik, he was very busy this summer because starting May to June, in the span of 44 days, he played 38 classical games. So Haik is really, really in great shape, playing some very good chess so far. We'll see.
And he's not tired at all? I mean, as we see how he plays here at the
Okay, he had a rest, right? He had a rest. I mean, his last
course.
tournament in June was, I think, June 18th. And then Biel started July 12th or 13th.
So 3 weeks. Yeah.
So something like 3 weeks. He had the rest, plenty of time to recover, now back in action. And there's more tournaments coming because most of these players, of course, they're also going to play in World Chess Olympiad, which starts this September in Budapest. So it's fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for sure. And some of these players are going even to play against each other because they are representing like on the top boards. So for example, we have Vincent Keymer, top board for Germany. We have Martirosyan, top board for Armenia. We have
Liem, top board for Vietnam.
Yes.
If he's going to play, actually, I'm not entirely sure. I know
We
that
should ask him.
Yeah, we should ask him. Vincent is going to play. Haik is going to play. This I know for sure. And I do not know if Salem Select is going to play, but it makes sense, of course, to play in one of the most interesting team events of the year. But let's now go back to this game and see how did they play it out. What was the move order since the very beginning? C4.
C4 has been played, so we have English opening, which transposes now to the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, this is very interesting, how usually the players are choosing out this particular move order or not another. And there's always a very good reason. I do not know what is the particular reason for this game. So Liem was looking at Martirosyan's games, so he decided, okay, I'm going to start with c4 at knight c3, maybe avoid some lines, maybe against d4. Haik is, I don't know what he normally plays against d4. And then with this order of the moves, he gets to direct the game in the direction that he wants. And apparently, Liem wants to play the Kasper.
Yes, good point. And after e6, knight c3, immediately d5. Maybe avoiding some Nimzo also. It's possible.
Yeah, by the way, a fair point. Avoiding some Nimzo could be a thing. So c takes on d5, a very popular way to continue, because now white wants to play bishop g5, apply some pressure against the knight on f6, some knight e5 threats are in there. So this is pretty standard. e3, bishop e7, yeah, all of this is normal. Bishop d3 or queen c2, these are the main moves here, because black typically wants to bring out the Alaska bishop to f5, and then he has a healthy position, so that's why white plays either bishop d3 or queen c2 and saying, well, if you want to put the bishop on this diagonal, you're going to have to go the long way, bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6, which is going to cost you simply more time.
Yeah, and maybe shortly we can show why bishop f5 was not a move instead of bishop e7. There is a very typical idea of queen f3, attacking the bishop and the knight, and going for this endgame, which is having like advantage for the white on the king side, but I think currently black can still try to find a way to protect here.
I mean, there are some players who like it for black. I think it's pretty ugly position, but they are apparently going to disagree with me, and white has a couple of interesting ways to continue here. Usually the knight is heading to f4, there's some h4, h5 ideas, etc. But here, Haik was not quite happy immediately after the opening go to endgame, where he is slightly suffering. So that's why he plays bishop d3, knight e7, knight e2. This is one of the two main continuations. Knight f3 is one of them, knight e2 is the other. What was the idea of knight e2, Angelika?
It's to go for f3, e4.
That is one of the core ideas. Castles, castles. Rook e8 and a4.
Oh, this is actually, or not. Wait, yes, this is actually in the course, in my course.
Your
a4,
course.
a4 is a move, yes. So the main idea is to stop b5 here.
And why would b5 be dangerous?
Yeah, because normally this is how black wants to play. Black wants to play b5, a5. We seen yesterday actually in the game of Liem against Shankland when he was pushing for this b5, a5 with the idea of b4, trading the bishop on a6, and then going for the c5. So basically what is happening right now, white wants to play f3, e4, and black has to do something to stop it or to react on it properly.
So this is pretty interesting because Liem has been playing this with black as well. Yeah, so he plays with white, he plays with black. So you can assume he knows quite a bit about this position. He knows what he doesn't like. So maybe he does like from the black's perspective a4. We'll see. h6, bishop h4, and now knight e4. There's this typical nuance. I'm not entirely sure why not knight e4 immediately. For example, there's this one line this I know for sure. Here after rook e8, queen c2, knight e4 is a big mistake. You cannot do that. Why? Because bishop takes on e4 is the idea. If you capture the bishop on g5, the pawn on h7 is lost, so that's why you don't do that. And after d takes on e4, in some lines, here I think it's not possible. I was hoping there's going to be knight e4, but it's, in some lines, the pawn on e4 is under attack.
But I think also the point is that there is no knight on f3, and there is no tempo there. So
Right.
that's why these lines with knight g2 are more tricky.
Right. But this h6 is like a common move, just in case, to make sure that knight e4 is working a bit better. The pawn on h7 is not under attack in some lines. And now black plays this knight e4, the bishop e4, capture on h4. So that's why here bishop e7, queen e7. This is what was played on the board.
Yes, and I think we can expect knight takes on e4 in the next move. Knight takes e4, de.
To be honest, I don't really know, Angelica. Probably, yeah. It's one of the
Knight
moves.
takes on e4, de, and bishop c4. The idea is to retreat with the bishop to a2 in case of knight b6.
Here. Take here.
I think it's still our course. I'm sometimes not sure, but I think it's still the course.
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. I'm not really sure. You're the one who wrote the course.
Yes.
I don't really know. Yeah, okay, knight e4. Okay, bishop e4, a different move.
Yeah, different approach. Yeah.
Yeah, different move, bishop e4. I was actually thinking that why don't you play the traditional idea b4, b5? But okay, since white already played a4, this pretty much signals that b4, b5 is not in the cards because black can always play a5, and this is simply impossible. So we have a different position on the board. Bishop e4, d takes on e4, and now knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 is a typical move because we don't allow f5, so it's not possible to protect the pawn with a pawn on f5, and that's why black is forced to go for the knight f6. And then there are some lines where white can push for f3. So let's say knight g3 here, knight f6 protects the e4, and there are some ideas, not immediately, but at some moment to push for f3. So maybe first you play something like queen, I don't know, d2 maybe, bring the other rook to e1.
Yeah, but it has to be very concrete.
It has
because,
to be concrete, yes.
Right, yeah, this knight on g3 always becomes a target with h5. That's what I'm not so sure about. Do you really want to put the knight on g3? Because let's say you have issues with this pawn. h4, h3 is a big threat. For example, white plays here, black plays here. h3, it's just a disaster. Yeah, there's a lot of dark squares. I'm sorry, light squares weakened. Queen f3 is incoming. It might be a checkmate on g2. So this h5 is a bit difficult to meet. And if you play something else like h4, you try to stop it. There's knight g4, queen h4 incoming, mate ideas on h2. Not so sure. But I think, yeah, you're right, Angelique, in general about this knight g3. The question is when. And the Vietnamese Grandmaster says not right now.
Yes, and he's going for this a5 and now that I'm thinking also knight f4 can be ideas sometimes because g5 is not something what black wants to push, and knight f4 actually is very useful against developing the bishop on e6 in the future.
I like this move a5, just in case white takes care of the a5 push. For example, here. I'm not sure, again, it's a very concrete move per move theory. So after knight e4, very concretely, white takes on e4, plays a5, not allowing black to play a5 himself. Why? Because this would allow to fix this pawn on the light square, also establish an outpost on b4, maybe some future ideas, let's say h3, black plays a5, black is thinking about ideas like knight b8, knight a6, knight b4, maybe f5, bishop e6, and has a pretty interesting dynamics. So that's why white includes a5 right now, gaining space, and then is thinking about some future ideas perhaps. I'm not entirely sure, maybe queen a4, b4, see what happens. And if black would not have done that, if black would have played, let's say, here instead of knight e4, if black would have played a5, we would have simply had a different game. Maybe even something like f3 would be a possibility.
Yes, f3 indeed is a move here. So for now, we have already different position. We let the players think at this moment, and I think it's a good time to check on the other games what is happening in the boards of the rest of the players.
So what do we have here? Donchenko on the lower left corner is playing against Maurizzi, another Kaspad. Since we just talked about the Kaspad, I think it makes sense to go to that position. And we can continue to talk about some of the subtleties of this famous pawn structure.
Good idea.
Right, yeah. Then we have the game of Praggnanandhaa, lower middle board against Sam Shankland. I'm not entirely sure what is this. I'm actually a bit surprised they played e4, e5. And then we have Ihor Semenenkov lower right corner against Jonas Biel. This, I'm not sure, was it some semi-Tarash or was it Nimzo? Doesn't really matter. Looks a pretty interesting position. We could check it out as well. Angel, it's your call.
Let's maybe go immediately to the similar pawn structure to the Kaspad, Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi, to compare what has been different here. How was the opening actually? How did they get here? Because I see that it was an a6 variation.
Yeah, exactly, but with the same move order.
Start.
There must be showing some knowledge between each other that if you want to play against the Kaspad, this is exactly the way to play. They're just avoiding some opening lines. So now d4 is on the board. Maybe Nimzo, you're right. And a6, the queen's gambit declined. The Janovsky variation, which can be played with a couple of move orders. Sometimes black plays it immediately with a6. Sometimes black includes knight f6. This is becoming quite popular lately. And the main idea is to exploit the white's knight on c3, because there's like a common understanding of these positions. As soon as in any queen's gambit declined positions, the white knight is on c3, you are seriously considering to play d takes on c4 and to play b5, because the knight on c3 makes it you a bit more difficult to recapture the pawn. So if I would have played something else, for example, knight f3, d5, d4, and now he will play a6. Now this is slightly something else, because now there's no knight on c3, d takes on c4 doesn't seem to be so serious, and in some lines, well, white can just play even knight e2.
Actually, very interesting move, yeah.
Right. So again, it's all about the move order. Knight c3, d5, a6. Black is threatened to take on a c4, and yeah, I think I'm not gonna really deny. Here in this position, like 95%, everybody likes to play c takes on d5.
Yeah.
Nobody's checking these lines with d takes on c4. Nobody likes to test them. So c takes on d5, e takes on d5. White just says, you have wasted the tempo on a6. I'm happy with my Kaspad.
Yeah, no, I also prefer taking here, going bishop f4. I guess that's something what happened in the game. You cannot develop the bishop to g5. That's one of the disadvantages, so to say, for white. But white is very happy to put the bishop on f4 as well.
Now bishop d6. Now black is happy to trade. Well, it makes perfect sense, of course. So I'm not sure why Donchenko was not happy about the trade. Maybe it's not enough. For example, takes, knight f3, castles, wherever you put the bishop. I think black typically plays something like b6, castles, bishop b7, rook c1, at the right moment to play c5, and, well, maybe it's not much for white. Yeah, so that's why here Donchenko says bishop g5, and he says, I want more.
Yes, and he's getting the position with the bishop g5 and knight f6, queen's gambit declined variation, but with a loss of a tempo. But there is a interesting moment that bishop is on d6 and not on e7 like in different lines, so that's why there is still a pin there, and sometimes there are threats to go for knight d5. By the way, is it a threat right now? I guess it is.
Yeah, there is, of course, a very famous trick. If I would show it to you from the very beginning, this is what a lot of kids learn at the very beginning when they are learning the first steps of the Kaspad. Here after bishop g5, knight e7, C takes, probably one of the most famous traps in the Kaspa. You can never play knight takes on d5. It feels like it's a very nice spin, but there's knight e5.
Oh no, my queen.
Yeah, exactly.
But there is another queen.
Yeah, and black simply collects an extra piece on the board. I mean, this trick always has been around. Everybody knows it who is playing the Kaspa. But here, some elements of this, of course, are there. And now after bishop g5, it might be a threat.
Have you been caught in this trick, or you
No.
just always play d4 and never had it?
Never.
I've been, because I'm playing d4, so I had an experience.
And that's when you knew it for life.
Yes, whenever something like this, some trap is happening to you in the real game, you just memorize it and you never repeat it. You learn on your mistakes.
So c6 was chosen by black, securing the pawn on d5. Now you see the pawn on a6 feels like a waste of time. But then you look at from the black's perspective. Black's like saying, okay, I understand that a6 maybe is a waste of time. But if you want to go for this idea to play rook b1, b4, you still need to play a4. And maybe my a6 is not actually such a waste of time after all.
Yeah.
So it's actually a deeper idea, not really so bad. Bishop d3, again, taking away the f5 square for the bishop, and the light square bishop for black would have to go the long way. Knight e7, queen c2, knight f8.
Yeah.
This is a very famous maneuver. Knight f6, g6, knight g7, black insists, so putting the bishop on f5.
Yeah, and the main idea of this maneuver is that black doesn't spend time on castling and playing rook e8, but knight is going there immediately. So if, let's say, black would castle in this moment, let's say castle, knight f3.
Yeah, but you also blundered the pawn.
Yes, actually, you're right.
So
Yeah,
you would
it's not
have to
possible.
play h6 first.
h6, yes.
h6, you would have to castle.
Castle.
Then I don't know, knight f3 or knight e2, play rook e8, whatever. Short castle, you play knight f8, and it just feels weird with the pawn on h6. Now to play g6, knight e6, knight g7, bishop f5, very, very slow.
Yes, so that's why it's very efficient to go immediately for this idea.
Yeah, knight f3, knight e6. I don't think that white is going to take on f6. There are some lines. I don't think it's here when white can take on f6 with the immediate idea to push e4, but I don't think it's here because there's the pawn on d4 under attack. Because sometimes white does this and he claims because of your queen on f6 and the bishop on d6 I'm doing really great, but not here.
Not in this variation. And knight f6 is asking a question. You have to remove your bishop or take on f6. So I would say bishop h4 is something what we expect in this position. You don't want to give your bishop for a knight so fast.
I mean, there might be some interesting ideas because, this June, Angelica, I played in France, French Team Chess Championships, and I had a great opportunity to play against one of the French chess legends, Etienne Bacrot. So I was playing with black. Also, the queen's gambit declined with a6, although we had a slightly different position. And he tried against me a very interesting setup. So I'll just show you the idea.
Okay.
Of course, this is not the same position, but sometimes h4 might be a move. So where's the idea? I don't think you want to take on g5, right? Because this opens the h file, the pawn on h7 is under attack, and there's some exciting ideas, for example, like g6,
Very beautiful.
Yeah, you can't take on g6, the rook at h8 is under attack, and f takes, you take with the bishop, the king is weak, etc., etc., etc. So you don't take it, and I suppose you're annoyed with the pin. So what do? You play h6. And after bishop f6 with f6, Etienne, in a rather similar position, he showed me this idea to play h5. And then in some lines, this knight is getting to h4, heading to f5, and then f3. Even sacrificing the pawn on h5, so it was very, very interesting stuff. But yeah, not in this position. And that's why I'm wondering, Angelica, that Donchenko was still thinking about this. He was considering h4, or he was just trying to recall his prep.
Yeah, actually h4, a very nice move, very nice idea we have here. The only problem is after h6, he would be forced to take on f6, and maybe that's something what he didn't like in those lines. Maybe it was not precisely that one variation which you are mentioning, But for sure, it was a great idea, and that's why he spent the time, because you can take on f6, you can go back, you can play h4. There are 3 opportunities. And we see bishop e7. Actually, with the loss of a tempo, we transpose to the normal knight f6, queen's gambit decline.
Yeah, so this knight on e6 feels weird, but again, this is all a prep, and black wants to play g6. Let me just show you the final idea before we switch to a different game. Let's say white plays something like a short castle. Black is not going to play short castle because then you blunder the pawn on h7, which is a bad idea.
But you play g6.
You mean g6, yes?
G6, yeah.
Yes, g6. With the idea to play knight g7, let's say white tries to carry out a typical idea, rook b1, you play knight g7, white plays b4, because this is the typical idea of the cast, but you want to create a weakness on c6. And then black plays bishop f5, knight f5, bishop f6, bishop f6. I've seen this so many times. So white has a minor advantage. White is aiming for a better pawn structure, but in the long run, black is very solid.
Yeah, that's true. Black is being able to protect. So maybe it's time for us to choose another game, which we have not checked yet. And
let's go to the Bulge overview. Yeah.
Yes.
So what do we have here? We have a couple of games yet. We haven't yet checked. Pragg against Shankland. That's the game we want to see. A lower middle board. Also Igor Semenenkov against Jonas Bolbiere. We haven't yet seen. I think we simply will start with the game of Praggnanandhaa against Shankland, and then move on to the game of Semenenkov against Bienne.
Yeah, let's go straight there. I mean, we see that the castle has been just played. Okay, let's see what happened in the opening. We have Rui Lopez.
Berlin variation.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was thinking about this because if I'm not terribly mistaken, Angelika, Sam has written a chessable course on the Berlin, maybe even some books. I'm not entirely sure. He's written a lot of stuff, so you have to pardon me if I don't immediately recall all of his author works. Amazing author with very good reviews. And one thing I'm actually a bit surprised that, if I'm not terribly mistaken, so far in this tournament, he has not yet played a single time the semi-Slav. One of his most successful chessable courses, I think he released it back in 2020, and that's also the year when he was awarded the Chessable Author of the Year, not only being a super GM, but a very well-known author, but he's not playing it. And in this tournament, Sam was playing with black a couple of times already, I think, King's Indian defense, so this is like his prep for the tournament, considering how little time he had to prepare for it. And knight f6 is something that he has been advocating. It was brought to practice essentially at the highest level in year 2000, when quite famously Vladimir Kramnik played it against the reigning champion Garry Kasparov, and the mighty Kasparov, the unstoppable Garry. He was unable to win a single game against Kramnik. He lost the crown, and ever since, starting year 2000, started the reign of the Berlin variation.
Yes, indeed. So we have a Berlin here at the board. Are you going to see a Berlin endgame?
No?
No?
So, yeah, Pragg plays d3, and I think there's like a lot of players who are not big fans of the endgame. There's a lot of works, a lot of books about the pawn endgame that arises there, so we are not going to go into that. And simply a more quiet game. Also with d3, bishop takes on c6, knight e5 is a threat. I think the main move actually is bishop c5 here, and not d6. So Sam is diverting the game to something else, and now knight c3.
Knight c3.
I was thinking more like c3 is the typical way to play.
Yes, normally you want to go for c3, also creating a space for a bishop to retreat in case of some a6, b5.
So this is something else?
It's more solid.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, g6, you want to give the bishop the better diagonal, makes perfect sense. And d4.
Wait, he just played d3 and then... he played knight c3 and then d4, okay.
Yeah, so it's a very concrete position. Apparently he couldn't have done that immediately. So here, I think there is the line, by the way, after d4. It is a playable line, but black is doing okay, so it's not very popular. So that's why he's like, okay, I'm fine with this. So I'm going to play knight g3, g6. Now I'm going to play d4. For somebody, it's going to raise your eyebrows, but black also is one tempi slower by developing his bishop. It's not on e7, it's a bit slower to go to g7. So feels to be okay.
Yeah, I think it's the most important to strike in the center now because otherwise black would have time to play bishop d7 castle. And we see bishop d7, yeah, you have to stop the pin on the knight and the king. And we have a trade of the pieces on c6 immediately.
Yeah, so I think that Pragg says my bishop on b5 has done its job. I need to create some targets, so I double the pawns, so we'll see what happens. B takes, Shankland keeps 2 bishops on the board. That's his pride here in the position. Otherwise, why would you double the pawns on c6 for no good reason? Queen e2, some e5 ideas are in there. Queen e7 stops it. Bishop g5, a pin. Bishop g7, castle, castle. So that's the position we have on the board.
Yeah, we have a clash of basically having the bishop pair in this position for black and the better pawn structure for white. It's very difficult right now to say who is better. I mean, it's around even, of course, it's all theory. But in the long run, can, for example, black play something like c5, bring the bishop to the c6, and try to activate the piece?
Maybe. I mean, after c5, you need to watch out for knight e5 ideas. The queen on e7, knight on f6 is under attack. But one thing, Angelique, I would like to pinpoint your attention. But look at the clock. What do we see?
Oh, we see that Sam is actually in the preparation still. He has 1 hour and 52 minutes, while Pragg is the one who is already spent more than 40 minutes.
Yeah, so it seems that Pragg is not perfectly ready for this, probably out of the book, and the board also says that black is perfectly fine. So I'm not entirely sure if Shankland here follows his recommendations from his chessable course. We'll see, but so far, black is doing great. He has 2 bishops. The position is unbalanced, exactly what both players were aiming for. So let's go to the final game we haven't yet seen, which is Igor Semenenkov against the Danish #1 player, Jonas Bulbiera.
Yeah, and we have here already, yeah, we were discussing it. Yeah, we have some kind of Nimzo or semi-Tarash.
Yeah, this was Nimzo, yeah. This was Nimzo. You're right. But, I mean, these positions are quite transpositional.
Many openings transposed to each other. So
yeah. So a couple of earlier games we were looking at, you saw players started with c4, knight c3. I suspect you're right. They're trying to avoid the Nimzo. For example, if you were playing c4, e6, knight c3, now bishop b4 feels a bit weird. There's no d4, and white is more flexible with the ideas. And if you insist like you're going to play knight f6, there's a different idea. You need to know here quite a bit. e4, d5, etc. It's a very interesting line. So I think this is the reason why a couple of previous games started with c4, knight c3. But here, Semenenkov, he's like, okay, fine. I mean, I don't mind. Nimzo, bring it on.
yes, and we have a Nimzo on the board. He went for e3. Yes, one of the main moves. And bishop d3, we have already seen in the Biel Chess Festival, has been played a few times this idea. We remember that there was always d5 actually response from black.
There's a couple of moves. There's c5, there's d5, there's b6.
B6, yeah.
Nimzo is a very popular opening, and even though maybe from afar it seems why white is imprisoning the bishop on c1, you should be bringing it out and then play e3. You have healthy pieces. But the idea of e3 is a bit deeper because white is not wasting time for the development of the Daxwa bishop. And then in the long run, let's say if black decides to ruin white's pawn structure and make this bishop on c1 look bad, if white gets to play, for example, something like this, you see now white has a powerful pawn center, and this bishop on c1 is incredibly powerful piece on the board with bishop e3, g4, h4, making stuff really exciting.
Yeah, and actually, for example, after bishop g5 and h6, h4 could be an idea.
Yeah, nice point. Yeah, bishop g5, h6,
So
h4, open up the h-file. Yeah, opening h-file could often lead you to mate ideas. So it didn't happen though. Bishop d3 was played, d5, a3, interesting line. Bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3. Black is happy to go here. And now, of course, you have to challenge the center, otherwise white is going to play 3 e4, take the center, open up the Daxwa bishop. It feels like Grunfeld, doesn't it?
Yes, actually, you're right, but without the bishop on g7. So basically, the bishop already traded.
Bishop e2, I think this is important nuance. Why you need to, why not on d3? Because this check could be pretty annoying.
Oh, yeah, this is...
Bishop d2 drops the bishop. Yeah. You can't do that. The rook on a1 is under attack, so that's why you cannot do that. C takes on d4 is a threat. The bishop on c4 is hit. You retreat. b6, short castle, bishop b2. You know, Angelica, I really like these moves because it just shows deeper understanding of White's approach. Because, for example, imagine this: you're looking at this and you're wondering, what is the bishop doing on b2? I mean, this is really bad. You should be giving the bishop the long diagonal. And then Semenenko would come to you and he would explain, but I think this bishop is only a temporary bad piece because I'm going to play c4 and this bishop is going to be really strong. And if black will play something like c4, trying to lock the bishop because he has the two knights.
Oh, then it's a trick, actually.
Yeah, you play either a4, bishop a3, give the long diagonal, or maybe go back to the idea of playing something like knight e2, f3, e4, or maybe instead of knight e2 even play something more ridiculous, like knight e1, f3, e4, and bring this bishop to this diagonal.
There's actually a very huge provocation. This c4 move is something what black shouldn't play, but some players are getting caught in this provocation, and then there is no more pressure on d4 pawn, and e4 is much easier to execute.
So that's why knight e7 was played. This is still prep c4. Now white successfully opens up the bishop here on b2. So in the long run, there is no competitor for this Dakswa bishop. Rook d8 was played by black, applying some pressure against the center. Here, rook e1 played by white. A bit odd move, but I suppose white is getting ready for the e-file to be opened. Queen b3, knight g6. Black is getting ready for c takes, so knight f4 idea. This makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we might have actually the position with the hanging pawns.
I think we're heading there. Yeah, rook c8, and now black is delaying. He's delaying this move, c takes on d4. So, for example, let's say, what kind of move I could make? I don't know, something that makes probably no sense. Let's say a4. So I want to play a5. Actually, this move makes quite a bit of sense.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to play c takes on d4. So what do?
I guess recapture with the pawn. I mean, you don't want to...
Yeah, because if you take with a piece, your pawn structure is not great. So that's the idea. Now if you take with a pawn, now these pawns, as you say, might be hanging pawns, and suddenly black might have some exciting ideas here. Watch it out. Look at this. Knight g4, threatening bishop f3, threatening queen h2. How do you play? And suddenly it gets really tricky, I'm not really sure. I mean, h3, there's bishop f3, queen h2 ideas, maybe even a mate on the board.
Maybe g3?
Yeah, and g3, you open up this long diagonal now. Maybe there's some, again, tricks, how the queen could get here, like queen e7, queen f6, the knight moves, this diagonal is open. So you start to appreciate these ideas, right? So that's why it's not really so simple. And also for Semenenko, it's not enough for him to think about his own ideas. He has to think like, what I'm going to do against my opponent. So it's like, imagine you're putting together a puzzle, like an actual puzzle of, here we have 32 pieces. So you're putting together a puzzle and you have to make a picture. So how can you make a picture if you're only using the white pieces, right? So you need to use the black pieces, you set them together, you see how it works, and then the picture appears.
Yes, and you have to be always ready for the capture on the d4. You have to always be ready on what the players are playing.
But there's an actual puzzle in Pragg's game. I apologize that I immediately clicked because I noticed there's been a mistake in Pragg's game against Sam Shankland. Is there something at black's disposal? Why queen e2 is a mistake?
What happened? Oh.
So the last move was queen e2. Knight e4?
No, knight e4 bishop is... no, knight e4...
Wait, this is... Knight e4, queen e4, extra pawn. Bishop e7, knight e2. Wait. What just happened here? The rook here is under attack. The knight on d4 is under attack. Bishop f8.
Question is bishop d4 or knight?
Yeah. Bishop d4, at least bishop d4. I'm missing something apparently, like rook d1. Even this position looks pretty great for black. I mean,
Yes,
two bishops
and just going
for a
back
pawn.
with the bishop. Yeah.
Exchange for a pawn. So queen d2, Pragg wants to play something like queen f4, queen h4 maybe, stopping h6, but there's knight e4. So the Indian player is immediately provoking the American grandmaster to take on e4, and this is the move that Shankland does not know. If he doesn't know, if he still has the prep, this means maybe there's something wrong with this move. So you're going to have to find it out ourselves. We're going to cover this game in a moment because this is Exciting stuff. So, dear viewers, this is the 57th International Billiard Chess Festival. We'll be back right after the break. We are back live from Biel in Switzerland, where the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is being held in the Biel Congress Center. The main events, of course, are the Martirosyan Challengers triathlons, very unique tournaments all over the world. The games already have been played about 1 hour. But Angelika, this is a special day, is it not?
Indeed it is. We are having the final day of the Grandmaster Triathlon's classical stage. But not only that, today is International Chess Day, 20th of July, and it's 100th anniversary of celebration for FIDE. And actually I had the chance to talk to Laurent Freud, who is the chief arbiter of the Grandmaster Triathlon, because there is something special which is happening here in Biel. There is an official attempt for the Guinness record, world record in the completion of the most amount of chess games. And let's dive right into the game and see what Laurent has to say about it. We're at the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and I'm happy to be joined by a chief arbiter of the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival. He's here almost every year, Laurent Freud.
Hello, Angelika.
It's nice to see you here again at Biel. Tell us, Laurent, how is it going so far in Biel?
So far, so good. This year is an innovative year because we have 2 sections in the Grandmaster Triathlon. People enjoy it, and yeah, that's the touch of Biel every time bringing some innovation. So a good festival this year again.
And every year at the Biel Chess Festival, there is a special day on 20th of July. So today we have 20th of July. What is it today? What do we have?
So the 20th of July is a very special day for chess. This is officially the International Chess Day. In the world we celebrate chess, and this actually commemorates the creation of the International Chess Federation in Paris, FIDE, Fédération Internationale des Échecs, which was created in 1924. So you can calculate for me, today is 100 years exactly from the creation of FIDE. So this is a very, very special day in 2024.
It's very, very impressive. And how is actually FIDE celebrating this 100-year anniversary?
So there are several, of course, elements in the day. First of all, a commemoration in Paris where they reproduce the initial signature with the initial 15 federations which grouped to create the International Federation. And here in Biel, we also contribute in our way because we have a Guinness World Records of the most chess games played in 24 hours. So between midnight last night and midnight tonight, we are counting as many games registered for the attempt, either in tournaments or online, in online platforms. So we expect to have more than 1 million games and achieve this record. Yeah.
And how many countries and federations participate in this attempt?
Quite a lot. We would have liked to have all of them, but still we managed to group 109 federations.
This is awesome. This is already a huge achievement.
Exactly, that's great. Actually, we have 109 federations, which represents more than 350 tournaments with different sections. Like here in Biel, we have many sections, as you know, because it's a big festival. There are other big festivals in the world joining and people celebrating chess in this way.
And how special Biel is in this Guinness record attempt? It's going to be some central place where the games are collected?
Yeah, absolutely. We are, let's say, the headquarters for the operations of the record. This is here that we are going to check all the reports given by arbiters from tournaments, and there will be an adjudicator from Guinness World Records who will join us later to actually confirm if the record is achieved or not.
Thank you so much, Laurent. It was a pleasure to have a conversation with you about it, and best of luck in the Guinness record attempt.
Thank you, and enjoy your games, everybody, on this special day.
Thank you.
That was a really great video there, Angelika, and I'm not sure if we are going to break the world record, but of course we'll see. I think there are very good chances. But I have to ask you this question. So obviously it's the International Chess Day. How do you celebrate it yourself?
I don't think I would literally celebrate it like party in a way, but I think it comes to appreciation of chess in everyone's life, and I would like having chess as a passion. I take it back, some steps back when I was like 4 or 5 years old, the first time my grandmother brought me to the chess club, and those first years I spent with the chess, and looking at it all over again and seeing how chess influencing on my life, it's really something special. Artus, how special chess is for you?
I mean, chess has been very special for me since the childhood. I started to play chess at age 9, and ever since I can't really imagine how it could have been different. So, yeah, now it's my profession. But I know what I've been doing in every single international chess day in the past years. Doing the commentary for Biel Chess Festival,
Actually,
of course.
you're right.
That's why we are here, not only celebrating this amazing day, but following the action from the Biel Chess Festival. As you can see, we're back to the games, and here we see that's the update of the current games in the both Masters and Challengers. And by the way, huge update in the game of Praggnanandhaa against Shankland. It appears that Pragg blundered something. I wanted to say a pawn, but actually now I counted the material. It's an exchange for a pawn with a great compensation for the American Grandmaster. And I suggest we dive into this game right now.
Let's go in there, and you're right, Artus. It's actually the best way how you can celebrate the International Chess Day is by playing chess or doing something with chess. And actually, talking about this record, there is going to be also all games counted played in 24 hours. So it means that our dear viewers can also participate in this World Guinness record and play their games online on any chess platform.
All right, maybe in the meantime, let's check what else is happening in other games. So we're going to check the game of Pragg against Shankland in a moment. So let's give us our estimate what is happening all over the boards. So we'll start with the top left corner. Here we have Liem playing against Haik Martirosyan. Not many moves have been played, but as you can see, players are carrying out their plans for the two-time champion of the triathlon, also the current leader from Vietnam, Liem. He is planning some sort of queenside positional game where the Armenian Grandmaster is building up something at the kingside. Middle board on top, we have Vaishali playing a very exciting game against Salem. By the way, Bar already appreciates the position for white, and it's going to be quite an interesting attack for both players. As you can see, kings are positioned on opposite sides of the board. This means all the chances for both players to score a deadly attack. And then we have the game on the top right corner, Mishra against Keymer. It's basically only one move has been played in that position, a couple of moves, still very sharp.
Yes, basically we see attack for both sides of the board. B4 has been played, G5 is for black. I mean, there is going to be a huge action at that board.
On the lower left corner, we have Alexander Donchenko playing this gospel structure, one of the most favorite topics of us and, of course, also the players. Apparently, he has stopped black's intentions to trade the light square bishops. We're going to check it out. We already mentioned the game of Praggnanandhaa against Shankland, where black has sacrificed an exchange for a pawn. And here, this is the game we have on the screen. And let's maybe now step back a couple of moves to see what was the mistake, apparently, by the Indian player, because we have a little spoiler right there. The part drops down. So, after queen e2, this is where we left it before the break, wondering if knight x on e4 is a possibility. And yes, sir, it is, because knight x on e4 was played by the American Grandmaster.
Yes, immediately capturing the pawn. I mean, actually not so clear what was the idea for Praggnanandhaa, especially knowing that Sam Shankland is currently in the preparation, looking at this time usage.
I mean, he just wanted to play queen e4, but I assume it must have been some sort of miscalculation. Knight e4, bishop e7, knight e2. So the rook on f8 is under attack, so is the rook on f1. Bishop takes f8, king f8. And actually, Shankland doesn't take the rook on f1. And also the knight on d4, because I suppose he's still down the exchange. For example, after knight f1, bishop takes on g7. Now you see white is simply up a piece. This is probably not very good, so it's not working. Also, there was this move, bishop takes on d4. White plays rook d1. I'm not sure, maybe bishop c3, b takes on c3, knight c4 or knight e4. Bishop h6, so it's not very clear. By the way, even this position, I'm not sure who to favor here.
But king f8 also, okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
yes,
maybe I'll put it again. So once again, bishop d4.
Yes,
here,
maybe king f8.
Takes.
Instead of bishop c3, king f8.
Here. Where? King
Instead
f8?
of bishop takes c3.
Instead of bishop c3, you want to
King f8.
play king f8.
Just to have two bishops.
Yeah, it's really nice. Something like c5, bishop e6, or bishop c6, rook b8, two bishops and a pawn for the exchange. Something like that was played in the game, by the way. And king f8 was immediately chosen by the American grandmaster. Rook d1, knight c4. Now there's some pressure at the long diagonal. And this is the position that we have on the board.
Yeah, maybe Praggnanandhaa was going on this position saying, okay, I'm up and exchange, but aren't these bishops are dangerous? I mean, there should be a huge initiative right now for black, considering this action on the diagonal all the way on d4, c3, b2 squares, rook b8 is coming. I mean, huge attack.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think Pragg is simply unrecognizable because, I don't know, has it been the schedule that he has been very busy lately? Maybe he's tired, so he's not producing the chess that he's usually known of, playing sharp, precise chess. He won the Chess 960 tournament at the very beginning. He was a bit tired, by the way. This is what he said in the post-game interview, so sharing his thoughts about the tournament. And after that, already in Rapid and then in the classical tournament, round one, when he lost against Mishra, he was a bit unrecognizable. He was playing not precise chess, trying to be sharp, but missing moves. Also, by the way, yesterday against Vincent Keymer, he played it probably not very accurate, played a rather strange opening. He was in trouble. He managed to complicate the game. And again, at the critical moment, he was unable to capitalize on it, missed, blundered, by the way, exchange in the end. So for Pragg, the tournament is not going so well. And here, I'm afraid it's not looking good for him.
Okay, for Sam Shankland, the tournament is also not such a great success so far, we can say. But, I mean, he managed to get many games correct in the preparation, starting from the round one, even though we thought he would have disadvantage in that regard, but he actually was one who got his whole game according to this preparation before the round. So, yeah, and we see here he's also playing according to preparation. He still has 1 hour, 40 minutes on the clock.
I'm not really sure. I mean, about here, yeah, he was in the prep, definitely. And did he really know that queen d2 is not a move, or he did not know? Maybe he knew this idea from knight e4 from a different line. He spent here quite a bit of time, but I think at this level, it's not really that difficult line to calculate. Sacrifice exchange for a pawn. Pragg just, again, hallucinated something, and now he's suffering. So here Shankland is figuring out how to continue. Maybe rook b8, maybe c5. Why are we, by the way, saying that black is really doing so great? Because maybe somebody's not understanding, because it's exchange for a pawn, it means that white is doing great. But these are really strong bishops here. The knight on c4 is really strong. The pawns here take away a lot of squares for those knights. So when you look at this position, for example, you would ask yourself, where do you put those knights? It's not really clear. On b3, on f3, on e4, where do you go? You know, it's not so obvious where do you go. At the same time, black has some flexibility here, like he can play c5, bishop e6, fight for the space. He can play rook b8. So that's why for black, not only he has the better pieces here, but his moves are easier to carry out.
Yeah, I feel like for Sam, the coordination between the pieces is very good. In contrary, for Praggnanandhaa, knights have to find some way to collaborate together. Very difficult, and also very important that there is no open files for the rook to join white. Because if there were like some open files, we might say, okay, Praggnanandhaa has still maybe some chance to create an attack. But in this case, actually, it's black who can play rook b8 and put the pressure on the b2 pawn.
Let me just show you one line. For example, I play rook b8. What do you do? So the pawn on b2 is under attack. For example,
I mean, I don't want to play b3, but it looks like the only move. b3, knight a3.
Knight a3, hitting the rook. You play something like rook c1. I play c5. What do?
Knight e2, I mean the only move.
Knight e2. Now you see there's some problems. So you could easily imagine here, okay, I probably am not very accurate, like bishop g4. I just wanted to show some ideas how things can get really out of control. Or maybe even bishop f5, hitting the pawn on c2, activating the pieces. And those knights, they're not great. But of course, it doesn't mean that Shankland immediately is going to win the game, right? Right now, he's probably quite sure that he's doing great. He knows that he is definitely not worse. Maybe he's not really sure if he's actually much better. So he's going to figure it out. But rook b8, by the way, is on the board.
Yeah, rook b8 has been played, b3 is something natural here. I mean, they don't want to defend with a knight a4 because there is a c5 move. I mean, knight a4 is not possible. Do you want to sacrifice that pawn, by the way? Maybe there is some sacrifice.
On b2.
Yeah, maybe just moving the knight away.
Knight b3, by the way, I don't think it's possible.
No.
There's knight b2. Small trick. Yeah. So you take on b2. Bishop c3. Now it's 2 pawns for the exchange, which already is material advantage to black, and also 2 bishops in an open position. So this means basically white is in trouble. So we'll see. We'll see how this game is going to continue. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see where else we can take our action. So what do we have here? Something immediately pops in your attention, Angelika?
Yes, and it is a game of Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi. I see there was the g4 played, and we see that most likely we'll have the opposite castled position with an attack for both sides.
Right. Where was this? I'm trying to recall. I think we left it about here, after queen c2.
Knight of 8 was played with idea knight e6, g6.
Knight of 3, knight e6, bishop h4, bishop e7. This is where we left it. Long castle. Right. I mean, this is also one of those moments when castling long, especially in the Carlsbad, has become a very trendy idea. And not only white is more flexible with a kingside attack because the black castle is short. By the way, the pawn is still on h7 under attack, so you still cannot do that, right? So you should be pretty careful. But white has free hands to start a kingside attack. I mean, white is thinking about h3, g4, etc., which, by the way, happened in the game. But there's also a second idea. And the second idea, and this is very common at the professional chess, provoke the opponent. So you like put the king at the queen side, you're saying to your opponent, come and get me, come and get me. And very often the players are trying to do this. They're trying to come and get you, They're
immediately.
Immediately, they're playing something like b5, you play king b1, you're playing something like queen b6, I'm playing rook c1, you're playing a5, I'm playing knight e2, you're playing bishop b7, I'm playing, knight e5. And about here, you start to think, wait a second, where's my attack? Now this is very often, where's my attack at the queen side? So actually very often, very strong players from the white's perspective, they position the king at the queen side. And they're saying, come and get me. They're trying to provoke you. And you have to be really good at this game to understand what your opponent is doing and make sure that your actions don't become your undoing.
Yes, and that's why I have to be very careful, especially considering the bishop on c8. It's a piece you would like to develop, but actually, as we see in the game, I think black is simply not in time to do that.
Probably not. So for the moment here, Maurizzi decided to play g6 to carry out his common idea, and there you go, h3, which I suppose is a plan for white anyway, and after knight g7, this marks as a mistake. There you go, g4.
And there is no bishop f5.
Yeah, your trade is not going to happen. And since Maurizzi played knight g7 and Donchenko already responded with g4, I can only assume that Maurizzi thought this move is not possible for some reason. Because it's very, very obvious that white is going to play g4. Why is this? I mean, the king is at the queen side, so white is pretty much free to do at the king side whatever he wants. It limits the knight on f6, it limits the knight on g7, it limits the bishop on c8, it gains space, of course, it's a very obvious move, so you don't miss that. And I think Maurizzi thought this move for some reason is not really that great. I'm guessing it could be some sort of, probably wrong, but it could be some sort of distant miscalculation. Something like h5, and I'm guessing there could be bishop g6. That's what I'm seeing from afar.
Yeah, it's not really working. Yeah, so that's why probably there was some miscalculation. Is knight e4 possible instead of h5?
But even this is, by the way, looking great, Yeah, knight e5, same idea, bishop g6. Yeah. I'm sorry, which move you suggested?
Knight e4 instead of h5.
Knight e4.
But it's not possible, right? You're just capturing a pawn.
I just take a pawn, either bishop e4, knight e4, I'm not sure. I don't really see what you have there.
Yeah.
So
it's very mysterious to me what was missed in this position.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. But again, I'm not sure what he was supposed to do. Maybe castle short, since you see this bishop on h4 is blocking those pawns. It's a scary thing, but sometimes you just ask yourself, where else do I position the king?
Yes, what else should I do in
What
this
else?
position? Because long castle is for sure not an option. There is still a lot of moves to be made to remove the queen, remove the bishop, and actually, even there, sometimes bishop can come to g3 and attack on this long diagonal. So it's very
Exactly.
tough.
So I think he should have simply played shoot castle and, okay, I mean, do your worst, right? Play g4, and then maybe it's going to be a mistake in the long run. So the game could continue something like g4, then black will play b5 most likely, white will play something like knight e5, and queen b6, and f4. Yeah, I see already blunder something, so you have to pardon me. But, okay. Knight g7 was played, g4, and here we have the answer. Bishop e6 is played by the Frenchman, and bishop g5.
Bishop g5 actually a very interesting move. He wants to go maybe for bishop h6. That could be an idea. And after the short castle, the knight would be pinned to a rook, and with ideas of h4, h5. Artus, you said that the bishop is standing on the way of the pawns, and maybe this is a solution.
Yeah, it's a bit mysterious move. But okay, I suppose Donchenko doesn't really want to define yet the other pieces. I was thinking more like here, instead of bishop g5, he could have played king b1.
Yes.
No, you know, just in case, remove the king from the c file, play something like rook c1, and then think about bishop g3 or bishop g5. But okay, Alexander is perfectly happy with this. Maybe he sees bishop h6 as a very big idea.
Grandmaster prophylactical move, king b1.
Yeah, it's a
Why
good
not?
move.
Yes.
All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Select another game.
All
What
right.
do we have next?
So we still have this game, Liem against Haik Martirosyan. We see that there were the rooks doubled on the d file. I guess white is preparing some d5 break at some moment. And actually, Haik pushed on the king side with the h5 move. We have game against Vaishali against Salem on the top middle board, the battle of the two leaders of the Challengers tournament. We see so far, actually, no one has started the attack yet, but I mean, opposite castling implies that this is going to happen very soon. Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer on the top right board. We see this very beautiful pawn structure of a4, b4, c3, and d4, e4, and I mean, something is actually happening there on the king side. King h8 was played. We're going to return to that game later because it looked very nice. Alexander Donchenko against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, we just looked into as well as Praggnanandhaa against Sam Shankland. b4, by the way, was played. Your mouse sleep, Arturus, actually. You slept. You wanted to play b3, and you played b4.
Sometimes mouse slips are good. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
because it's top idea of knight a3.
Yeah, I suppose he has some specific ideas there. But let's maybe start with the game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan, and that we check one lead there after another. Of course, everybody deserves some love and some attention, and the games are really starting to heat up. So this is the current position between two of the current leaders of the Masters tournament. Liem leads the tournament with 16 points. Haik Martirosyan is behind by 3 points. But again, to remind you, dear viewers, every victory in the classical tournament is worth 4 points. So if Martirosyan wins this game with black, he actually overtakes Liem. So that's why this game is, of course, of very high value. And we left it here, somewhere here. Bishop e4, a5, knight f6. And for the moment, Angelika, I think both players are just carrying out their plans. So while it's just, you know, trying to expand at the queen side, and Haik, well, Haik is doing what he's supposed to do, trying to start a king side attack and get there as many pieces as he can.
And actually a very interesting idea. He executed playing bishop d7, rook d8, and then bishop c8. I think it's also very thematic idea. Yeah, you don't have actually a good square for the bishop to stand, because if you go to e6, there is always knight f4 idea. If you go to f5, there could be some knight g3. So it's not really that good, but bishop d7, rook d8, and coming back to the starting position is actually probably the best square bishop can have.
I suspect, Angelika, there also were some tactical problems with bishop g4. I'm not entirely sure. This also seems like a good square. Because there might be some lines, let's say white plays knight g3, you play rook d8, and after h3, the bishop at h5 quite doesn't stand well, because there could be a moment when white can play knight e4, you just collect the extra pawn. Yeah, so, but I think that this bishop on c8 feels pretty well, because it controls a pretty important diagonal, and all you need to do is to put the rook over the bishop. So obviously, rook and bishop cannot castle. This is illegal. So you play bishop d7, rook d8, bishop c8. And now of course, Martirosyan is perfectly ready to start a kingside attack. Visually, to be honest, I like black a bit more, but I might be a bit biased because, Angelika, I always prefer attacking.
Yeah, I agree with you completely with that. I mean, even though there is a space advantage on the queen side, it's not so clear to me what is the plan in the next moves for white. But for black, I'm seeing, yeah, this nice ideas of g5, g4, just going for it, or h4 first, and then going g5, g4. And this looks dangerous, especially...
That is a big idea.
Yeah, huge.
That is a very big idea. So, for example, if you are able to carry out what you want, let's say white is again shuffling the pieces and for some reason waiting you to do some pretty serious damage. For example, g4, h takes, bishop g4, white is waiting for something to happen. Nothing good can obviously come out of this. Yeah, you
Nothing good is happening for white.
There's a very strong attack incoming, so black's plan is pretty obvious. But that's why we have to pay a close attention what white is doing here. He played rook d2 and rook d1, and I think the idea is very apparent. He wants to play d5.
And how do you stop it with black? I mean, the problem is bishop e6, I mean, just jumps into the knight f4. There is no way you can stop it. d5 is possible in the next move.
Maybe again, let's go back to talk about some of the ideal dream scenarios for both players. And let's say black again does something maybe not great. Okay, let's play h4, which is probably pretty good. I'm playing d5. C takes, knight e5, takes, and takes. So this might be the Vietnamese grandmaster's idea. And even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, 2 pawns versus 2, 4 pawns versus 4 at the king side, white is claiming that because of this knight on d4, which is upcoming in the next moves, and also some space advantage and some open files, that any endgame will be better for white. Because this knight on d4 will dominate the bishop, at least in theory. And when we look at this kingside attack that black is planning, for some reason it doesn't feel any real anymore. So that's why the big question here for Haik, before he continues with his own ideas, he has to understand what he's going to do against d5. So he can't really ignore, he can't play h4 and dream about his ideal scenario. There needs to be a response, a proper response to meet white's d5.
So there is a physical way to stop it, playing knight d5. But my problem is after knight goes to d5, the knight is capturing the knight. And if we're taking with the rook, there is knight c3. And again, d5 idea is in the picture. Actually, the pawn on e5 is hanging.
I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, now you can take the pawn.
Yeah, the pawn is hanging.
Also,
okay.
the rook is getting here to g5, by the way. This is a serious idea, although, of course, Bar, as usual, is not agreeing with us. Knight c3 here, bishop h3 is a threat. Not very obvious, like king h1, and you're thinking about how to attach more pieces. I have no idea how to do it, to be honest. I wanted somehow to get the rook here on g6, apply pressure here.
You can play bishop f5 and queen e6.
Yeah, okay. Queen e6, bishop, nice idea indeed. But there's apparently something wrong with this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what, maybe some positional a6.
Oh, you're right. The a6 is always an idea, because black didn't play a6 themselves, stopping the a5 pawn.
Yeah, and let's say black still goes here.
But then ab, yeah? There is no
bishop h3. You need to calculate things very carefully. Maybe knight f4.
Actually looks nice, knight f4, yeah.
So this is, again, this provocation we talked about. Maybe Haik actually wants Martirosyan to attack, make him fail, and then succeed at simple positional game at the queen side. That's what makes chess really exciting and interesting, and we are going to see how it's going to continue. And after rook d1, Haik is not yet there. He hasn't yet made a move. Knight e5, Angelika, is something I would definitely consider, but maybe it's also possible to ignore this deep pawn push by playing something like c5. But I mean, how do you do it?
And there is also something like queen
Queen b4?
before, yes, attacking the pawn on a5 and stopping the d5 for now at this moment, I think.
Yeah, but now the question is, do you want to trade queens? Because now this is the kind of position where I think white is calling all the shots, white controls the queen side, and your attack at the king side is simply not there. So then you have to understand from the black's perspective, you're simply slightly suffering.
Yeah,
Maybe not like a big deal, but there's no attack.
You're right. I mean, actually, that's a very important moment in the position that white is the one who is, I mean, who would gladly trade the queens because of the better pawn structure and generally better chances in the endgame. And black is someone who is trying to create an attack. And that's why queen is essential on the board for black.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what could be the follow-up here. First thing I think what he could do is do a bit reverse thinking. Like, I need to deal with this first, and then I'm going to figure out what to do myself. So let me just insert some random move to prove the point. So let's say king h8, which of course is a ridiculous move, with the idea to meet d5 with c5. So that we are closing the center, the queen heads to e5, and after d6 I play queen e5. And I wanted to say I'm doing great, but probably not.
The evaluation bar always disagrees. I mean,
as usual.
as usual.
I'm used to this. It's fine. It's fine.
She's always making us suffer.
Yeah. Maybe there's some knight h7 idea here. Knight h7, knight g5. Hitting the pawn on h3, some fork ideas on f3. And again, d5 is a big threat.
And now if you play c5, then d6, the same.
White is very fast with the threat. So knight h7, not yet. But this maneuver is very common.
Yes.
Okay, what else is there?
I mean, bishop e6 is going to be followed by the knight, the knight
the pawn,
f4.
no?
Ah, yes, there is actually. But bishop f5?
Yeah, all right. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Maybe let's head to the playing venue. What do we see right there? There is one person who might be pretty known in YouTube circles, also in the chess community, of course. Do you recognize the viewers who this is? If you think you know who this is, write in the chat. We could make a poll, but maybe even without the poll, you're going to guess who it is. So I'm going to give you a hint. He's a very famous content creator, has a very nice YouTube channel.
Yes, and he also...
His shirt, yeah, is value 10 out of 10 indeed. Much better than mine. All right, of course that is Eric Rosen, international master who is playing in MTO, one of the open tournaments here in Biel, because this is not only the Masters and Challenges Triathlon, there's in total 15 tournaments. And in case the viewers, you want to check it out yourselves, just come here to Biel. You can still get here. We are going to be here for several days, or book your calendars for the next year. Make sure you're going to see your favorite players in action live here in Biel Congress Center.
Yeah, and we were lucky to have Eric yesterday for the not commentary, but for the interview in the studio. And he is actually saying that he's happy to be back here in Biel for a second year in a row and playing all-side events. So he's not only playing in classical tournament, he also participated in Chess 960, in the Rapid tournament. He's planning to play tomorrow the Blitz tournament, so we'll see how it's going to go for him.
Actually, yeah, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's okay.
Actually, I met him during one of the breakfasts, right, at the hotel, and I said, "Oh, Eric, look at that! You're here, right? I assume you really like Biel because you are going here to play for a second year in a row." And he said, "Yeah, I guess I am." It was a very interesting conversation. So it was lovely to hear from him. I'm not really sure if he's making any recaps. So what do we have here? Butterfly Queen B4 was played by Liem, and Queen A4 is responded by white. By Martirosyan was played Queen B4, and Liem responded with Queen A4. So I suppose we are going to see the queen trade.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing else you can really do here. I mean, you don't have knight d5, you have to take the queen. One of the lines we were discussing, which we said that it was not really so good for black. We are concerning the pawn structure and the space advantage on the queen side for white. I'm not so sure there is going to be attack for Haik Martirosyan.
Yeah, this obviously was a very big decision for Haik. I'm not sure he wanted to trade the queens, but this threat of d4 was simply too much for him to deal with, and he decided, okay, I need to play queen b4, hit the pawn on a5, and also Lim for him. Playing solid, having a slightly better position is completely fine because he's leading the tournament, and if the game ends in a draw, okay, fine, no problem with that. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and select another game. Who else we follow? There's more games. Probably, I think we're already going to go to the next game. I suspect it's going to be Vaishali against Salem.
But what about Igor Samonenko against Jonas Biel? We have not checked the game for a long time.
We can go there as well.
There is some action happening, by the way.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. So what's the line in question here? Couple of moves here were played. So after knight takes on g6, so we left it about here. This was the position, knight e5, c takes on d4, knight takes on g6. Bienne is thinking. Angelica, why is it thinking? Why is it thinking? I mean, how difficult is it to capture the knight on g6? Or is there something else?
Yeah, unfortunately, or fortunately, chess is not checkers, so you don't have to capture immediately after your opponent take. I mean, there are also other moves. I mean, there is also take on e3 and then take on f2. I mean, this looks crazy. I mean, just sacrifice a piece. And if you take, yeah, you can get checkmated.
Ooh.
Huge idea. Okay.
Wait, actually, this looks really great.
Wait, queen f3, there is knight d2.
There's some fork ideas. Wait, you're losing the queen.
Yes.
Losing the queen.
I know, that's what I said, knight d2.
Yeah.
Yes. So
all right.
You cannot protect from checkmate.
So we left it here. About here. Knight f8. I said black thinking about knight g4 ideas, bishop f3 ideas, queen h2 ideas. Queen b3, knight g6, rook d1, rook c8, knight e5, and now c takes on d4, knight g6, and he's thinking. By the way, is h takes on g6 really bad? Probably not. It's very solid, right?
It's very solid. You are allowing white to take the pawn with the pawn. We are going to see the hanging pawn structure with two bishops for white as kind of a compensation for those hanging pawns. Because I mean, normally it's like penning pawns are the weakness.
You don't like them.
I would prefer playing against.
I got it. You said compensation for the hanging pawns, and I assume you do not like them.
It depends also how much you know to play with or against them. But I would prefer myself to play against the hanging pawns.
That I understood. That I understood. Yeah, it's a very tricky topic, of course, because they can be a target, like you said, like bishop a6, try to get the knight on d6, apply pressure, but they also can be very strong. If I just played, for example, something like d5, open up the ducks for bishop, or even play c5 in some lines, and actually it's a fast pawn. So it's really tricky, but Bienne is still thinking about the choice. No, he's not. He decided not to sacrifice the piece and just played h6 and g6.
Interesting why. Maybe we can go again in those lines with the d takes e3 and try to find why the Danish grandmaster didn't go for this line.
Let me again look at this. I mean, I'm just
try.
for fun,
Yes.
for fun, right? So take it. The knight is still under attack.
So you move it back.
This makes no sense. It's under attack. Knight e5, right?
Knight e5. There is also bishop e5, but I think doesn't make sense. Bishop.
Knight e5 is a mistake, actually.
Maybe bishop.
Oh, no, wait. I was thinking bishop e5, but there's e-takes and f2 and queen c5. Wait. We are going to figure it out? Where's white's move? At the moment, I quite
So what was
do
the
not
problem
see.
with knight h4?
I'm not sure, it just feels weird. Like takes, and there's some queen h2 ideas, like queen f4 ideas, like knight g4 ideas, all kinds of ideas. Yeah, so it just feels not right. Take the bishop with the bishop with the knight on f3 on h2 check, etc. So I could easily imagine there's something wrong. So takes, and apparently white is doing great. All right. I know the answer. So, bishop takes an f6.
What's the idea?
Takes.
And then to play knight h4. Okay. So basically the idea of knight h4, but you don't allow this idea of knight jumping into the position.
Actually, it makes sense.
Yeah, a lot.
It definitely makes sense. Yeah, you just kill another knight that might be attacking your king. The pawn is under attack on g takes. You still play knight h4. Yeah, now you have to take on f2, king f2. There's exactly a couple of checks, but there's no mate. Queen c5 is always queen e3. Nothing. And queen f4 is always knight f3, and there's no more attack. Okay, we got it. That's why Bienne didn't play it.
And he found it as well, so he's going for the solid approach. We have the hanging pawns, we have two bishops. Maybe let's try to understand what is the plan for white in this position to go for d5 or what else, and what is the plan for the black in this case. Okay, we have knight e4, already one of the answers.
Yeah, so he wants to put the knight on d6 and potential on f5. Apply some pressure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Might be one of those positions when it's important who is going to blink first. Is it going to be white or black? Because it's probably about balance. White has strong bishops, but some potential weaknesses here. Again, weaknesses or strength, go figure.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, it's a problem. How do you coordinate the pieces as white in this position? Because bishop is defending the pawn on c4, queen is defending pawn on c4. I would love to do something with the queen, most likely. I would love maybe someone to put the bishop to f3 or do something with the rooks, but...
By the way, queen f4 also is a typical maneuver here for black. You know, I'm choosing black here. I'm not sure. You know, maybe white needs to push those pawns forward. Like d5 is a move.
But the problem, knight c5, here right now it's not really an idea.
c5 is also a move. Maybe you need to play c5 already. But are you not losing the pawn on c5 for nothing?
Yeah, there is simply knight c5.
All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view, select another game. This game is about balanced. I slightly like Bienne's position more because his plan is a bit easier to be carried out. See what else is happening in other games. So what we do have there, or maybe not, we are not going to have the bird's eye view, so we'll be sticking at this game.
But we can go also immediately to the other game.
We can.
If you want.
We can do that.
I think we have not checked for a long time the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. Maybe it's a good idea to see what has happened in that game. Which update do we have?
Let's check that game. Here we go. A couple of moves have been made. I think we left it here g5.
Yes.
d4, there was a lot of uncertainty in the center. E takes on d4 was e5 and knight e4. We slightly looked at this before at the very beginning. Queen g7, this was still a big theoretical battle. Again, taking on d4 is risky. The black king is in the center. So, knight e7, b4, shortcut. Wow, okay. Angelika, would you play like this? So if you would show this game to your students, and you're showing the game, queen f6,
yeah. Don't develop the queen early.
Don't develop the queen early. Then do not push early kingside pawns for no good reason. Then don't move the same queen twice. Then don't move the other knight twice. And never ever, under any circumstances, do not castle short after you have pushed those pawns.
All the rules were broken here by the German number one.
Who was this who said it? One of the greatest players, maybe it was Lev Pologayevsky or Leonid Stein, one of the greatest Soviet grandmasters who said it long time ago, is that good players make good moves. Very good players make very strong moves, but exceptional players make exceptions to the rules that later become the new rules. Yeah, so it's really amazing concept. I was maybe not very precise to paraphrase what he said, but the idea is that for every single rule there's an exception, and with his aggressive game, Keymer has created unbalanced game at the king side. The pawn on g5 has forced white to do something about it, be aggressive, come forward. And once this knight retreats, this g4 threat might be a very big threat. So the big question actually is, can Mishra do anything about it? So if he, let's say he plays something like h6, the knight can retreat, and g4 is going to be a very big problem. But do not try to repeat this at home, because it's not going to work for you. It only works for Keymer.
It only works for the best. Artus, I have the most important question to you about this position. How do you call this pawn structure? A4, B4, C3, D4, E4. Doesn't it resemble some kind of a bird to you? Bird pawn structure?
Or like an open book.
Yeah, you're right.
Now this is really amazing. White has advanced all of his pawns at the queen side. At the same time, black is also retracting all of his pieces from the queen side, moving all of them towards the king side. And at least visually, I like black. It's not really a secret. I'm very easily influenced by attacking chances. So black is thinking about moves like knight g6, knight f4, maybe g4 at the moment, maybe g4, f5, etc. I think actually this is a very big threat. Also, bishop g4 is a very big move. So for Mishra, it's not easy. And that's essentially the difference here between, if we would look at this evaluation bar, the evaluation bar says white is so much better here. And then you look at this position from the human's perspective and you ask yourself,
why exactly white?
I mean, okay, he doesn't know that.
Yes.
But what I'm attacking the queen side? What is it? I mean, there's a couple of pawns. There's nothing here. So the big prize is right here, right here.
Yeah, I think for sure in this position the player is having a different evaluation as we have in the eval bar. I mean, there is a huge space advantage for Abhimanyu on the queen side, but can he push b5? I mean, there is not much happening there. Black is ready to include all the pieces in the game. It's very tough. It's very tough. I mean, knight just went to h6, most likely g4, or bishop g4 can be a move in that position.
Yeah, and also speaking about this particular matchup, Angelika, this is a very, very important game for Keymer because now he's feeling the momentum. For him, the start of the classical tournament was not really that great. He started slowly. Last year, he almost won the triathlon. He was leading the tournament before the final round when he was playing with the black color against Arjuna Rigaisi, the young superstar from India. You might remember this, I'm not really sure. He was holding on for the entire game, lost, and then it was Liem last year who overtook him in the overall rankings and won the triathlon. So for Vincent here, if you look at the current standings, he is behind his opponent by 3 points. So Vincent right now stands at 12. Mishra has 15 points. So this is a race who is going to qualify for the so-called final stage, the final round, when the players after the Blitz tournament, which is, by the way, held tomorrow, they're going to find out who will qualify for these final games, final round robin against each other. So this game, I'm probably repeating myself, is incredibly important, not only for Vincent, but of course also for Mishra.
Yeah, we have a lot of important games today, matchups for the standings after this round. But again, anything can change tomorrow in the Blitz, right? There could be someone who is dominating from the bottom part of the leaderboard, and suddenly we will going to have another leaders.
Yep, absolutely. So more action will be upcoming because this game is only heating up. We are seeing some unbalanced stuff all over the board. So the viewers, hope you're enjoying this stuff so far. This is 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and we'll be back right after the break. And we are back live from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival here in Biel Congress Center in Switzerland. The summer is really nice outside, plus 25 degrees or even more at the moment. Here we see a very familiar face on our screens. This is Eric Rosen, international master from United States, who is playing in the MTO tournament, one of the most important open tournaments and events here in the festival. And I think it's also a good idea for us, Angelika, to check out how Eric is doing in this game.
Yeah, indeed, very good idea, also considering the fact that Eric won the Beauty Awards of the fourth round. We had him yesterday in the studio. He showed the games, and yeah, it was really brilliant attack from his side. Yeah, it's your choice. What we're going to check the game.
I think so. Yeah. So. I think we'll check it. Yeah, we'll check it briefly for a moment. Let's put it on the screen so that we see what's happening there. And then let's go back straight to the main event, of course. Here we see this is Eric. Let's just try to estimate what is happening there and see how is he doing. Eric has been having a pretty good tournament so far. 3 points out of 5. Second round, he was playing against one of the top-seeded players. So...
yeah, yesterday he actually made an important draw. He said to us it was against pretty much younger and higher rated player, and it was very important because generally he doesn't like to play against these younger participants. Actually, what's most important is that he's managing to find time to stream all his games and also to do recaps every single game. He said to us yesterday that he's always finding the energy. Doesn't matter if he won the game, if he lost the game, if there was a draw, he's always having this adrenaline after the game, has this energy for reviewing the game, to showing with his audience. I think this is just incredible.
Yeah, here he has sacrificed a pawn. The white king is in the center, so that's why he's not going to trade queens. Most likely retreat, try to get the pawn on c5 and exploit the white king's placement here. Dear viewers, you can check it out yourself. Head over to chess.com events, not only the MTO, but all of the other side events that are available there. All the games are being broadcasted there, and you could have followed not only Eric and everybody else. But we are going to go back, of course, to the main event and see what is happening in the game of other players. So what do we have here?
Yeah, and we have some interesting updates from the game. Okay, again, Liem against Haik Martirosyan. The queens have been traded, and we have this position with a better structure for white, while black is still suffering to find an attack. In the top middle board, Vaishali against Salem is the battle of two best players in the challengers so far. There is actually h4 has been played, and bishop d3 creating some attacking ideas. I think that's the game we also would like to follow in the moment.
Let's go right away. Yeah, that's the game we have been looking for today. One of the most important games. This is essentially the battle of two leaders, because Salem Saleh is leading the Challengers tournament with 9.5 points, and Vaishali is only 1 point behind, so this means it's a very, very principal battle. We left it about here just after the opening when Vaishali played a rather unusual line in the exchange. French defense immediately bringing the king to the queen side. This means she has the entire king set at her disposal to start a king set attack, and same apply for black as well. And here, what we did not see yet was the move a6. Rook e1, knight c6, knight f3, here, h4, rook e8, bishop d3, and if somebody has made some sort of a progress in this position, I would say it's Vaishali here, don't you think?
I fully agree with you, because I don't see yet a straight way for an attack for black. Of course, b5 before is possible, but I'm just looking at this pawn on h5, and just moves like h5, h6 is something what you're looking for. I mean, there's also an idea to maybe bring the knight to e5 and play f3, g4, h5. So there are different types of ideas at this position. I mean, she's for sure having huge pressure on the black's king, especially with this bishop on d3 looking at the h7 square. Potentially, maybe there are some sacrifices.
How would you feel about here playing something like h6 for black?
Okay, it would be...
Are you not afraid?
I would be really afraid.
So would I. Queen h6, there's all kinds of rook h3, rook g3 ideas, of course. Bar, as usual, disagrees with us. We're used to that. Queen e4, bishop g7, knight e5, rook e3, rook g3, h5 ideas. These decisions are very difficult to make for black. And even though maybe after h6, white doesn't have to sacrifice on g6, there is also this idea that you mentioned. You could just leave the bishop on g5 for the moment. For example, play queen e4 with the idea that after h takes on g5, h takes on g5, this opens up the h file. The white queen might be heading to h4, and there could be big problems. Actually, this reminds me of this very old joke that long time ago, when Michal Tal, one of my countrymen, the former world champion, the magician from Riga, he was playing in one of the tournaments, and there was a chess fan who approached his chess coach and asked Alexander Koblenz, his chess coach, how is Mishra doing? Right, Michal Tal, his nickname Mishra. How is Mishra doing? And then Koblenz asked, does he have an open H file? And the chess fan said, yes, he has. And then Koblenz famously said, if there's an open H file, Tal is going to find a mate. It's really obvious, yeah? So, okay, jokes aside, of course, it's very dangerous for black to accept an open H file as an opportunity. So I don't think that H6 is going to happen. And instead here, black is going to choose something else. And I think he needs to start doing something at a queen set, don't you think?
Yes, it's time for sure, because that's why we have opposite side castling in this position. It means that black has to try to start an attack on the queen side, something like b5, and bring in the knight. I don't know actually where to, b4 or a4, a5. This could be an idea.
Indeed, and also let's not forget that this last move, h4, that white played, there might be an idea to play h5, h6, create some problems. Let's say here, Salek, he plays b5. How about we play h5? Do you like h6?
The question is after h5, maybe there could be h6, and then we don't have this idea of taking on g5 anymore.
Oh, but I have other ideas now. I'm going now to sacrifice on h6. Exactly. Look at this. Now this feels different. I put the queen on e4, bishop g7. I play h6 here. Knight e5 for knight g5. I mean, it just feels something is brewing there, no?
This looks crazy, dangerous for black. I agree with you.
Rook e3, rook g3, etc. h7 somewhere. No, I don't think that he's going to do it. So here, okay, he already played knight b4. So for example, what I was thinking here after b5, h5, most likely he would just ignore this move. So let's say knight a5, h6, he would just play g6. But this again creates some problems here through the dark squares. So knight b4 is the choice of the Emirati grandmaster. He is hitting the bishop on d3. He wants it to be gone, possibly to control the e4 square later.
Yes, for sure. And what do you do exactly? Because bishop on d3 is a very valuable piece. You don't really want to give it up. It's very important for a potential attack on the king. How would you deal with it? I mean, would you remove bishop back tower to e2?
Yeah, it's a move, but then again, there needs to be a very concrete response, for example, against knight e4. Yeah, you could lose the control d4 square.
And after knight e4 takes... Is there queen b4?
Oh, that's a very concrete move. I'm not sure
I don't know, yes. It looks crazy. Yeah, because rook on e1 is hanging. Okay. That doesn't work.
It just doesn't feel right. Maybe there's bishop e1 before. Black is in no danger here. No, but I was thinking that even after bishop e2 or bishop f1, there's definitely knight e4 a move to consider, like takes and takes. And okay, again, as usual, Bar says this is great, but from afar, it's not so obvious. Like knight a2 move is a possibility here. Go back, king is exposed. There's no attack. So what I would think, actually, Angelika, is that Vaishali is going to keep the bishop on d3, most likely, and she's going to do something else. Maybe knight
yeah, exactly. Knight e5 with the idea after knight takes d3. Maybe you want to capture. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, you take with the queen. Yeah, with the knight, you don't want to do it.
No, knight b4 is a nice move because it's like a part of a larger idea for the tournament leader, right? He wants this knight e4 idea work. He's not going to play passive. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what here Vaishali has to continue. Okay, there might be a room for some craziness, something like rook e6. I quite don't believe it. like f takes 95, but no, I think not here, not here.
No, but it looks like an interesting idea, something to watch out for, because we knew Vaishali already sacrificed the rook on f7 in the second game of the classical stage in the Grandmaster Triathlon, so anything can happen. At some moment there could be such sacrifices possible.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's select another game. Bird's eye view, I suppose?
Let's go to the bird's eye view to check what else is happening. Maybe we are missing on some action. What is happening on the bottom left board? Alexander Donchenko against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi.
We can't see this game for a while, so I think it's in order for us to go there as well and check it out, of course. But then we are going to check what's happening in the game of Shankland against Praggnanandhaa. So we left it here after g6, g4, right here. This is where we left it. Bishop e6, bishop g5 was the mysterious move by the German Grandmaster. Rook c8, king b1. There you go. Finally, black castle short.
Yeah, but it looks like white is in charge. Bishop on h6. I mean, the knights are restricted on the king side. What could be a plan for black in this case? c5.
So he decided to seek a counterplay.
I mean, the huge problem of this, of the c5 is that if white takes on c5, that there is going to be just simply two pawns against two pawns on the queen side, and I think that there is not really possible to attack the king on b1.
This d-takes on c5 is a great move for a couple of reasons. I mean, not only it thwarts black's ideas to play c5, c4, b5, b4, b3, open up the queen side, but also, as you said, establish an outpost on d4, make this pawn on d5 as a weakness. So it's just a good move. What?
Was it a mouse slip? He didn't. Maybe he was approaching to c5 and then.
What? Wait.
Okay, this is some mysterious couple of moves. Okay, so why?
No, I mean this must have been the mistake of the digital board. I don't believe this. Yeah, these things sometimes happen. They try to fix it by adding a couple of moves and so that the rook lands on c5. Does this move even remotely make sense to you? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is a mistake. I think they're going to fix it. Definitely there was rook c5 and knight d4. That's how they got to this position. But actually this is very important. We are going to check it out, the viewers. So that's a difference of two moves. Yeah, so this might be move number 19 and not instead move... No, sorry, difference is one move. Instead of move 20. Maybe in the long run, when the time scramble approaches, this is going to be a very important detail. So, no, rook c7 literally makes no sense at all. So I'm pretty sure if we transpose to whatever happened, this is the position on the board, but one move less.
Yeah, looks like this, and we have current position. There are 2 against 2 on the queen side. There is a b5 threat, b5, b4. I think it's a time for white to remove the queen from the c2. What do you think about something like queen e2?
I'm just thinking about starting a kingside attack. I mean, okay, maybe queen e2 helps to achieve that. Like, I need it there for the attack for some reason.
Yeah, I just want to step away from b5, b4 idea.
Yeah, most likely it will happen. Now, I think that here, Donchenko should be looking for ways to crash through. He has positioned everything for the potential kingside attack. Okay, maybe it doesn't really feel like it, but all of these pieces, except maybe the knight on c3, they're looking towards the kingside. And there could be some knight f5 ideas. Yeah, by the way, there you go. The game was just fixed. Indeed, c5, rook c5, which... also marks as a mistake. I'm not really sure what's going on. So knight e4, bishop d7, and I'm thinking, Angelica, about some ideas like knight f5, try to open up the g file here, some rook g1 ideas, try to get to the knight, of course, not immediately. Maybe there's also an idea to play...
Maybe rook g1 first.
Yeah, rook g1 also makes sense. Rook g1, knight f5, try to get to the knight, g takes, get to here. But also I was thinking, is there room for f3?
f3, h4, h5,
h4,
let's
h5,
go.
and there's your queen h2.
And we're introducing the queen in the position. That's actually a nice little move. Yeah, f3. And the queen is already there. g2 or h2.
Something like b5, queen h2. exchange sacrifice doesn't feel right because
Queen-
there's no follow-up.
Queen a5, maybe.
There's not b3 fork.
Oops. Oops.
Yeah, so you unfortunately cannot do that. Maybe b4, knight e2. But again, I mean, look at this. White is just having a free roll attack, so to speak, right? h5 takes. There's no attack at the queen side. b3 maybe sack the pawn. We just close it. No, this is really bad for black. And as I usually say, if I spotted this idea like in 1 minute, I think that Donchenko saw it like in 20 seconds, yeah, maybe even faster. So he's just right now trying to work out the details. So f3 makes sense because you protect the pawn on g4 for the h4, h5 push. Also, f3 takes care of the e4 square. And it just makes your entire position more fluid. But maybe there's something more concrete, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there's something concrete, but f3 indeed makes a lot of sense. And so far, I don't see what black can do on the queen side. I mean, that's that's a huge question to Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. What is he going to do? Because, I mean, those two knights on f6 and g7 are super set. I mean, it looks like they're protecting the king, but they're not actually protecting. They're the weaknesses which are standing there. And I mean, I don't see really a way how to unpin. Also, rook on f8 is getting pinned, so the bishop is pinning the knight and the rook. And this is so tough, Arthurs.
And none of black's pieces stand well. That's the problem. Knight at f6 has no future. Knight on g7 is ugly. Bishop on e7 doesn't control a lot of squares. Bishop on d7 stares at the face of the pawn on g4. Rook on f8 is pinned. Queen on d8 is doing nothing. So the only move is, only active piece is rook on c5. It's not enough. So White's entire army is coordinated to start a kingside attack, and I think here Donchenko is looking in really great shape to win the game. So let's select another game. Let's not, of course, forget about this game, and let's go back to the bird's eye view and select the next game we're going to follow here in the final round of the classical tournament of the triathlon. So I think it's also the game of Praggnanandhaa against Shankland we haven't seen for a while. Have we not?
Yes, so let's go there. There has happened this very interesting exchange sacrifice. I mean, yes, so it was like the pawn sacrifice, which transposed into exchange sacrifice by Sam Shankland. We see for some reason now already evaluation bar is saying the position is equal. So let's jump into the game and see what has changed from the position we left it there.
Yeah, this is where we left it. Rook b8, applying some pressure. Here I mouse slipped b4, trying to show how b3 is done. And that's where Pragg did play b4. Oh, we don't have it yet on the board. Sorry, apologies about that.
Yeah, we
hope to go
there.
to the full screen of the game, Pragg against Sam Shankland in a moment.
Maybe meanwhile we can check what has happened in the other games. We see that on the top left corner, Liem against Haik Martirosyan. There has been a6 played, the pawns getting fixed on the queen side for the black side. We see Vaishali against Salem. We just recently checked the game. Actually, the bishops was traded on d3. And I think the time we can go for the game.
Let's go to the game.
Praggnanandhaa against Sam Shankland.
There we go. This is the current final position we have right now. Now we can step back a couple of moves. There's this weird move before. Angelica called it a mouse slip because when I was trying to make b3, somehow b4 popped out.
But you made it, but you claimed it.
Yeah, it stopped c5, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and also after knight a3, there is rook b3.
Right. So rook b6 was played by the American. Okay, engines say it's a minor inaccuracy, but it's not like he was winning anywhere. Rook b3, bishop g4, trying to provoke some weaknesses. Knight e5, rook g3, bishop d7, f4. Here, rook goes back. Nice. Knight e3, rook e3, bishop d4. Thank you for the exchange.
Wow.
Gotta do that. Knight e2, knight f5 as a mistake. c4 takes and takes. Okay. So this position is about balance, and why would be knight f5 as a mistake? I think it's just a sort of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, but what could be there if not for knight f5? Because it looks completely natural. You're bringing the knight to the nice outpost, attacking the knight on the d4. What could be an idea?
Yeah, let me...
Yeah, I'm a little bit also not sure with this knight jumps, because I feel like in the last few moves, with all the knight jumps for black, the position of white simply improved. There has been a 4 played, the rook has been joined on the 3rd rank, and for black, not much has changed.
Yeah, but there's also this very interesting moment that engines do not understand. It's this is the kind of position where I feel Shankland was feeling a bit pressure right here. Yeah, so he definitely feels I'm doing great, right? So this entire sequence, 94, 92, exchange sacrifice for a pawn, beautiful bishops, pawn for it, nicely control center, etc. I'm doing great. But at the same time, he's also, I think, feeling that he has to show something for it, right? And that's what makes Pragg's game a bit easier, because Pragg has to basically fight off the opponent, right? So here, he plays move by move. So b4 is just a nice move, protect the pawn, take care of the c5 push. So c5, d takes, b takes, doesn't make any sense because black doubles the pawns. And that's why here I think that Shankland is feeling a bit pressure, or maybe he was feeling a bit pressure, that he has to use this somehow at his advantage. And in the meantime, his opponent is just fighting off, trying to normalize the position. Here, Shankland tried to provoke some weaknesses. He was unable to do anything. Okay, maybe a 4 is a weakness. But this move, 93 and 95, I find it to be slightly strange. Because essentially what has changed, when we go to look at this position, he trades this knight on c4, which is a beautiful knight. Yeah, it controls a lot of nice squares. It's an outpost, actually. Versus this knight on c3, which is doing nothing. Yeah, and when you say like that, when you look at the last 3 moves, and you're like, oh yeah, this is a bad trade, right? But at the same time, when you're playing with black, you're having this nice position, you feel you're slightly better, you try to make a progress, you try to open up the bishop on g7, or the Lasco bishop on d7, and you feel like this was pretty good. But when you stroll back a couple of moves, it doesn't really feel a great trade, does it? No.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, if we compare position, let's say, on the 18th move and what is happening right now, we would see that almost nothing from the black side has changed, but it's white who brought more pieces to the game. So, I mean, I'm not so sure, but of course there is still this bishop and the pawn for a rook, which is huge in this position. There are no open files for the rooks, which is super important for black not to allow files to be open, though the rook can play. But I think the position of Praggnanandhaa has significantly improved because of this trade.
Yeah, that's why I say, I mean, Shankland is feeling some pressure to show something, right? So that's why he played this 93, 95, 94. He's trying to create targets, but I think what he did actually is make his situation slightly worse. What he should have done, I don't really know. Maybe actually the inaccuracy was right here. Maybe this very natural move, rook b8, was actually an inaccuracy. Maybe he should have played c5 before he had a chance, before allowing white to play b4. And then he could play rook b8 and there will be some pressure. But of course c5, it comes with different minuses, which is the weakening of the d5 and also the b5 squares.
Yeah.
So it's not so obvious. For example, knight b5, what happens now?
Yes, every move is a very much responsible move. You have to make them and understand once you're pushing the pawns, you're not coming with the pawns back. And that's what Sam Shankland knows because he has written 2 books on the pawn moves himself. So he knows for sure that pawns don't move back. And we see rook a6 has been played, targeting the pawn on a2.
Yeah, and Pragg has burned a lot of time to get there. Of course, he had to make sure he's not missing anything because all of the alarm bells for him already rang right here when I think he either miscalculated or he didn't believe it's possible. I don't really know what was happening here, but he got the first alarm. He has to wake up. Now he's normalizing the position, and now I suppose this is just about level. 2 bishops are pretty strong, of course. White has managed to improve the structure. There's no more menacing knight on c4. Could as well go either way.
Yes, it could go either way. That's what material imbalance is about. You're sacrificing an exchange, you're getting some initiative. But if you are not being dynamic enough, if not, you're not getting this initiative going, then you can be left just down in exchange and lose in the endgame.
Knight f3 is a pawn sacrifice, but the big idea is that after rook a2, there's going to be rook a3, hitting the pawn on a7. And I think also very often, you know how it works? Also the viewers, if you want to become better players, I think it's very important that you learn to formulate a couple of things that need to be done, right? For example, in the previous position, about here, or even maybe a couple of months ago, you're formulating things that I want to do. So I'm sitting here from the vice perspective, where I'm thinking, I'm annoyed by this knight on e3. I want to trade it, right? If I trade this annoying knight, my position improves. So that's what you do. Obviously, you don't fall for a blunder. You play knight e2. Now, of course, black should have played knight c4, go back. He plays knight f5. You feel your position improves. You also fix your pawn structure. The next thing that you formulate, my pawn on a2 is under attack. Instead of automatically defending it, what annoys me the most? What does annoy me the most, if you would be able to formulate it?
That I don't have open files, and that the bishop is targeting this knight on d4, and I have to be stuck there with the rook protecting it.
And the active rook, right, as well?
And the active rook.
So I'm thinking, can I trade the rooks? So how do I trade the rooks? I cannot play rook a3. Why? Because after rook a3, I'm dropping the knight on d4. So my formulation of my small goals leads me to the moment I need to remove the knight so that I can play rook a3. And only then comes into play this actual decision-making. You see, oh yeah, the pawn on a2 is under attack, but wait a second, if I remove the knight, right, after rook a2, there's going to be rook a3.
Yes, actually a huge move, and how do you stop it? I mean, I was considering to play something like bishop c8, protecting the rook, and after rook a3 to play bishop b2. What do you think
Which
about
move
it?
you said again?
Bishop c8, so that after rook a3 to play bishop b2. So my idea is not to allow the rooks to come to the a file. I see engine doesn't like this idea.
I mean, no, there's knight e2, there's b5.
Yeah, and then I'm opening the files. Yeah,
No, but this position already feels like a success to me, because I think I'm trading off your attacking pieces. Yeah, this rook on a6 is pretty annoying. I traded off, and then the pawn on c4 I can defend with knight e2 or b5. Yeah, b5 would be a tactical resource, like bishop b5 is rook b3, and there's no check on d4. Sorry, because there's a knight on f3. So I would say it's pretty great. And Shankland has responded with bishop f5.
Maybe the idea is that after rook e3...
It's going to be rook b6. You think he wants to take it here?
No, I think taking looks not so good. The rook is being so active.
This is very dangerous.
Yes.
Pawn on c7 is under attack.
You cannot do it.
No, I think actually after rook a3, he's going to play rook b6, hit the pawn on d4. The rook on d3 is under attack. So I put it somewhere. Oh, actually I can drop the rook somehow, like here.
Yes, and win back in exchange. But there is rook a7, yeah? Maybe it's not so clear.
I don't really want to give it up, but okay. Let's check it.
Who is taking more pawns?
Probably just peaceful, yeah.
Yes. This is crazy, yeah? Everything is hanging at the end, it's just a draw.
Right. Yeah, Shankland is trying to press on the opponent's clock, but he is losing the grip of the position, and while Pragg is trying to figure out, let's move on to yet another game. We have a couple of more. So, bird's eye view, see what's happening, select the next game we're going to follow. So what do we have here?
Yeah. I'm looking at this Abhimanyu against Vincent Keymer. Knight has already arrived on the f4 for the Vincent. It's a game on the top right board. We see also b5 has been pushed and a5 was a response. So the attack actually for black is ongoing, but I see that evaluation bar doesn't like the position of Vincent.
It's okay. You know, yeah, you get to this point at some moment where you're like not really caring what engine says, as long as your plan is pretty obvious to be carried out. So we can step back a couple of moves here where we left it after knight h6. Not many moves have been played. So yeah, we don't have it yet on the screen. We are going to have it in a moment. So in the game in question we're talking about is the game Vincent Keymer with black against Abimanyu Mishra. There you go. There's the position on the full screen. So a couple of moves were played. Rook e1, knight g6, bishop e3, knight f4, and now Mishra tries to organize something at the queen side. And Engine says a5 is not great.
Yeah, and I would maybe agree because I think black doesn't have to do, and black doesn't have to react on the b5.
I'm not sure. I mean, White is trying to organize something in the queen, so this is pretty clear because White has no business at the king side. That's why Mishra is never going to play h3 to stop any bishop g4 ideas because this is what we call a hook, a target that Vincent is only waiting for. Please play h3, so that's never going to happen. And that's why Mishra needs to organize something in the queen side. And Vincent's logic is pretty ironclad. He wants to close it. Close queen side for good. Now, Engines probably believe there's something better because b takes on a6, b takes on a6 is kind of playing into White's hands, right? It allows White to open up the position. But to be honest, when I look at this position more closely, Angelica, I'm not even sure what it does. Like, I mean, I'm just going to make some move, like, I don't know, rook g8? Oh, rook g8 drops the rook. Sorry.
Bishop g4? Or?
All right, bishop g4. Yeah, bishop g4, and after b takes on e6, b takes on a6, I quite don't see. What is there? What exactly White is threatening to do there? What is so special about this open file? But, okay. Keymer's response is perfectly logical. That's why here Mishra still needs to figure out where's his play at the queen side.
Of course, there would be nice to play c4, c5, but there is always take on d4, which Mishra has to look at, and I'm not so sure. I mean, what can he do there? I mean, how can you push for the c4, c5?
I have an idea.
To play d5?
No.
Take?
So my idea is I want to take on e5.
Ooh.
So where's the idea? So the point is, let's say you want to play f takes on e5.
Okay.
Why is this? You're opening the file. Yeah, you're having these pawns that show you
Good
direction.
idea.
Yeah. I was thinking, is this good? Takes and b6. With the idea that you take it, I take on d6 and I get the pawn on e5. But it's probably flawed in so many ways. Like, I mean, f takes on e5, Engine said this is the best response, but even d takes on e5 looks logical. And takes. I think that White still wants to open up the queen side with something like b6, c takes, queen d6, get the pawn, open the game, and the more the center opens, the less likely Black's king side attack seems to go through. That's my logic. That's why I think here d5 is not going to be good, because we strictly follow the rules is that when your opponent counterattacks at one of the flanks, what do you need to do? Counter-strike in the center, right? You try to open up the center. And d5, I think, is not going to do that, and that's why I'm looking at this d takes on e5, simply following the rule of something that I know. But there might be some other moves as well, maybe c4, c5.
Yeah, c4, you have to make sure that e takes on d4 is not possible, because of course if you can make to play c5 in the next move, that would be great. You would close the bishop on c5. But what to play actually in this position? So e takes d4 looks very logical.
You want to take it? Yeah?
Yes. So knight takes.
And then what?
And then somehow to proceed attack. But now I don't have f5 actually. Bishop g4 is going to be faced by f3.
You want to provoke some weaknesses, yes?
Yes, but this looks not so fun.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. But I would try to keep the center closed, probably. I'm not sure about the c takes on d4. E takes on d4 is a very concrete move. I think I would play maybe knight g4, hit the bishop here on e3. But to be honest, I'm not convinced, Angelica, about the c4 move myself, what it really does. But the logic is we want to open up the position. So d takes on e5 is definitely under Abhimanyu's radar.
And he actually played a move. He played a very interesting rook a2 move. He's going for a rook lift. So maybe rook is going to d2. Or just simply protecting the white on the second rank. I mean, both are possible.
That is a very deep move.
Yeah, I like it.
I also like it. You know why I like it, Angelika? Because it's a multi-purpose move. You know, I mean, the only piece here that is not working for you is the rook on a1. Bishop on b3, these pieces are standing well. The queen on d1 does something. Rook on e1 is, I don't know, doing something there as well. So this rook here on a1 is doing nothing. So you would think, let's play rook c1. But what is the rook doing on c1? Why rook a2? Because now suddenly you have ideas like rook d2, take on e5, and maybe use the open d file. And maybe in some lines, actually, I'm not really sure how black continues. There's going to be rook d2, a d takes, f takes, and maybe the same idea of capture on a7, and after b6, take on d6 with the rook. So I'll just show you once again this line. We had something similar before, like takes, 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 b6 here, and queen d6, which, again, is a mistake for some reason. And maybe Mishra wants to get something very similar, but with the queen on d1, and instead the rook on d6.
Actually, very nice idea.
But again, it comes at the cost of some time. So he spent here a great deal of time trying to figure out if he is not slow, if this is not a very slow move. So now all eyes are on Vincent. How does he continue his king's attack? And I'm looking at this move, Angelika. I'm trying to understand if bishop g4 is creating any problems.
Yeah, bishop g4 looks like a move bringing another piece into attack. So what happens if rook d2 is being played?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you're going to play h3.
Ah, you wanted to...
I wanted to provoke you to play h3. Yeah, I wanted to provoke you to play h3 so that I can play bishop d7, I can play g4, I can play whatever.
You wanted to trick me, I know it.
I wanted, yeah, but yeah, it's a fair point, by the way. Bishop g4 does nothing yet, so rook d2. And then this d takes on e5 might be an idea. Okay, the bar drops again.
The bar doesn't like it.
We'll see. Maybe there's also knight g4. By the way, knight g4 looks pretty logical, bringing in the game also the h-pawn. h5, h4, h3. How about this? Try to kill off the bishop. This is an idea.
Just the thing is that a couple of moves before, knight went to h6. Yeah, I believe that Vincent played a few moves before, knight was on g4, and he played knight h6. So I'm just trying to understand.
Nicely spotted there, Angelika. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Yeah, then I think it made sense for him to play knight g6, knight f4, and then play h5, h4, but you're right. Absolutely right. Now it makes no sense to go back. But what do you do?
Maybe it does. Like maybe...
I think what Mishra did, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's only 15 years old. He's the youngest participant of this tournament, one of the leaders of the triathlon, and he keeps a cool head. It's unbelievable. You know, at this age, I think that they should be very impatient, you know, charging forward. They should be going for attack. They should be, you know, showing signs of not being able to control their emotions, etc. No, Mishra is completely something else. And that's what makes him a really unique player, because I remember still very clearly this game of Shankland versus Mishra, round 2 of the Classical, where Shankland deliberately went for a position where he's maneuvering here and there. It was Mishra like he's supposed to sit and do nothing. And we were discussing it back then, is Mishra going to be able to sit and do nothing and patiently wait? And the answer was...
Yes, he could.
He knows how it's done. And then in one of the post-game interviews, he revealed that he's working on chess about 10 hours a day, which is about 10 hours more than I do at the moment, right? So it's amazing stuff. So I think there's a bright future for the young American stars. So he's rated 2604. He lost just recently a bunch of rating points in World Junior Championships, which was pretty disappointing for Mishra, but he's here to prove that it was just an accident, and he's making his waves.
Yeah, and he's making his points back. He's winning those points what he lost earlier in the World Junior Championship here at the Grandmaster Triathlon in Biel. I mean, exciting game so far, exciting performance. As being one who is the last seed of the Masters tournament, I mean, is this something you are not expecting at all?
Mishra being at the top.
Yes.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I don't know. I thought he's like a dark horse of the tournament. It's it's very difficult, especially with these young super talents. You never know how they're going to perform. They could score really well, or they could just go down miserably. Yeah, sometimes this happens. Like they don't have a lot of experience. Something happens. They crumble under the pressure, and then they collapse, etc. I've seen this happen from time to time, but Mishra is something else, absolutely. So I think that he is definitely one of the future super GMs from USA. I mark my words, like in a couple of years. So let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view, give our estimation of the other games. All of the games, of course, still continue of this final round of the classical tournament of the triathlon.
Yeah, and we see on the top left board, Liem against Haik Martirosyan. We see there has been change of the pawn structure. F3 has been played, D5. I mean, very nice pawn structure for white, but it's been challenging by Haik Martirosyan. I think the game we have to check also in a moment. Vaishali against Salem in the middle top board. We see King B1 was played, trying to maybe hide her king, but she is actually going ready for an attack on the king side with the h4 pawn. Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer, we've just seen. It's a game on the top right corner. On the bottom left, we see Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi in a crazy position where actually I see that Alexander trapped his own bishop on the h6. I mean, that's actually very interesting. But I don't see the attack ongoing there, Artus. Do you see anything in the pawns on h4 and g5 are just blocked right now, and the bishop on h6 is doing nothing?
Yeah, fair point. We're going to check there. Actually, I'm quite a bit surprised about Donchenko's choice. But first, I would like to go to the game of Igor Semenenko against Jonas Bulbiera. We haven't really checked it for a while, where for Igor, this has been a very rough tournament so far. I mean, he's been struggling. He's the youngest participant in the Challengers tournament so far, young talent from Ukraine. He had a rough start at the very beginning, so this is basically for him the first close tournament at the highest level. And either way, even if the tournament is not going well for him, I think for him being a future super player from Ukraine, I think this is going to be a very, very important experience. So this is the position we looked at a couple of moves ago, where we are wondering about some crazy ideas like take on e3 and f2. We kind of already figured it out. They don't work. And we left it about here.
Jonas also figured it out. Yes, we left after queen coming to a4. You said it was a main idea of attacking on f2.
Yeah, most importantly, Jonas figured it out, because we can sometimes not figure it out. It's much more important that players do not miss things. So rook e2, defending the pawn on f2. Knight e6, there's some pressure against the central pawns. The knight is getting to 5. Rook c2, knight f5, rook d2, knight e6. Draw?
Well, repetition offer. Rook c2.
Or maybe mind games.
Or maybe let's get closer to the 40th move.
Yeah, so here we had our first repetition of the position. Knight e6, rook c2, knight f5, rook d2, knight e6. Wait a second. I don't think that Bienne really wants a draw. I don't think so for a single second. For Igor, of course, the tournament has been rough because in the overall rankings of the challengers, he has only 4.5 points. But if you look at the current standings of the challengers, Bienne has 10.5 points. So he is exactly 9 points behind the leader, Salem Saleh. So I don't think he really can afford to make any more draws if he wants to qualify for the final stage, because the final stage, we're going to talk about it a bit later, maybe after the Blitz tournament, but you can qualify for it if you're not more than 12 points overall behind the leader. This means you can still technically catch the leader and become a victor of the tournament. So that's why here Bienne right now, he stands 9 points behind. If he makes a draw, and for example, Salem Saleh wins, so it means yet another 2.5 points more. And then maybe after the Blitz tournament, his chances to get to the final tournament, the final stage will be gone. And that's why I think that it's just testing the opponent to see what he wants to do. maybe, as you said, get closer to the next time control and then just do something else. But maybe it's actually Ihor who's going to be ambitious here.
Yeah, it's possible from both sides because there are also the bishop pair for the young Ukrainian grandmaster. We have hanging pawns, of course, in the position, but so far they're not that weak. I mean, they're being targeted by, so far everything is defended. Queen on f4 implies that there could be some attack on the king for black, but I mean, you're right, Artus. I mean, there could be some ambition, some play from the white as well.
All right. I mean, if you are playing here with white, what do we do? I think this is what Ihor is trying to figure out. I mean, he has beautiful bishops. He has the center, or the mini center, whatever. So what do? You want to open the position, no?
Yes, you want to go for something.
All right. How do you open the position? Can you play d5?
I mean, you can play d5. It's a legal move.
Yeah, so the point is after knight x on c5, I was thinking there's some rook d4.
Yeah, and you cannot save the knight, so you have to be really careful.
Kind of. I'm not sure. I mean, you still have to calculate some moves, like knight a5, intermezzo moves. What happens now?
Queen b6.
Oh, queen b6. Sure about that?
No, not possible.
Okay, I'm blundering something. Sorry about that. But there might be something else. Maybe just some queen move, and then you take on e6.
It's just calm move, yeah? Queen
difficult
b4?
to tell. Or queen b4, maybe. Yeah, queen b4 looks good, and then you take on e6. So that's why here d5 does make sense. And if black takes on d5, this feels like an achievement, because now the position opens up. And this is a passed pawn.
Yes, this looks like a passed pawn with two bishops, absolutely open position. I mean, of course, the pawn is being blocked by the knight. Anything can happen, but we'll see if Ukrainian grandmaster is going to repeat at least once or he will not.
Yeah, the time control, the viewers, is 2 hours for 40 moves, no increment. So they need to reach next moves, like they need to get the next time control, which is move 41, and then they get extra hour on the clock. Here you see there's the time control on the screen, on the right corner, and the increment comes after move 61. This is the World Championship time control, really a long one. That's what makes here the Biel Chess Festival so exciting.
Indeed, exciting, and also the scoring system, which we have here, the 4 points for a win, 1.5 points for a draw, makes the mind of the players to go and fight for the victory to gain those very important 4 points. And I think at this point, there is a classical final round of the classical stage where the players who are on the edge of qualifying for final stage have to make sure they are scoring as many points as possible.
All right, there's still a couple of games I would like to check before we go to a break. Maybe let's go to the game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan, two of the leaders from the Masters tournament. Liem, the two-time winner of the triathlon, who is also leading the tournament. Somebody on Reddit even suggested this tournament should be renamed not Biel Chess Festival to Liem Chess Festival, because he's just winning the tournament all the time. Just unbelievable. He's really so good. Something about Biel, about the format, really allows him to show you the best chess, and right now, the position we have in question is this.
Actually, about winning the Biel Chess Festival, I'm just recalling that which was the record. I believe it was Maxim Vaishali with the 4 wins at the Biel Chess Festival.
Before it was triathlon, I have to add. It was just a normal round-robin tournament, and since 2019. Biel Chess Festival, the main event is the triathlon. And of course, since this year, we have 2 triathlons instead of 1. Masters and Challenges, brand new addition. So the format keeps evolving, hopefully to a better one, and more exciting for the viewers.
Yes, for sure. And Liem is someone who is very ambitious, who has said during the opening ceremony, I'm here, I love being at Biel, I love to come here every year, and I want to keep winning the tournament, to keep on coming, to keep on being invited for this wonderful, unique, very special event that has no equal in the world.
So we missed a couple of moves since the queens were traded. This is where we left it after knight x on a4. Now black is trying to be very solid. H4, fixing these pawns on the light squares because, you never know, maybe in endgame this bishop will be hitting those pawns just in case. Knight c3, bishop e6, rook c1, rook e7, knight c5. So white is trying to advance on the queen side. All of these moves already were played. a6, yeah. So here Haik says, I know this is an ugly move, but I got to keep together my queen side so that you cannot crash through, create some targets. Knight d4. Oh, there was a pawn sacrifice apparently. Takes, bishop h3. Knight c5, bishop c8. It just feels much better for white, to be honest.
But wait, the pawns are equal.
Yes, but the knight on c5 and all those pawns with the dark squares, they just make this bishop on c8 feel not be a member of the party, really. So e4 was played. Here Limley attempted to grab the space. f5, trying to undermine white's center. Limley is organizing a passed pawn in the center. Rook d6. Yes, this was a very big threat. F takes on e4, d6. This pawn on e4 is not really worth it. This is essentially an extra piece for white. So that's why here, after d5, rook d6 blocks the pawn. And after f3, king h7, this is what we have right now on the board.
What a beautiful pawn chain we have on g2, f3, e4, d5. But it's all being challenged by the black pawns, f5, c6. It's also located on the squares of the bishop, but this is that rare case where actually this pawn chain is not allowing black's bishop to get out.
Indeed.
So what's the threat right now from black? Black wants to take somewhere. It feels like that, but I'm not so sure on e4 it's not really possible to take because there is knight e4, or it is possible. What's the threat? I mean,
I think, Angelica, if we break down to what white wants, if white plays d6, this is game over.
yes.
Immediately. I mean, if this pawn gets on d6, this is like d6, d7, this is going to cost black the bishop. If the bishop falls, the entire game falls. Now the big question is, how do you get a pawn on d6?
You have to attack the rook.
If you play e5, there's rook d5. If you try to play... How do you improve e5 threat? I mean, do you even improve it?
You
Is
have
it
to
even
protect the pawn on d5 by the knight, but it's very tough to do, yeah? Because you cannot move the knight, the pawn on e4 is hanging.
Right.
It's very difficult.
Also, black is thinking about some counterplay against this pawn as well. For example, king f2. I'm not sure against the bottom move order, like takes. There could be this idea of rook e5, hitting the pawn, and then somehow black is organizing counterplay against it. Like maybe f4, I don't know, activate the bishop, get it on f7, hit the pawn, ignore the bar, as usual. And I'm not really sure. I think that probably one of the critical pieces here will be the king, because this is what you would get in any endgame book about how to play best chess in endgames. And very often, king is not only something you need to protect, you need to activate it, you need to get closer, because king is a piece as well. So pretty sure that right now Limley is thinking, can I get the king here closer to the center? No, first key just protects the pawn on d5.
Yeah, there is also idea from black to push the g5 and g4 to even more undermine the pawn. Like, for example, if playing g5, g4 and attacking the pawn on f3, I mean, it's also possible.
Yeah, also creating your passed pawn on the king side as well. Fair point. Yes, because, for example, you play something like g5, king f2, g4, I'm not exactly sure, let's say king e3, there could be f takes, and this pawn at some point could become dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. h3 with a protected passer on the king side, and also in the meantime black is blocking the e5 pawn, so not so easy for white as well.
Let's maybe check once more the game of Alexander Donchenko against Maurizzi to give us our update on that position, and then see where the game is going to take us.
It's actually very strange what happened.
Wait, this happened?
b5? Why would you play g5?
g5, h4, knight e2.
What is the sense of f4 actually?
I slightly do not understand.
I mean, I see that evaluation bar doesn't like it, but I also don't like it myself.
Even without the bar, which
Even
is
without
like,
the bar,
you know,
yes.
I mean, we're looking at this position wondering why not f3?
Yeah, f3, h4, h5, bringing the queen. Let's go. Let's open up the king side of the black. What is Donchenko doing?
So b4, knight e2. What didn't you like it here? I'm not exactly sure. What is there not to like? I mean, the knight even goes to f4, h4, h5. Again, this queen h2 idea. Such a easy plan. I don't know. Apparently, Donchenko likes something about g5.
Yeah, but g5, you know, pawn on g4 was so nicely, restricting all the knights. Yeah, there was no knight h5, knight f5.
It's just a very concrete move. So I must assume, I mean, Donchenko, of course, he perfectly knows what he's doing, and he's a better player than I am, and they often have deeper ideas. And I'm sure that he knows that objectively this is an ugly move because you give up the h5 square, you give up the f5 square, you activate the bishop on d7. But again, it's a very concrete move, and he had something in his mind, and I can only assume it didn't really work for him what he wanted. Then he realized something or miscalculated something, and then when you look back a couple of moves ago, it's like, oh, what I'm doing here, you know. It's sometimes this happens even at the highest levels, so it's a bit weird turn of events here in the game of the German Grandmaster. But dear viewers, you know, I think we're gonna find it out in a bit, because here the games have reached the equator. The players are approaching the next time control. There might be time scramble coming up soon. It's very interesting battles. The game of Vincent Keymer against Abhimanyu Mishra, super fun stuff. Also, Liem playing against Haik Martirosyan is a critical game for the overall standings. This is the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, dear viewers. We're following the action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival here in Switzerland. Today is not only the International Chess Day, of course, there's all kinds of events happening at the same time. That there's the World Guinness record being held. This is one of the main centers here where the scores are being counted. But the main event of the festival is the Challengers and Masters Triathlon. Angelika, your impression so far, what we are seeing here today?
Yeah, we see some amazing action. The players know it's their last chance to fight for those spots for the final stage, and that's why it's so important, because the 4 points can raise them whole way up in the standings. But because tomorrow is Blitz, and you cannot know what to expect from that format.
Indeed. So this is the final round of the classical tournament, which is going to have massive importance on the overall standings. As you are seeing right now on the screen, this is the current situation before this round. None of the games have yet finished. The top two players here at the Masters tournament are Liem against and Mishra. So Liem in this particular round faces Haik Martirosyan. As you can see, Martirosyan can still catch and overtake the leader if he would win with the black color. The second place, Mishra, today faces number 4, Keymer. That's why, again, this game is very, very critical for the overall rankings, because after the Blitz tournament, the top 4 players will qualify for the grand final. And of course, the same applies for the Challengers tournament as well. Salem has a very critical clutch game against Vaishali. They're battling it out right now. Only 1 point separates these two players. Then, of course, we have Alexander Donchenko as well, and Bielle, who really needs to up his game if he wants to qualify for the top 4. Angelika, what do you think? If you would make your predictions, what we're seeing right now, how do you think those rankings are going to look after today?
I think they're going to radically change for sure. I'm sure that there is going to be some decisive result in the game of Praggnanandhaa against Shankland, which could allow one of the players to still have a chance to fight for the top 4 of the leaderboard. In the Challengers section, I would say Biel against Igor Semenenko is one of the central round where Jonas has still a chance to fight for being in the leaderboard and qualify for the final stage.
We'll see if this indeed will happen, because the games are already well underway and we are approaching slowly but carefully the second time control, which is going to happen in about 15 minutes or so. These are the positions right now. Maybe let's evaluate first what we are seeing in all the games and then select one of them to analyze them in detail. So let's start with the top left corner. Liem, the current tournament leader and also the 2-time winner of the triathlon from Vietnam, is playing against Haik Martirosyan, currently in the 3rd place overall. So he's trying to create a pass pawn in the center. Black apparently is active enough, so it's fair to assume that we can trust the evaluation bar that the game is about balance. It doesn't mean it's a draw, it's just that it's a balanced game. What we're seeing in Vaishali's game versus Salem.
Yeah, we see a lot has been changed. We see that many pieces have been exchanged for Vaishali and Salem. We also see there is a knight against the bishop. I would prefer Vaishali in this case, because knight on g5 looks very aggressive. There is still attack could be ongoing, even though the pieces are limited in the position. On the top right, in the top right corner, we see game Abhimanyu Mishra against Keymer. We see that actually the white is the one who brought the knight all the way to f5, blocking the ideas for black to push with the f5 themselves and establishing very nice space advantage on the queen side. We see that evaluation bar prefers white, and maybe that's the point that attack of Vincent.
Indeed, the game is really crazy. I think that's also one of the games we have to look on, try to understand who favors these massive complications. Also, the game on the lower left corner, we have Alexander Donchenko against Maurizzi. It's a bit strange that Donchenko allowed this knight on f6 go to h5, and now it's a bit unclear who is even having the better position there. Then we have also Pragg's game versus Shankland. It seems also there's massive changes in the position, because finally White has managed to activate his rooks, and the bar really starts to favor White's position more and more. And then, of course, Igor Semenenko is finding out his game against Jonas Biel. We're wondering if there's going to be a trap of repetition. I said it's not going to happen, and I think I was correct, because we're seeing the game continues. So, Angelika, your call. which game you want to see next.
Let's go to Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. That's an exciting match, very crazy position. We see that the black is trying to create an attack on the king side, but is it so easy? I mean, Abhimanyu is fighting really hard.
He is, and also I think it's fair to mention that the players have played exactly 23 moves, and they have each 25 minutes on the clock. So the position is a mess. It's a complicated position. There's pretty much all the pieces, yet there's none of the trades that have been happening. I just realized that none of the pawns, none of the pieces have been traded, and the players have 25 minutes each for the remaining 27 moves or so to figure it out. So
Very
this
complex.
is a three-result game.
It's a very complex position, Arthur. I mean, with a human eye, it's actually very tough to choose which side do you prefer, because on the one hand, we see Vincent who is creating some attacking opportunities against the king. On the other hand, I see the space advantage on the king side, but it would not matter if the attack of Vincent is successful. This pawn's advance on the king-queen side would not matter at all.
There was one major move I would like to go back to start to evaluate, which was here. I think it was something like after rook a2, queen g6, we left it here, rook d2, knight e6. So Vincent was just shuffling the pieces, not sure for what purpose. Apply the pressure on the d4 pawn, or he wants to play something like g4. Difficult to say, but it was this moment when the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, a feat he achieved at age 12, 4 months and 25 days, back in 2021, he played here age 4. How about that?
I mean, we have already some opening principle or general chess principle broken in this game many times by Vincent. And we see now actually that Abhimanyu is the one who is pushing the h4 pawn, which is actually opening up his position on the king side. I mean, this would be like probably the move which I would not expect at all and would not consider at all in my game if I was playing white.
I just gave it double X club moves myself just for the bravery. Because this is normally something you don't have to do. Because once again, it seems that it is black who is attacking white at the king side. Black has amassed a lot of pieces here. There's a couple of pawns. Everything is solid. Center is closed. Knight on e6. Again, I'm not really sure for what purpose. The knight on h6. So these pieces are not yet there, but pretty close also to have a say what's happening there. And it seems that it is Keymer who is attacking at the king side. So you think, right? Wrong. Because Mishra says, no, it's me. You know, and that's what makes him really a special player, because he feels he can generate targets at a king side where normally he is not supposed to play. So fascinating stuff. He wants to clarify the situation, and now here Keymer played knight g4, tried to underline the weakness of white's last move, which is giving up the g4 square.
Yeah, and actually a question if there is... okay, he answered my question. I thought that
question?
there was like h5 move to try to block everything on the king side.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could play queen e8. No, but I thought that Mishra played h4 to take on g5 in some lines like... This is really deep stuff, you know, because, again, you think that these pawns, they protect the king, right? So what he's actually thinking, if he's going to play something like d takes on e5 and maybe d takes on e5 or f takes on e5, it's not enough. So that's why here he's ready to give up one of the defenders of the king, so that when the position opens up, it opens a bit more.
In his favor, yeah.
Yeah, a bit in his favor. So let's say black plays, I don't know, bishop d7. He wants to take it. He wants to take it. Now you see this pawn on e5 loses support. I think this is the idea. So it's a very, very deep concept. One of the bravest moves by Mishra so far I've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the bravest. I would not even consider this move if I would play such position or similar position as Abhimanyu. I mean, it's just exceptional. I mean, it's no words actually about that move. And after knight f5, knight g7 has been played, trying to attack that piece and also clarify the situation. What is the knight actually doing there on f5? Do you take the knight on g7, or you have knight e7 attacking the queen?
Yeah, there's also this move, is there not?
That's actually very interesting.
Yeah, it's tricky because if you kill this light square bishop, you are essentially controlling all the light squares. So that's why knight e7 is a move that you want to consider. Let's say queen h5, you take on c8, and after rook takes on c8.
Maybe knight h2 is not working because the queen is protected. I wanted to...
I'm not sure. Is this good?
Just winning a pawn? Just easy.
Yeah, but do you want to win the pawn?
Simple pawn. Do you want to open the g-file, yes?
Yeah, do you want to win the pawn? I mean,
That's a big
somebody maybe
question.
is going to scream, yes, I do, but I don't know if Winston wants to win the pawn because it does open his king. There's all kinds of rook f3 and queen h2 ideas and queen g5 ideas, so this is something you have to calculate. So knight e7 is not so clear. And knight g7, I think it simply favors Vincent because this knight on e5 is much stronger than the knight on e6, so I don't think Mishra is going to do it. So most likely, again, this is a very concrete position. So you're looking for some forcing moves. So this is what we are normally taught, who have received classical chess education, that you are trying to get some forcing moves, captures, checks, threats. Yeah. So can I capture something? Can I capture something to clarify? Because I think we discussed this yesterday. When you have the clearly better position, then you try to clarify. When you have the clearly inferior position, which we suspect maybe Keymer has, then you try to complicate the game as much as you can. Can I take on g5?
I mean, you can take on g5, and then you have this very nice knight h4 idea. So what happens after knight takes f5? Is it possible?
Yeah, totally. Knight f5, e takes f5, bishop
takes,
f5,
knight h4, yes.
knight h4, indeed.
Huge move, and you're losing a piece. There is no way to stop
I mean,
it.
okay, maybe you can sacrifice it and try to deliver a mate. And yet somehow there's no mate.
To try, that's the most important.
Well,
I was just looking at some ideas of playing knight e5, sacrificing a knight.
knight e5.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, knight g5 I was looking at, and also knight e5. So my idea is after knight e5, of course, we can take with a pawn.
That's a great move. That is a really great move. I like it. So f takes is queen g4, and this is exactly the clarification I told you. Yeah, you're looking for some way to clarify. Wow, knight e5 is a great move. And after knight e5, for example, d takes doesn't really change much. So there's no
Not
attack.
much. And after, let's say, knight takes, and we are trading again the knights.
The position opens up, and black is suffering because of badly developed pieces. Yes, Angelica, you're absolutely correct. Knight e5 is a huge move, nicely spotted right there. Yeah, so I'm not sure if Mishra is going to notice it. Maybe he is, because there's so many contradictions. There's knight e7, there's knight g7, captures, checks, threats. There's h takes on g5, there's knight g5. Knight e5 is a very unusual move, but it allows white to clarify the position. And for example, once again, knight e5, let's say black cares about this knight for some reason, d takes on e5, bishop e3, let's say, I don't really know, rook e3, d takes on e5.
There is even knight e7, or
Even-
this, yeah, or no.
Even with the naked eye, you can see something is wrong with black. There's no more attack, and the king is exposed, and black is completely underdeveloped at the king side, at the queen side.
Yeah, looks like a huge challenge for the German grandmaster, even though he was one who is tried to attack at the beginning. This is
And
not
he
the
reaches. No, 97. He missed it.
Oy. Okay, let's. Can we see in the engine if it was better option or?
I can now switch on the engine officially to check if Angelica was correct. 95 is strictly the only move to get a very large advantage for Mishra. He just missed it.
Okay, that happens, but 97 is also very logical. You're also clarifying. You're also getting this. You're getting the bishop, which is also very annoying.
I think for Keymer, it's like, whew,
Yeah.
whew. Because usually somebody sees this move. So it should be a very big relief for him that the worst is over. So queen h5 is played very quickly. No time to celebrate. You have to concentrate. For Mishra, the position still is pretty nice because he kills the slot square bishop, but it could have been simply so much more.
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe it's a time for us to go and check what is happening on the other boards. Let's maybe pull up the bird's eye view to see what we have missed, what is the action happening on the other boards. And look at that, Praggnanandhaa against Sam Shankland. What has happened on the board?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
2 bishops.
Oh, wow. That's the lower middle board. You're seeing 2 bishops versus 2 exchanges, couple of pawns, pass pawn for white. Let's immediately go there, have it full screen so that we can understand what's happening even there. There you go.
And the bishop d4 is currently is a double attack, or a fork, if you can say so, attacking the rook on e3, attacking the rook on a7. Of course, you have a check, rook a8.
Can somebody tell Pragg you can analyze your position by looking at the board? You don't have to look at the demonstration table. There you go. There you go. Thank you. So, okay, jokes aside, I think he was just checking what is happening on those big demonstration board. There's a couple of other games, or he was trying to calculate or visualize. But it's pretty amazing, you know, because some players, they perceive the position a bit better by looking at the digital.
Yes.
At the digital board. So right now he's back, looking at what we have here. I'm not even sure I want to go back, maybe just a couple of moves. How did we get here? There were, quite a bit of action. Yeah, we left it here. Bishop c2, rook e3, a6, c5, rook b4, rook a6, bishop b4. Let's ignore the engine for the moment. Check here. f5, c6, check here. Check here. So Pragg was repeating the position a couple of times, I think, to get close to the next time control. That's when he said,
no repetition. No. And he went for knight g5, attacking the bishop on e4. How do you keep the bishops in the position? Oh, you have to take the knight.
Yeah, so you sacrifice the exchange. That's how you get there.
Another exchange. One exchange was sacrificed a long time ago in the game. Now the second exchange has been sacrificed. We see in the position 2 bishops against 2 rooks. This is absolutely incredible.
Okay. Let's round up what we know about this position. 2 rooks, materially wise, it's 10. So 10 versus 2 bishops, it's 6. White has 4-digit advantage. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So technically, white has a small material advantage and also a pass pawn, which most likely results in the engine evaluating this position in favor for white. But is it?
But there are 2 bishops and there are pawns, d6 and c6. I mean, the c6 pawn is actually very much ready to go forward. c5, c4, c3, going to all the way to promoting. I mean, how do you stop it? And at some moment, maybe you have to sacrifice a rook for this pawn.
I mean, he could do it even right now. For example, after...
Yeah, king f7 maybe, you are right. Yeah, king f7 looks...
I mean, this is a move. I'm not sure why I want to do this, just to clarify the position. And then push for the a-pawn. I'm blundering something.
You cannot stop the pawn. You cannot stop the pawn. There is no f2 square for the king. Oh my god.
Okay. So I'm going to go here. And now the idea is to push the a-pawn, which, by the way, engine even fully supports. But I'm not sure why would I want to give up the exchange just like that here. For example, after king f7, I just play rook b3. And I'm threatening some checks and collect the pawn and also push the a-pawn forward. So c5 could be played, hitting the rook, defending against rook b7. There could be a check.
A check.
Here.
Rook c7 maybe, stopping. But okay, rook c7 doesn't really stop the pawn push. Yeah, they have always bishop d5. Do you want to take the pawn on h7? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this is very complex, very unusual position. Let's say you take it. Is this pawn even mattering? I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe there was also this idea that after the check, king g7 could be not very accurate, because maybe here this is a bit better for white because this king is too far to stop the pawn. I mean, yeah, that's essentially the idea we already discussed. So king f7 or king g7, most likely this makes a bit more sense. Here, 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 your question was, Angelica, do you take the pawn on h7?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the pawns on c5 and f5 are very dangerous. I don't know if white can stop them if they're getting the material. Can you stop those pawns? Or if yes, how do you stop the pawns?
Oh, I blundered something. Okay,
Ooh.
okay, let's not blunder. Double attack on the rooks. Maybe rook b8 something. c4. No, actually, I think that Pragg is going to sacrifice the exchange for some clarity. So no matter what happens, for example, after king f7 or maybe king e7 actually.
But king e7, then the bishop is pinned. Maybe it's maybe there could be some ideas.
I understand nothing. I just realized.
c5, c4.
Yeah, it's very difficult to evaluate from afar because, this a pawn is rolling forward very quickly. The white king is sort of very close to stop these pawns, and now Engine says black is better. Very complex game, By the way, but I think it's also fair to mention that the players have officially reached the next time control, and Shankland has 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I think it's a very important factor. It's a very important aspect here, the time. Because if in this position you don't have time, you can easily do a mistake.
What did the players say? Now I try to remember. I think Sam was one of them. Yeah, we had this rest day just after the rapid tournament. It was Sam, Vincent, Pragg was not there, I think. We were discussing about the long time control, and the argument was, these long time controls, they will really allow us to use the time properly and, calculate all of these complex positions and then make the right choices. And then I'm looking at Sam's position, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock.
Yes, he has a lot of time for sure, and there are 3 moves for the king, and he has to make sure that this is, he's finding the best way to go for with the king. Maybe we should go to the bird's eye view and check all the rest games, because the other players have not reached yet the 40th move in the position, and we are having many exciting matchups here. So, for example, on the top left, we have Liem there, the position against Haik Martirosyan. We see that there has been f4 played. We see both players are trying to create the passers. e3 has been played for black. Looks like an even position, but is it so clear? The knight on c5 looks very much dominating there.
Yeah, today we have a lot of tense games, Angelica. Yeah, this game of Liem could easily go either way. I think we could go back to that game and evaluate because it has a very big importance for the overall rankings. This is the leader playing against the 3rd place right now. If Haik wins this, he overtakes the Vietnamese player in overall rankings. Is he going to overtake him?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Now look at this. This pawn on e3, something changed. Because the pace was that white was with this passed pawn in the center. And now, look at this, couple of moves later. g5, b4. Here the Vietnamese player decided the d pawn is going nowhere. He needs to change the plan. So what he did, he took on c6. He played rook d5. He took on g5 and played a4.
So he's trying to create some kind of passer on the king side as well, but e3, isn't it too dangerous? What do you think? E3 is looking very close, getting to the first rank.
So I assume e2 is not going to work. There's a check.
Oh, and...
In the worst case, you can just take it.
And then you can play rook e5.
No, king f2.
Okay.
Just stop the pawn.
Just block the pawn, yes.
Yeah, there's no rook e6. Maybe there's some defense. Okay, Engine says there's a defense like rook f6, but it's very easy to discard this. You see all kinds of knight e4 checks also as well. But probably takes. Maybe you're right, Angelica. Maybe it's actually rook e5. Although, wait, just a second. Let's not assume.
Let's be concrete.
Yeah, as Levon Aroni, one of the greatest players currently worldwide. He has this very nice Twitter slogan, "The assumption is the mother of all misunderstandings," or whatever he had written on his Twitter page. You can check it out. So don't assume, check. So E2 is a very forcing move, and Haik has only 8 minutes. He wants to clarify situation. So what was it? Check? Otherwise, this pawn is just promoting, right?
Yes, you have to do a check. You have to give a check.
Check here. Knight e4 check, is it? Knight e4 check is nothing, I think. Just go here. And now this pawn becomes strong.
King f2.
You always play some, let's not blunder some forks on d6, but maybe rook c2 even. I'm blundering against something. Yeah, so this is one thing you want to calculate, is knight e4 check. The other move you want to calculate takes, for example, king f2. But again, I see rook f6.
Rook f6 attacking the f4.
And knight e3.
You're protecting everything. Rook e6, maybe.
Knight e5.
Simply knight e5.
I'm just winning the pawn. No, I think this is very dangerous for him. So rook f7 is easy to discard, but he is looking for this clarity. And rook f8, by the way, is a threat anyway.
Yeah, it looks like white's pieces are super active. Like two rooks are working so well together. There is a knight on c5 controlling all positions. Bishop on c8 is suffering right now because it's being targeted by the rook. You cannot remove your rook from the c6. What are you supposed to do here as Armenian #1? I mean, it's tough to find the move.
I'm not really sure what he's supposed to do, Angelika, but you gotta appreciate what Liem is doing here. I mean, this entire sequence. Look at this, how powerful it is. Strengthen the knight, take on c6, change the structure, hit a pawn on g5, not be afraid that the e pawn is going to roll forward, and understand that the king on f6 might be actually in trouble, and after e3, see from afar that you can ignore it, you can go rook d8, and in all of those lines, you're stopping the pawn because there's rook f8. I mean,
it's so tough to see everything. Super deep, so many lines, and yet we see that Vietnamese Grandmaster is having 21 minutes on the clock. He has not spent that much of a time, while Haik Martirosyan is the one who is heading to the time trouble. I mean, he has right now under 6 minutes, while we have the move number 37. So still 3 moves have to be made. The position is very complex.
For Haik, it's 4. He's playing with black.
Very complex position.
Yeah, but basically just one decision. So after e2, it's a forcing line, and I think he really wants e2 to work. So it's very difficult. You sit at this position, you calculate all of these lines, forcing lines. So you're looking at e2, you try to make it work, you burn all of your time, and then you realize it's not working. And you haven't even looked at anything else. And then it's very easy, just to play the first thing that comes into your mind. Probably everybody who is watching can relate to this. Yeah, so it's a common thing. E2 is on the board.
E2 is on the board. I mean, it's such an easy move to play, an easy move, of course, to miss. So we were discussing rook f8. It's the only move, right? Rook f8 being played instantly. Rook f7 is being followed. Are we seeing the trade of the rooks?
I'm not sure. Either knight e4 check or rook f7 and then king f2. I think this makes perfect sense. But again, a good idea usually from the stronger side or any side. Whenever you're calculating something and it happens on the board, you still want to double check if your calculations were correct. And even though Liem already made up his mind that most likely he's going to take on f7, then he's going to play, so let me just show you, that most likely he already has decided what he's going to do. A common approach is you always double check what you just calculated, because maybe now with this current position, couple of moves already played, you suddenly start to feel a bit different about the position.
And maybe while Vietnamese Grandmaster Liem is considering his move, we could jump to the other game with the time trouble. It's Alexander Donchenko against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Alexander is down 3 minutes on the clock, but how many moves does he have to make?
2 moves.
Okay, not so much. But the time advantage is quite huge for Marc-Andrea Maurizzi.
Yeah, so Marc-Andrea in general plays very quickly here in Biel. And I thought that was a really weird game, to be honest, because at the beginning, Donchenko played some fascinating chess about here. We were discussing f3, queen h2, h4, h5 was looking really promising. Donchenko came up with a different idea. He played g5, he played h4. Then he started to push the f-pawn. Now you see there was a huge change in the relation bars. Something apparently was wrong with his position. Also, black's pieces now feel more lively. So a couple of moves were played. Bishop f8, f5, bishop g7, bishop f5. And about here, the Germans started to take over the game. Rook c5, queen e5, knight g7, collected the pawn. And yeah, that's how they got here. So this is move 38. And now Donchenko is trying to figure out how to win the game. He has an extra pawn. Pawn on b4 is weak. And also there's some targets at the king's head as well.
Okay, the easy move I see right now is playing king c1, and after rook e1 playing king d2. That's the first idea what comes to my mind, because after king b3 there is knight d4 check.
King b3, knight d4. Maybe there's king c4. No, that's not sure. Just ignore the pawn.
Oh, just ignoring.
Or maybe what if I can even take it? Why not take it? Oh, I'm blundering.
There is a fork. Knight c6.
I thought I'm smart. You know, I thought I'm allowing you to take it so that I can play king c3.
Ah, all right.
But yeah, I just blundered the basic fork. Okay, so I suppose king b3 is the move here, and king c4. So Donchenko has to make up his mind. He plays king b3, and he has only one move to make. So they're going to approach the next time controlled, probably with no serious issues. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and select another game we can follow, not to miss any action.
Yes, it has been a long time since we checked the game of Vaishali against Salem. This is the game on the top middle board, and I see that Vaishali is down 6 minutes in that position, while Salem has 16 minutes. We see evaluation bar prefers white, so maybe let's jump into the game and see how many moves does Vaishali has to make with this time.
A lot.
A lot? How many?
15.
Oops.
15 moves for 6 minutes, but the position is still pretty simple. Yesterday, Vaishali was in the fiercest time scramble so far, because at some point she had to make something like 5 moves for 42 seconds or so. Again, there's no increment there, viewers, because the increment is only started with move 61. You can see the time control on the screen. And here she has an extra pawn. So f4, oh sorry, rook e5, not f4. This is a great move, a small tactic, because after takes, and queen e5, in some lines you have the check on d8. You hit the king, and after king h7, I don't think it's queen d4, because then black collects the pawn on c5. I think Angelica, it's actually move b4.
Yeah, of course, you first protect the pawn on c5, and then you want to just collect the pawn on d4, because there is no way to protect it. Looks actually super nice for white. Yeah,
so all of this is really interesting. Look at this. I mean, they got to this position right after the opening. This was exchange French. They positioned the kings on the opposite sides of the board so that there's potential attack. But it's very interesting. The attack never started. So here it was the Emirati grandmaster who tried to stop the attack ever from taking off. So he killed the bishop. He played rook c8, initiated some counterattack. It never happened. He played knight e4, and now suddenly the game became very positional. You know, after knight c3, queen c3, suddenly black is a bit worse, probably holdable. Queen f6, rook e2, c5. Here, black tried to organize counterplay, and by the way, but it seems completely equal here. I'm a bit puzzled. How did I get there? f4, rook c6, rook e3 here.
A lot of missed opportunities for some reason.
Oh, he just blundered. Oh my goodness. So, okay, now I understand, because I think it was Saleh who was feeling a bit ambitious. I mean, there's no need to do this. Here, this position is just about level. Okay, maybe white is slightly better because of the pawn structure. 2 pawn islands versus 3. No, actually 2 pawns versus 2, technically, at the moment.
Yes.
But even c takes on d4, queen d4, how worse can it be really here? Slightly better for white, not much. But he just blundered. He played e5. He wanted to go for an attack or something. f4, rook c6. And he missed here.
Maybe c4 he should have played, or taking on d4.
Let me check what he missed here.
One move back.
Rook e5 he missed.
No, one move back.
Where?
Salem missed instead of rook c6.
Yeah, of course, he should have closed the position. But here he missed this entire sequence.
It's Vaishali, yes.
Yes, Vaishali and then Salem select and then Vaishali again. So they missed the sequence. D takes on c5. The d4 is impossible because of queen a5. Huge blunder. Rook takes on e3 is queen d8. The rook on d8 is under attack, and after rook d5, rook e5. This is the current situation because Select knows that he just misplayed the position. He knows it.
But then why rook e3 was a miss, actually?
Because there was something better, I suppose.
Immediately taking?
I mean, this is a missed opportunity.
Yes, missed opportunity, but which one?
I think rook e5. You threaten to take the pawn on c5. There's no c takes on d4.
Good idea.
Yeah, and then you just want to double all the heavy pieces or triple the heavy pieces at the file, apply some pressure, play a5, hit the pawn on e6. The rook on e8 is not defended. So, yeah, rook e3 probably is the same idea. And now rook e to c8 was necessary, where the position would have been pretty equal. And that's where rook d8 was played with a different idea, and he just miscalculated. Yeah, this is a big blunder.
Huge blunder, and now rook e5, such a strong move. Salem is holding his head with both of his hands. He understands what is currently happening. It's something what he has not expected. I mean, what do you do here? I mean, how can you escape this position? You
try to minimize the damage.
Can you take the pawn on c5 somehow?
Maybe take on e5 and activate the queen. Somehow.
Queen f3?
Something, yeah. But there's an easy move, rook d3.
Yeah,
No?
queen f...
No.
Queen h1 check, maybe, yeah.
Oh, we just collect the pawn, what I'm doing.
Yeah, just take the pawn and looks like... So what has been played in the game?
So, yeah, he decided to take it. Check, check, queen e5, queen d8, king h7. This is a very easy move for Vaishali. I mean, b4 again is incoming. Quite a bit uncharacteristic for the Emirati player because he's usually very sharp in these positions. He's very precise. So he was here yesterday after his nice game that he played against Igor Semenenkov. He won in a rook endgame, but he showed a lot of brilliant ideas. He has a very creative mind, so very nicely imagines positions in his mind. And by the way, he played this absolutely stunning blindfold blitz match during the rest day versus Haik Martirosyan. They had no actual board in front of them. They're just calling out moves to each other and then pressing the clock on the phone. And played some very impressive games, even involving queen sacrifice and everything. So it means that he has a very good visualization of the position, yet he somehow very simply blundered the pawn.
Yeah, there could be sometimes some hallucination or miss up of the lines. This is chess. This is what is happening on the boards right now, and it's Vaishali's move right now. She's under 5 minutes on the clock. We see it's move number 28. She has to make 12 more moves to reach the next time control. Is she going to do it? How easy this position is to play, Artur?
Very easy. Super easy.
B4, take on d4, and
Yeah.
let's go.
I mean, there's not even a lot more to consider. The pawn on c5 is very important. The weakened king doesn't matter at all. So b4, okay, maybe there's something like queen g3. Queen d4 is a very easy move. So what we have material balance on the board, but the pace feels completely different. These pawns are not going anywhere yet. The king is feeling much weaker. Black cannot take on a3. There's queen e4 check. The rook on c6 is lost. So there's that.
The b4 is on the board. Vaishali finds this move and protects the pawn on c5. Yeah, Salem is going for the g3 pawn. Vaishali recaptures on d4, as Artur was showing in the line. Now, huge threat from white. Yeah, queen e4 is a big threat. How do you stop it?
Yeah, maybe something like queen f3, but white is just dominating the position. For example, after queen f3, you can just play something like rook d3. Defend the pawn, hit the queen, you give a check. Play king b2. A lot of easy moves for white, no risk whatsoever. And at the same time, this rook on c6 is really bad, and I think that here Salem would love to activate the rook, but I think it's going to cost him some pawns, like rook c7. This rook is really bad on c6. I don't know, queen e5, queen d6, maybe queen e5. So he would try to maybe sack the pawn on e6 so that there's some ideas, but the queen should be in front of the rook. And even then it's not maybe enough because his own king is weak against all kinds of checks on e4 at the right moment.
Yeah, and we see on the board there has been some move played, and queen e4 check, queen protects on the g6, the pawn on e5 is going away.
This is a very important game for the overall rankings because, again, Salem Saleh is leading the Challengers tournament with 9.5 points, but guess what? Who is in the second place? His opponent, Vaishali, who is only 1 point behind. Every victory in the classical tournament is awarded by 4 points. So if Vaishali wins this, she will essentially become a leader by a pretty huge margin in the Challengers tournament. I mean, who would have thought, even at the very beginning, that Vaishali could score 4.5 points out of 5? I mean, it's unbelievable. 4.5 points out of 5, being one of the lower seeded players in the Challengers versus players like Jonas Bjerre, like Salem Saleh, like Alexander Donchenko, like one of the youngest talents. Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, World Junior Champion. There's no better competition, and yet she's breezing through.
What an incredible performance by Vaishali in this tournament, winning her first 3 games. And yesterday she had a very nice game against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi with so many interesting ideas, sacrifices of the exchange. Today she can have a chance to win the game and score 4.5 out of 5 points.
This is move 33, so this means that both players have to make about 7 or 8 moves each. For black, it's 8 moves, so Vaishali has 3 minutes. And it's very important to add there is no increment until move 60. So right now, I think Salem's only chance is try to somehow complicate the game in the time scramble, make things for white as difficult as possible. And by the way, we just saw on the screen, he gave up the e-pawn willingly so that he can activate rook. So Vaishali is effectively up an extra pawn, a strong protected pass pawn, and her king is also much safer.
But I'm just recalling the game from yesterday. Vaishali was also in the huge time trouble, but with a calm, absolutely calm body language, she executed the final moves to get into the 41st move. So I expect something like this from her as well in this game. She's a very experienced player. She knows how to deal with the time trouble. Of course, this is still 3 minutes and 18 seconds for the 7 moves. It's not so easy to execute.
While we are following this game full screen, I'll just give you a quick update what is happening in other games as well, so you're not missing any action. Liem against Haik Martirosyan. The game is balanced for the moment, and the players have safely reached the next time control. So I suppose that's the game we are going to check after the time control will be reached by all players. Also, I see Mishra versus Vincent Keymer is also heating up. This is a very, very exciting game. There's a lot of moves made, but the players are still not there yet. I believe they're missing something like, not sure, 7 or 8 moves to reach the next time control. 7 minutes for Mishra, 4 versus Keymer. I would also like to follow that game as well. Then we have Donchenko versus Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, where Donchenko is technically winning. They have reached the next time control. So again, we're going to check that after all the players reach the next time control. Also, Praggnanandhaa against Shankland. They have got extra 1 hour on the clock. And in the meantime, Igor Simonenkov is in a severe time scramble against Jonas Bjerre, and he's suffering. His position is deteriorating. And for the Danish player, this is an excellent chance to take over the game and score very important 4 points.
And meanwhile, Vaishali played rook d3, as Artur was saying, very easy move to play, just to stabilize the position, protect the pawn on a3, and just to keep the position the way it is. There is no way for black to go and create a passer on the king side. There is a strong protected passer on the c5 for Vaishali. I mean, this looks like a huge chance for Vaishali to score 1 more point. I mean, 1 more win, because with the win she's scoring actually 4 points.
Right, so it seems that here it's very difficult for the Emirati player to try to complicate the game. So I suggest we do switch the game because this is, of course, a very huge fight of the leaders. But there's one very unpredictable game that has massive implications in the overall rankings. That is the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. And I would propose, Angelika, we go to that game and try to estimate what is happening there. This is move 31. The position is very sharp, but players only have 7 minutes for white and 3 minutes for black.
Yeah, absolutely sharp position. We see that there is actually no more the advantage of the space on the queen side for white. It looks like around even, but what is knight doing on h5? It's going all the way to f4.
The knight is cutting to f4, and one thing, Angelika, I've learned in my professional career, and also this is essentially what Vincent said yesterday in the post-game interview after his spectacular victory over Praggnanandhaa, always try to be the attacking side. No matter what, in the timed scramble, you want to be the one who is generating threats, because your opponent, even though maybe he's objectively better, he does not know if your threats are real or they're illusory. And that's why here knight h5 is a very nice move, threading some knight f4, but Mishra remains cool, plays king h2, makes sure there's no mate on the board.
Now, there is no mate on the board, but there's opportunity always for black to try and trade the g-pawn on h4 and maybe open up the file for the rook to create something. The bishop on a7 is actually closed. There is not much happening from there. Actually, how do you activate the bishop from a7? It looks like out of the play for now.
Maybe let's go better full screen so that we have a better view on both players. We are not going to analyze the games, but we are going to simply follow the live board. So here g takes at h4 makes perfect sense because Keymer is opening up the position. He wants to get to the king. After knight takes on h4, is he happy to trade queens? Maybe he is, because after knight takes on h4, there's a queen trade. There might be counterattack against the pawn on d4. I think we're going to find out. No more attack, but there's going to be some counterplay against white's pawns. Queen d1, by the way, marks as a mistake by engine.
Interesting. Why exactly? So probably black shouldn't have traded the queens. Of course, as an attacking side, Vincent maybe should have kept the queens on the board. But how exactly do you do it? You play something like queen g5, or what could have been a move?
I don't like this, Angelika, because I think that Vincent from afar might have missed bishop e2 move. I suspect this is the case. Now, the point is, after c takes on d4, rook b4, this is what he wants, organizing some counterplay. But white always can retreat with the bishop, hitting the knight here on h5. It is really a clumsy knight. What does it do there on h5? There you go, rook b4 is played on the board. Bishop e2 is a very easy move. The pawn on a4 maybe can even be sacrificed. White's game is simply much easier, and the bar, of course, agrees. Now you can see the body language of Vincent. He's just realized, what I'm doing here.
Yeah, and let's remind to you, dear viewers, there is no increment right now, so players having 5 and 2 minutes on the clock for the next 5 move without any additional 30 seconds. The 30 seconds is being added from the move 61, but after move 40, they are going to get 1 extra hour, so they have to survive these 5 next moves.
5 more moves to make indeed. Bishop e2 I think is going to be a very easy move for white, so Mishra is in a much better position right now. No, he plays bishop e6, plays for the domination, which marks engine as a mistake. Yeah, it's a bit weird move. Why not play bishop e2 and gain a tempi? Vincent seems to be slightly surprised by the move. He probably expected bishop e2. That's why he's now going to use this extra tempi to play knight g7, then most likely collect a pawn on a4.
And knight g7 attacking the bishop. Where do you remember it? Maybe his idea was to put the bishop somewhere on d7, targeting the pawn on the c6, so that it's going to be taken with the tempo after rook a4.
That's why he didn't want to do this. He didn't want to put the bishop on e2 because he felt then the bishop on e2 cannot target the pawn on c6. Yeah, there you go. Bishop d7 is played. Engines say this is not the accurate play. Still human beings.
If in case rook takes the pawn on a4, the bishop recaptures on the c6 the pawn with a tempo.
It's still a very nice position for white. I really like this choice, although maybe objectively bishop e2 was better because I think black might be suffering because of the silly knight on g7, bishop c6, d5, f4. There's a lot of easy moves for white to make, and that's why Keymer is not rushing by grabbing the pawn, but it's the clock. 1 minute and 20 seconds only left, and he plays c5.
Wow, he's removing the pawn which was attacked by the bishop all the way to c5. He's trying to create a passer. What to play here for white? Because a huge threat of taking on d4 is also there. If you play d5, then the pawn is going to be protected. What a move.
Yeah, d5 makes perfect sense. You try to gain space. You try to limit the knight on g7. I think that definitely Mishra is not going to take the pawn on c5 unless there's something really real, because this would allow black to activate the bishop. C takes on d4 is a big threat, so d5 makes it easy move. But then again, black organizes this passed pawn, right? So you're a bit afraid to make very big committal decisions in the time scramble. And mainly Mishra is thinking, I'm better here. I know that. How do I transpose this very large advantage to the next time control? And then with 1 hour on the clock, I can figure it out.
Artur, 3 more moves have to be played by Vincent Keymer, and he has 1 minute and 23 seconds. And we know how tough it is to play under such huge time pressure in very complex positions.
In the meantime, we have an update on one of the games which is officially over. Jonas Biel in the challenger section has scored a very important victory over Ihor Semenenkov. For Semenenkov, of course, this is very disappointing result so far. He could not stop the bleeding after a couple of painful losses in the previous rounds. But now let's go back and focus on this game. So Mishra is still not making the move. He cannot make the decision, is d5 the move you want to make, or play something more solid and try to postpone the big decisions for the next time control. Very big moment.
The problem from d5 is also that pawn on e4 is hanging. I mean, how do you...
Oh my goodness, I'm blind. Yeah. Thank you, Angelika, for being here.
Yes, and thank you for being here, because
my goodness, I'm not seeing things. Okay, the pawn on e4 is under attack. All right, I got it. I thought d5 is a very easy move. Now you're just proving me wrong, unless it's a pawn sacrifice.
So what about taking on c5? I mean,
maybe knight f3.
Just protecting the pawn. Okay, that looks like a logical move. Just protecting a pawn by the knight.
Abhimanyu is approaching the 2-minute threshold. Not a lot of time. So he takes it.
He takes a pawn, bishop recaptures, and suddenly the bishop, which was standing on a7, the whole game is coming into play right now, targeting the pawn on f2, protecting the pawn on d6. His position of Vincent is improving.
So white is still slightly better because, again, of the better pawn structure and the knight on g7, which is feeling a bit weird, but it feels not already enough. So 2 moves to make for both players. Both players are below. In 2 minutes on the clock, you can see Mishra checks the score sheet. He's not sure. It's only 2 moves. You always can check the digital board, which very often is used by the players, how many moves they are, because those numbers never lie.
And we see that he's reaching for f3, protecting the pawn on the e4.
I can't believe I almost blundered the same pawn twice. It's just unbelievable. All right, f3 is a great move. I think the idea for Mishra is to play knight g2, knight f4, knight e5, activate the knight. What is Vincent going to do with the knight on g7? This is not so easy.
How do you maneuver it? King g8, trying to improve the king, coming all the way to e7. I mean, it's still not clear, even though the black has those 4 pawn islands, on a5, d6, f6, h7, while white has 2 pawn islands. It's still not so easy, I would say. There are no open files right now for the white rooks to enter.
Yeah, so I think the players are safely going to reach the next time control. In the meantime, I'm seeing the position that we have in Vaishali's game against Salem. Vaishali is completely winning, and she's approaching the next time control. So knight g2 here, Mishra has officially reached the next time control. f5 gives Vincent Keymer a very good position, but he has 50 seconds on the clock to figure it out. The position feels pretty safe.
Let's see if he finds a move and jump instantly to the game of Vaishali, because they're also
40
under huge
seconds,
pressure.
I think. Yeah, so Vaishali is having 50 seconds. Which move is it?
It's move number 38, 2 more moves to make.
Let's maybe go straight.
Let's jump straight.
Let's go to that game. Let's go to that game because Vincent Keymer is not going to lose on time. Let's follow the game of Vaishali against Salem. This is a hugely important game to determine who is going to be leading the tournament after the final 5th round of the classical tournament. Here you see Vaishali has to make yet another move. 30 seconds on the clock, 2 moves to make.
In 20 seconds for Salem in that position with 2 moves to make. And by the way, an update of the board, Vincent Keymer actually went for the f5, which is a great move for
18
him.
seconds. Queen d1 is a big threat. How do you deal with this? 14 seconds. She needs to make a move. She's not sure where's the move. Where's the move? 10 seconds. She plays very quickly. Queen g3. Exclam move. This says it's the only move. 12 seconds for Salem select. The rook on e1 is hit. How do you play? Is it queen d1? 9 seconds. Salem select needs to make 2 moves. 6 seconds for the final move. One more move for Vaishali. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. She made it. There you go. The players have reached officially the next time control. But queen g1. Oh, and there was a massive mistake by Vaishali at the last move here after rook h1. She made a move, queen d3. With the last seconds, couple of seconds on the clock, she missed queen g3 and the bar immediately dropped. And now, at least according to the engine, this position is level. How do you deal with this?
There is a huge checkmate threat of queen b1 or queen a1, rook b1. This is really crazy.
Wow. Wow, what a game. So it seems there was a massive mistake by Vaishali in the final seconds. You can't really blame her because the position was still pretty complicated. You know, dear viewers, we're going to have to check it out after the break because we need to calm down a bit, dear viewers. I hope you're also at the edge of your seats. So this is the 57th International Billiard Chess Festival. You're going to see more action right after the break. And we are back live from more action from Biel Chess Festival here in Switzerland. Today not only is the International Chess Day, but also one of the most exciting rounds of the triathlon, the main event of the Biel Festival. I'm Arturs, this is Angelica, and of course we are your hosts as usual for the festival. And before the break you just saw this absolute madness what was going on in the game of Salem against Vaishali. I think, Angelica, my heart rate was at least 150 or so because it was very, very tough to follow. The players playing those insane final seconds at a very sharp position with no increment on the clock.
It was absolutely a heartbreaking position there. Move number 40 was a fatal mistake by Vaishali, which brought it to the draw.
So here we see the current results. 2 games already have been over in the Challengers. Actually, the entire Challengers section is officially finished, at least the classical tournament, because Donchenko was victorious over Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. We were following this game. By the way, I see Alexander walking there. Maybe he's going to join us for a short interview. Yeah, he says he wouldn't mind it. I think we would be very happy to have him here. And then we also have another result, Jonas Bjerre, who outplayed Ihor Samanenko. I also saw him walking. I'm not sure where he disappeared. Would love to hear him as well. And also, of course, the thrilling game, Vaishali against Salem. You just saw this crazy time scramble before the break, and there was this perpetual check that maybe we are going to show at some point later. This game is officially over, and Salem still leads the tournament. In the meantime, all the Masters games are still ongoing, and here are the current updated rankings, and Salem is still ahead of Vaishali.
Yeah, and we see also Alexander Donchenko with 18 points is closing the trio. Jonas Bjerre is also not so far with 14.5 points, and in that way we see that the players are approaching the blitz portion of the Biel Chess Festival. We see in the Masters the standings are still the same because all the games are still ongoing there. We see that Liem with 16 points. After him is Abhimanyu Mishra with 15 points, Haik Martirosyan with 13 points, and Vincent Keymer with 12 points. Everyone is actually pretty close in the Masters tournament, so we are going to see some change of the standings after this round. But of course, in the challenger section, the Salem with 21 points is leading the field. Vaishali with 20 points right behind of him, and Alexander Donchenko with 18 points. Tomorrow is going to be the blitz portion of the Grandmaster triathlon, so I'm really excited for it. And here we see the remaining games. Liem against Haik Martirosyan. We still see that crazy endgame of rook and knight, and rook versus rook and the bishop with that crazy pawn on the e2, which probably soon will be captured. On the top right corner, Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer. There is still some action ongoing, and Praggnanandhaa against Shankland. We see that also around equal position, but we see that there are 2 bishops and the rooks, and I would like just 1 moment. So we are having the guest in the studio just in a moment. And we can be back in the studio with our special guest from the Challengers tournament. I'm happy to be joined by Alexander Donchenko, who has just won his game. Congratulations, Alexander.
Thank you. I think it was maybe not the cleanest game, but I'm happy that I got it done. And it was probably not as exciting as some of the other games we had this round, but still happy about it.
Yeah, how do you feel yourself now that the classical part is over? Of course, you started with a victory, then you had some step backs in the middle of the tournament, but what are you feeling right now being third in the standings?
I think for the positions that I had in the classical games, I can be very happy with my 3 points because the game against Vaishali, I should have, honestly, if you could lose more than once, I should have lost that game more than once. And I also had very, very good chances to lose to Salem. So I took what I could, and we'll see how the blitz goes. I'm still in contention.
So let's maybe dive into today's game, your victory against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. I mean, it was not such a clear position at all. I mean, you tried to create this attack. So maybe you could share with us till which moment did you have your preparation, or?
Yeah, I mean, this is a reasonably known line with CD and Bishop F4. This is all pretty normal. Knight f6, bishop d6.
And you play this bishop g5.
Yeah, it's also it's the best move. It's not a surprise, I believe. c6, bishop d3, and now after knight bd7, I started thinking if knight f8 is actually his idea. I believe it should not be the best line, but I understood that he wants to do something special to get me out of book, and yeah, I actually expected knight g6 to happen instead of knight e6, but maybe this is also a bit optimistic.
So knight g6 was the idea of castling because there is a
No,
problem.
the idea of just going h6, forcing a resolution somehow. And
So after castle?
after castles, black also castles. And I wasn't sure how exactly to proceed here because something like h6 always has a possibility of bishop g6, hg, and it's not so clear for white. But knight e6, I'm not sure if this works well here because the way he played, I think he got a pretty standard position where he used an extra a6 move. If we compare it to a standard queen's gambit where white exchanges on d5, I played bishop f4, bishop g5 in 2 moves, but he also played bishop d6, bishop e7 in 2 moves.
So you transposed kind of that position,
Yeah.
and there isn't this a6 move, which was not really needed.
Exactly, which it's not a bad move, but at least it gave me the idea that I can play aggressively here. And yeah.
Of course, the a6 is working well against minority attack, but you decided to go for an attack.
Yeah, g6, h3. I was actually really happy that I get this h3, g4, and black's position actually looks very passive, but I'm not sure if it's so bad already. Because in general it looks like knight on g7 is very stuck, but I don't know. These queen's gambit positions are always very, very solid, and it's easy to mess it up. What did I do here? Bishop g5. I'm not sure what I should do instead, because ideally I would like to go knight e5. This is the most obvious move. But then he goes knight d7, and I don't know how to handle this, because, for example, bishop e7, queen e7, f4, knight e5, de, and f5. And I thought, it looks very good, but is it really? And I wasn't completely sure what to do in this kind of position. So I decided to play it with more pieces on the board instead. Bishop g5, and I put the bishop on h6, where it looks good for starters, and maybe it will even do something. c5, I think this is, practically speaking, a good try. Otherwise, if you play something passive, then I already have ideas to go knight e5 again and f4, f5. dc, rook c5, knight d4. This is pretty normal, I think. Bishop d7, and here I was using a lot of time because I felt that if I play precisely, I can basically win the game here. But I did not find anything really convincing. I thought about queen b3, queen d2, or f4, but in the end, what I played was a bit half-hearted, I would say. Queen d2, yeah, he went b5.
So in this position, we are considering for you already as always arrows to go for something like queen f3 and then to push for h4, h5, maybe bringing the queen to h2. Is there something?
Actually, f3 might be a very good idea. I just did not consider this particular setup here. Yeah, it might actually be very good because it keeps the pawn on g4, and the h4, h5 idea is something I would ideally like to do, but I don't always have time. But here I probably just have time for it. Yeah, I was just too focused on playing f4 because that was always the plan before c5, and here I did not do it anymore. Knight h5, and I think this is just... I mean, I might still be better, but it definitely gives away a big part of the advantage because now I will never have a direct attack. h4, b4, knight e2. This is also pretty normal. This is a bit weird. I don't know why he played rook e8. I think I should just take a6. I don't really know what the point here is. I was
You have
just
to take d7.
Really?
Or,
Why?
no, I'm saying.
I thought I could take on a6 for better or worse. I don't know.
Just take on
Yeah,
a6.
just take the pawn. It looks stupid, but okay. Computer doesn't like it, so maybe it's a good thing I didn't take. But I just didn't understand what his point was of keeping the pawn on a6. He will have to play a5 anyway. I think rook c1, by the way, is the worst move of the game that I played the whole game, because I could just play f4 in one go. Or I could play f3, or I could play anything else. It doesn't matter, but rook c1 just doesn't serve a purpose. I'm exchanging the rook, which is not doing anything. And yeah.
Then you went for f4?
Yeah, I think here, of course, rook c1 might be okay. Bishop d6 is probably also a good move. But what he played actually makes some sense. He took rook takes, and here I thought bishop d6 would be better. And I considered playing knight c6, I think, but I'm not sure how good that really is. And okay, I'm trying to make something work, but in general, I let him put all his pieces on stable squares, and it shouldn't work out anymore.
So bishop
Here, okay,
f8?
yeah, bishop f8. I saw the chance to play f5. I think it's a good try at the very least. Otherwise, I just admit that I have completely failed after having a great position. And yeah, gf, this, I don't know, he somehow did not handle this well. Maybe he should play knight g7 here, but it looks so ugly after gf. Because after bishop g7, yeah, okay, knight g7, knight f4. Okay, maybe not, yeah?
Knight f4 immediately going for...
Yeah, okay. No, but then I don't really see why the position is still playable, because after bishop f5, I thought it looks very, very ugly. Actually, never mind, yeah. I saw a good line here. After bishop f5, I thought he could play bishop d4, knight d4, knight g3.
Oh.
I thought this is a decent defense. And I wasn't sure what to do. I thought I would have to go back like bishop d3 and just try to be slightly better.
Just to hold the square, yes, on d4.
I think that was probably better than what he did.
And he took?
Yeah, he took and played queen d7. And it's just a little too slow somehow. I can just directly go for the pawns.
Well.
And here, yeah, after rook c5, queen e5, it looks actually already very good again. But I was quite short on time, and I was not completely sure what to do. Queen e5, I thought about going knight e d4. Knight
e d4, yeah.
Yeah, but here it turns out he can just go a4, I think.
Oh.
And
with which idea? So he wants to
he'll go
play...
a3 or b3. He doesn't care about losing one pawn as long as he doesn't lose both. And with queens on, it will be very tricky for me to keep control. But I was actually fortunate to find knight g7 and knight f4, because here everything just works out nicely. The point is that something like knight e6 doesn't work because of rook d5 and knight f4, rook e5. Basically, he has to go for this endgame. And here, it might not be completely lost, but it just looks so terrible because white is so much more active and all the pawns are hanging.
Yeah, so basically here you're already...
Yeah, I was actually very happy that I found rook c5, after king c4, knight c6, rook c5. Otherwise, I think there's still some fight left in the position. But
yeah, if not for rook c5.
Here, I mean, I don't think there's a really tenable defense. So, yeah, I'm just picking up the second pawn.
Okay, Alexander, congratulations on your game. Thank you for showing the insights from it. So tomorrow is Blitz. How much are you excited for it?
I have honestly been looking forward to it ever since I started playing terribly in the middle of the tournament. I thought whatever happens, I'll still have the Blitz. And now I'm even in decent shape before the Blitz, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Aren't you tired after so many classical games, so many long games? I mean, for example, your first game, right, was very long.
I am tired in the sense of playing a game for hours, but playing several Blitz games is actually quite a different thing. So I hope I will be able to do well tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexander, for your time. I wish you good luck for tomorrow's Blitz tournament.
Thank you.
And we are going to check the results of today's final round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We can see that all the games, all the challengers have just finished. Alexander Donchenko won against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi in the fight of the attack. Igor Samonenkov lost against Jonas Bienne, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu made a huge mistake on the move number 40, and afterwards it was just an equality. She couldn't win her game anymore. And in the Masters, we have just one result. Actually, this is a new update. We have the game which was actually the most excited in the tournament. In this round, Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer ended in a draw. And I'm having back Arturs with me. Aren't you surprised of such result in such complicated game?
Yeah, a bit, because I think that everything was indicating, Angelika, that this game is heading to a decisive outcome, especially after the opening. It was a very sharp Italian game. I'm not sure those words really mix together, but sometimes it does. And in the time scramble, I had a feeling that if somebody was pressing, it was Abhimanyu. But Vincent already has shown in this tournament, Angelika, that he is a very good defender. He defended a very terrible position against against Haik Martirosyan, pardon, yeah, my memory is not really that great.
Yes.
So yeah, he is still keeping his chances alive, and we have still more games, 2 more games to continue to follow. So there we go. We have selected one of them, which is the current tournament leader, also the 2-time winner of the triathlon, Liem with the white collar. He's playing and pushing against Haik Martirosyan. And also, if I would have to name somebody, Angelika, who is doing really well as a tenacious defender, I would pick Haik.
Yeah, Haik is a pretty solid player. Recalling all his games in the classical portions, they were pretty solid from the first game. He defended so well against the huge preparation by Shankland. I mean, that's still very much remarkable, I would say. But in this position, he's down 1 pawn.
Yeah, as they say, a pawn is a pawn, but
he has a bishop.
he has a bishop versus the knight, and there's not so many pawns left.
Yeah, and I was also taught that bishop and the rook are working better together than the knight and the rook. Is it true?
I think those are really generic ideas. Depends really on the position, but yeah, those knights are really tricky pieces. We'll see. We'll see, of course. So I think we can formulate a couple of ideas. For example, I'm not sure where the king is going to go. Somewhere on h6, I suppose, to keep the rook on g5 in check. And after b takes on a5, I think that what black would love to do, he would love to trade as many pawns as he can. So in theory, yeah. So how do we do it? So we want to trade the h pawn for the g pawn. We want to trade these a pawns.
In some way, yes.
In some way, it's already easier said than done. Because then we have the possibility to give up the bishop for the remaining pawn. What does it mean? It means we would get to this endgame, rook and knight versus rook, which is a theoretical draw. And now you start to see that it's actually very difficult to accomplish because these pawns are not going to get traded. And by the way, this is also the reason why white will never take with rook a5, because with these pawns standing on different files, there's a greater likelihood that they will be traded in the process. So that's why b takes on a5 will be played. And of course, also the Vietnamese grandmaster will attempt to avoid unnecessary pawn trades if he can.
And also I'm looking at this king on h6. Doesn't it look too passive over there? It's like rook is currently just, cutting the king.
Yep, that it is. So b takes, I'm sorry?
Yeah, so I'm not so sure how black can activate the king in this position.
Yeah, it's a tough choice, of course. I think he wants to keep the rook in check here so that there's no easy moves like f5, which, by the way, maybe is still a move, but I just want to show you an idea. For example, if, let's say black is still to make a move, obviously.
What to play, by the way?
Just some random move. I just want to make some random move. So white pushes forward. I might show that in some lines, which is, of course, a very terrible move, because I just missed the mate in 3 moves, there might be an idea like you take on e4 and collect the rook on g5. Yeah, that's why this king on h6, in general, I think it's a good idea. Of course, there was an immediate mate with rook g6, knight f6, and rook g8. But if the pawn pushes forward in some lines, then the rook on g5 is contested. Also, it walks away from some forks, like knight e6. If the king was on f7, you never know. So Haik is perfectly happy with this. By the way, the bar says the extra pawn doesn't really mean much. But Angelika, I have a feeling that we are in here for a very long game.
Yes, we're going for a very long endgame, very long battle here, and defense from Armenia, #1 player. So maybe meanwhile we can go to this game with the crazy imbalances which we have still left in our...
Still?
Yes, still ongoing.
Still? Nothing changed?
Nothing changed in imbalances. There is 2 rooks for Praggnanandhaa against 2 bishops for Shankland. I mean, how crazy is this?
I would have thought by now already they would have clarified the situation. No, they have not. We left it a long time ago. Yeah, not here even. About here. About here, this very interesting exchange sacrifice, very unbalanced.
Yeah, here he went for king f7 actually, yes.
So we're discussing if rook e4 is a move, trying to simplify the position, then play something like rook e4, f takes, king g4, a5, a4, a3. The bar says, no, this is just a draw, and probably also the conclusion of the Indian super grandmaster. So he played rook e1, c5, hits rook on a8.
Yeah, now what do we play? Check, king goes to e6, and just Praggnanandhaa is just pushing a pawn all the way to e4.
Yeah, c4. Now the rook is hit on a7. Now white grabbed the pawn. One pawn less to worry about. And that's the position we have on the board.
Yeah, that's kind of, we discussed such kind of a position if white can allow losing time for grabbing the pawns on the king side. Because, I mean, it looks like the c and f pawn could be very fast promoting.
Right.
What do you play after c3?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So c3 feels to be a very normal move. c2, bishop b2, you just want to promote. I suppose you want to play rook c7 with the idea that after c2, now you carry out this exchange sacrifice. And this should be a pretty easy victory. Bring the king, push forward the pawn. These pawns are not going anywhere. They're not very far advanced, so I'm assuming that white is winning. So what was it? c3, rook c7, not c2.
But bishop c5 is there.
Yes, it is. There is this move. But I mean, there could be also some ideas like, oh wait, maybe no.
It's so difficult.
Ah, wait, here, yes. No, wait, no.
c2?
Yeah, I somehow wanted to get the rook on c3, which was a pretty ridiculous idea, so that I can sacrifice the exchange. I'm always looking for the simplification. I want to give up exchange for the pawn, so that the position just plays itself. And I just do not see how to do it. Okay, maybe push for the a pawn.
I mean,
a6, a7, that's a big idea.
c2 looks logical.
a6.
And now, wait, actually king has to move, but there is no square to move. King d5 is the only way, or king e5.
And here.
King d4.
And there could be lines like rook takes on e4. Not right away, obviously, because black is going to queen as well. But in general, I think in this direction, the game is going to take us. So it looks very close to winning. And by the way, the bar also confirms that this is somehow winning.
That's a key word, somehow, yeah?
Maybe just go here and take on c2. No. Yeah, it just proves this game is much more complex than it seems. And
I mean, of course, like there are two bishops and for two rooks. I mean, it's very complex. Have you ever had such imbalances where you had two bishops for two rooks or vice versa?
Probably.
Probably, don't remember.
Yeah, like a long time ago. It's pretty rare, but it happens. I mean, having such an imbalance like two exchanges, both players have their passed pawns, king is cut off. I don't recall, but something like this I think I even had like in my own games. Still very complex position, and we have only 2 games. Only 2 games left. So while these games are ongoing, let's maybe go once again to the bird's eye view to see what is happening right now and try to make our estimation where the game is going to take us. Because I would like to step back a bit and look at some of those missed moments, right? Because we were like strolling through all the games very quickly. There was the time scramble. We didn't really finish how Keymer's games finished. We didn't really see what was the end of the game of Igor Semenenko against Jonas Bienne, just very quickly, so that we have some information. We know what happened there. Maybe there were some mistakes. Pinpoint what could have been done better. And then, of course, we then come back to the live games and see if we are not missing any action. So maybe we can keep one of the games having on the screen, and we're just going to stroll through very quickly what happened in the other games. So this was the game of Vaishali. She was completely winning until the final move. So it was a very severe time scramble right here. Yeah, rook h1. This was move 39. And here Vaishali had to somehow deal with the incoming queen d1. So queen d1 was a big threat. What she could have done, probably she needed to get to the next time control. And the best way to get to the next time control, you just try not to make very big decisions in time scramble. But she had 9 seconds here. Just give a check on c7, and then you figure it out.
It's also very difficult, right? I mean, you don't know after queen c7 check if you have anything else afterwards, if you can retreat with your queen back.
Yeah, and she played this
very
queen
difficult.
d3. She wanted to trade the queens. She made this move basically with 3 seconds on the clock, and then she missed this move, queen g1. And now suddenly there's a massive threat, queen a1 or queen b1 with mate on the board, and she simply didn't have anything better than to force a perpetual check. Wow, this is a huge miss. And of course, she's going to be very hard on herself about this missed opportunity, but yeah, this was a very critical moment. Try not to make the very big decision. Just give one check, get to the next time control, and then figure out. So she missed it, and this allowed Salem Select not only to escape the draw, but also keep the lead in the tournament ranking. So by the way, in the live board, you are seeing the game of Praggnanandhaa against Sam Shankland. This is Sam. He's thinking about his move. Still hasn't made a move. I think right now the pace is going to be a bit slower. That's why we can a bit go and back and see what else happened in other games. There was also this game of the very crazy time scramble against of Abhimanyu Mishra against Vincent Keymer, and the defining moment was here, knight x on h4, where white was much better. I think even this entire sequence probably was not very accurate. And Vincent could have pressed like rook b7, rook g7, tried to create some threats. But he decided to simplify the position because he was in severe time scramble. And about here, he was much worse. So apparently, bishop e6 was a big miss by Mishra. What Mishra could have done is simply play bishop, I think bishop e2. No, bishop e2 is a mistake. Okay, so let me check. Rook c2. Rook c2 with the idea to play after rook takes on a4, play for domination.
Just attacking the pawns.
Yeah, by the way, it makes perfect sense, right? You want to play for domination, hit those pawns, maybe also knight e7 is a move. So it's easy to see when you have something like at least 5 minutes on the clock. It's very difficult when you have not so much time. So he played bishop e6, he played bishop d7, and this allowed Keymer to escape. So I can only assume he also blundered the same thing as I did. I mean, the pawn on e4, that you cannot play d5, and here it already was not enough. f3, another cautious move, king g8, and what we didn't see on the screen that after f5, the position was just fizzling out to an equal position, and after e5, here Mishra offered the draw, which is pretty interesting moment to offer a draw, because I guess after d takes on e5, rook d5 hits those two pieces, bishop b6, rook e5. Yeah, I suppose with opposite color bishops, both sides have no obvious weaknesses. This is still pretty peaceful.
Yeah, very peaceful and equal, no chances for both sides. So there was agreed on a draw in this position. And of course, we have still a game of Igor Samonenkov against Jonas Biera. How actually did Jonas win? Because we absolutely couldn't follow the game. We had so much action on the board of Vaishali and Vincent.
Yeah, so we missed a couple of brilliant moves from black. So here we're discussing if Ihor should push d5, and he did. So he pushed d5, not at this moment, but I think a couple of moves before. Queen g5, this is what was played in the game. E takes, c takes, bishop a6. Here Bienne started to seek some counterattack at the king side. Rook e8, so the players were here still with pretty enough time on the clock. 11 minutes for Samonenkov and almost 20 for Bienne. Bishop c1, queen h5, trade. So it seemed to be all right. And about here, yeah, things started to go wrong for the Ukrainian player. h3 seems to be scary. There's knight g3 check. You don't really want to open up your king. So he played king g1. And after queen h4, he started to experience problems. So there's rook e1, checkmate threat. g3 weakens the king. There's also knight g3 threat. So here he just fell apart. He played queen b4, allowing to play knight e4. This is a brilliant move, look at that. So the point is, after queen d4, there's rook e1.
Yeah, and you are losing the queen for...
Not the queen, it's just
your checkmate.
Just a mate, yeah, just a mate. But okay, you can also take the queen, of course.
If you're not sure it's a checkmate, you can always take a queen.
If you're not sure it's a mate in one, then you take the queen. All right, so indeed, the same applies for rook d4, there's rook e1. So this was a nice find. So king h1 was a very big blunder, and apparently here Samonenkov spent like 5 minutes, which, again, I think it's two mistakes in a row concept. Same problem, but Black already is having a very dangerous attack, and after king h1, what he missed was this queen f2 with the same idea. You couldn't take on d4 because of the back rank, and after the queen c3, knight b5, queen b4, a5, white could not keep no longer the control of this square because after queen d2, there's simply rook e2, made threat, the queen is under attack, and after queen g5, rook e1, white gets checkmated. So we didn't see this happening because there was time scramble all over the tournament on all 6 boards, but this is how Bienne won his game.
Yeah, and actually very important for Jonas Bienne finally to score a game again because, I mean, we remember in the first and the second round, in the first one he lost against Vaishali, in the second he lost against Salem, right? Jonas Bienne lost against
I don't remember.
But he lost 2 games in a row. Then the third one, he manages to score a win. So it was super important for Jonas Bienne to start scoring the points. And as we know, he's currently in the top 4 of the challengers. And tomorrow, anything can change in the blitz.
So this was indeed a super important result for Bienne because here we go. We again have those results. So with this victory, Bienne right now is still within the striking distance of the leaders, so 14.5 points. So, of course, the clutch game was Salem Select versus Vaishali, where Vaishali should have won the game and also take the lead in the tournament, but Salem prevailed, and Donchenko again with those 4 points. Now he is only 3 points behind the leader. And again, in the post-game interview, you heard it yourself, dear viewers. Donchenko said that he's really looking towards the Blitz tournament. He feels he has good chances and hopefully get also better odds to win the triathlon.
Yeah, and also understandable as he was dominating in the rapid, the shorter time control on the first days of the Biel Chess Festival that we have, and now we're already approaching for the end for some of our players, right? They will not continue the fight after tomorrow's day, so it's a super, super important day today and tomorrow to still fight for the chance to go to the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Right. The viewers are right. Also write your questions and remarks to the chat. That's very curious. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts as well. So we're trying to follow your thoughts. A couple of thrilling moments in the time scramble, but now, of course, the game is going to be a bit slower. So we have 2 more games. The game of Pragg against Shankland is a bit slow. Same applies for the highly critical game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan. By the way, I didn't mention that in those overall rankings in the Masters, it is Mishra who is currently the leader. But of course, Liem still continues to play his game, so pretty sure he's not going to lose it and still going to keep leading the Masters tournament. The only question is with how many points?
Yeah, big question because he still is up 1 pawn, and I'm actually offering for us to jump into that game because we missed the exchange of the works and so many things which were happening in the game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan. We see now it's a bishop against knight endgame with an extra pawn for Liem. Arturs, what are your thoughts here? Is there still a chance for white to win this?
It feels more closer than a draw. I'll explain why. Maybe somebody's going to disagree with me. Because what Black wants to do, Black wants to get the king on b5, eliminate a pawn. Black wants to play h3. I think h3 is happening no matter what, basically. So with the h pawn's gone, with the a pawn gone, all that Black needs to do is give up the bishop for the remaining pawn, and it's going to cross its path on a5 at some point. And then white is just left with 1 knight. So if Martirosyan achieves this, then it's an easy draw. But of course, there's a big if. If he indeed manages to trade the pawns, that's one thing. The second thing is what happens if white advances his own king further and pushes this pawn. For example, let me just show you some plan. Yeah, that's why here Martirosyan is trying to calculate things very precisely. King c6, king e5. Maybe even stab knight g5, just to make sure that h3 is not happening there. I'm keeping this pawn alive. So king b5, king e5. Let's say you play king a5, I play f5. There you go, there's the bar. So after bishop takes d5, I think this is just winning for white. No? For some reason, engine says this is not winning for white. I find it almost difficult to believe white wouldn't be
you
winning for
just
white.
have to bring the knight to c2, and then there's going to be a fork on a1 and the king.
But all right, I'm not going to argue with an engine. So it just shows that it's not so simple. For example, after king b5, king e5, I'm not really sure what black has to do. Maybe here he has to play, no, he has to play king b5. I was thinking about this resource of playing bishop b7, hitting the pawn, but I think he's not going to be in time to stop this pawn. So there's no bishop d5. This pawn promotes. This is one of the perks of having the pawn on h4 and fixing the white pawn on g2 is that you can always attack it. So it's a very, very precise calculation here for Haik. So here, I think knight g5 is something you want to make sure. Here. And now what happens? King e5, I take it. f5. Actually, it seems you have to take on f5, you know? And
You
bishop
must
f5
take.
takes.
King b4.
King b4. You don't assume you calculate. Wow, this is actually very difficult.
Knight f3.
Knight f3, a5.
Knight e... No, I wanted to
I'm
play
not in
knight
time,
e1.
actually.
Knight e1.
I'm going to dominate your knight.
Okay, then probably I should have played probably knight d4.
And this is a draw.
This is a draw, yes.
This is an eternal attack on the knight. You can never make a progress. This dance of the knight versus the pawn is well known, documented in all kinds of endgames. So also we have these pawns included. They don't really play any role here. So why cannot make a progress? This is one line that Haik has to calculate. Because I think the other line after king e5, he's not concerned. He's going to play h3. I think he's not concerned about this at all. Like
Yes.
h3, g takes, bishop h3, f5, bishop f5, king f5, easy. Yeah, it's just an easy draw. So I think that Haik's main concern is this particular line. Knight g5, stopping the pawn. So does he go forward? Because he wants to clarify the position. Take, f5, take, here, king b4, or maybe there's something else. Okay, I just switched on the engine, yeah?
Maybe we can improve this line with knight g5 by playing knight f2, so that knight is closer.
Here.
Yes.
Oh, fair point. Oh, nice idea, actually.
So now our knight is closer.
King b5, takes, f5. Probably you take it. No, actually, this feels losing completely. How it can be a draw? I don't believe this is a draw. By the way, there's also an update on Shankland's game versus Praggnanandhaa. Something is happening there as well. So maybe first let's go to that game as well and estimate if there have been some major developments, and then go back to this very tricky endgame where it is the Armenian Gramster who is trying to figure out if there's a draw or not. There's been a massive change in the evaluation, apparently. So white apparently is completely winning after last move, rook h7, king e5, and a5.
a5. Wow. So you are not in time to push c3, c2. So what is happening? After c3, rook goes back to the c7. It reminds me one of the line.
No? Just push forward. A6, a7. This is very easy stuff. No?
Yes, but then one bishop is...
So c3, a6. C2, a7.
Yes, and a8 is a huge threat because bishop is pinned.
Yeah. So king d5 blocks the bishop.
King f4, rook
King
e4.
f4. Wait, I can take with this. I can give you with this check. And now take it, and then I promote.
Yes.
Maybe this is what Sam missed, actually. This check on h4. Because now, after rook e4, f takes on e4, queen, queen. Maybe this is not so clear. Although this king is so weak, there's all kinds of checks, but I can easily imagine that the king could hide. No, I think this is still easily winning, to be honest. I can't imagine here black after losing pawn in e4 being able to swap. Maybe some after king g5, let's say queen e4, there's, yeah, I missed something. I missed the mate, okay. I'm bad. So, but I think what happened here is that, yeah, he simply didn't see this move, rook h4, keeping the rook on c1, keeping the rook protecting this pawn, from promoting, and then just take on e4, promote the pawn, and just end the game. No, that's it.
Yeah, he missed something for sure because, I mean, you just look at the pawn running and But maybe after c3, so after c3, a6, and then king f4. So can we try again?
So what do you say, c3?
c3, a6,
Yes.
and king f4 now.
King f4 now.
So now a7, I mean, there is no threat of a8. I mean, there is threat of rook h4.
But you need to play c2, otherwise I'm going to take anyway.
Ah, yes, of
Yeah,
course.
so this pawn needs to be pushed forward. I mean, you need the passed pawns to be pushed forward. That's what they need to do. They need to go forward to queen. So, and for Pragg, it's just everything go forward.
Huge problems for the American Grandmaster Sam Shankland, who is currently also on the last place in the standings of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. Yeah, I mean, very tough for Sam.
Yeah, so it's very tough for Sam right now. I mean, I can only imagine how he feels. So he is, of course, very unhappy because he was given this amazing position after the opening, right? If we could just go back, I'm just going to show you on the screen once what was the position after the opening. It was right here. This was the position after the opening. So why Black had sacrificed in exchange for a pawn, two beautiful bishops, very all right pawn structure, a lot of compensation. But I think what was the problem was that he felt that he has to do something, and I think he should be doing something, and at the same time Pragg was trying to fight off. You know, he's just trying to stay in the game, not to get even in the greater trouble. And probably the turning point was this weird knight trade. So about here, this weird knight trade when he played knight e3, knight e5. Because the knight on c4 was feeling really all right, because it was controlling very nice squares. And after this trade, it was no longer the same. Now White had managed to normalize the position. Sam continued to fire with some active moves like rook a6. And here after knight f3, I felt, Angelika, that Pragg was officially taking over the game because rook a3 was incoming. And bishop e5 was a mistake, rook a3, rook b3, followed by rook e3 and c5. And here Pragg organized the passed pawn, and from here it went downhill for the American.
Yeah, and we know all the rooks need are open files, and that's what Praggnanandhaa managed to achieve. And now his pawn is going all the way to the a8. How to stop it? I mean, of course, you can play such moves as king d5 and king c5, but is it going to change the outcome?
Isn't it amazing how sometimes everything is so obvious when you look at the game after the game, right?
Yes.
I mean, when you play out those moves, it feels completely different. You have different ideas, then your opponent makes pretty obvious responses, and then a couple of moves later you realize, what I'm doing here? You know, this makes no sense at all. But
Yeah.
it is what it is.
I remember actually on the rest day there were many discussions about the time format, the event format, and so on. And there was one discussion about the superpower, like if you could wish, which superpower you would wish for. And I don't remember who, probably Salem or someone said that it would be great to know what would happen in 5 minutes. So let's say you're playing a move, your opponent replies with this move, and you understand, oh, your opponent is a blunder. So basically you can know all outcomes of your moves. And if that would be a case for the players, it would have been much easier to play.
Right.
Yeah, so in this position we see still a5 is... No,
I'm actually
a5
seeing
is
that,
played.
no, a4 is, I see it on the board. But I see on the notation that a5 is played, so...
Actually,
maybe
it's
it
a
was
move of
us.
Praggnanandhaa. Maybe we made this move.
No, I mean, it's
maybe
very logical
maybe
move.
very fresh.
Because I see it on the screen, is that the pawn stands clearly on a4.
Yes, but maybe we refresh the board,
No, it stands there.
the browser.
Maybe digital operator already input as an obvious move. I don't really know. All right, so this game still continues. Pragg has not yet committed to a5, and he's trying to calculate probably to a forced victory. This is also a very important game for Pragg because clearly the number one seeded player here in Biel, the world number 8, is struggling. He's actually in the 5th place in the overall rankings. If I would tell you this at the very beginning, Angelika, that before the final round, Pragg is not going to be in top 3. Would you believe me?
No, of course not. I mean, this is absolutely unpredictable results we are having from the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon. From the first game which he played, it was clear he's either tired
no,
or
there is
something
A5.
is wrong.
The final A5 is on the board. All right.
So A5 was predicted and played on the board by Praggnanandhaa, and now it's actually Sam Shankland who has to try to find the way to save it, which doesn't look like possible. This key moment is that there is a pin on the king, and there is no way to stop the pawn from running.
So, if Praggnanandhaa wins, what does it mean for the overall rankings? He is right now standing at 8 points. Every victory gives him, and any player, and not only him, 4 points. So he would be 4.5 points behind Mishra, and probably quite a bit behind Liem. So Liem most likely is going to finish in a draw. So this means Pragg is still here, he's still fighting. And tomorrow there's a blitz tournament, double rounds. Every game will be rewarded with 1 point. And again, we might have massive changes in the overall rankings. And then the top 4 will qualify for the final stage. And even Pragg, having such a terrible start, might turn the tables completely and even win the entire thing. So it's still not guaranteed that it is going to be either Liem or Mishra who are going to win the tournament, or even Vincent Keymer. We are going to see very early to make those conclusions. So maybe let's go now to the game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan, where the players are trying to figure out those tricky moments in the endgame. So we left it here after knight e4 check, king c6, and knight g5. By the way, knight g5 was played, not knight f2.
Yeah, okay, it felt like knight f2 was a better version because you stop h3 and your knight is closer to the pawn on a file, but maybe it doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter at all. I thought knight f2 made a lot of sense, but maybe this knight g5 idea is somehow linked with the idea to play knight f3, knight h4. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for sure could be it, but the straightforward plan of the king coming to the b5 and capturing the pawn, does it really working? I mean, I'm not so sure.
I think we are going to find it out in a bit, because we are in for yet another break, dear viewers. And is Liem going to be able to capitalize on his extra pawn and extend his lead in the Masters section by a significant margin? Praggnanandhaa finally is scoring the final victory or not. You're going to have to find it out after the break. This is the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We'll be back shortly. And we are back live from Biel following the action from the fifth round of the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, one of the most exciting events of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Your host, Angelika Okova, Ramstrator Nations. So, Angelika, first impressions about the day, which is of course still ongoing, but maybe there's something that sticks in your memory immediately.
I mean, for sure, there has been a lot of exciting matchups. I mean, we've seen such a roller coaster on the board of Vincent Keymer. It was absolutely crazy how Abhimanyu was having this huge advantage, but then Vincent Keymer managed to go for a draw. Vaishali against Salem, I mean, it was absolutely exciting matchup as well. We were awaiting Vaishali to win the game, but the decisive mistake on 40th move changed everything.
And there's more action upcoming because two more games are ongoing. And before we jump into the action, let's maybe first have a fresher look. What is the current standings and the results of this round? So the Challengers tournament, the classical tournament is officially over. As you can see, two games were decided. Donchenko was victorious over Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Jonas Bjerre scored a very impressive and important victory over Igor Samonenko, who has been struggling to find his form in the tournament so far. Yeah, Vaishali, this huge time scramble, playing on the last second, slamming on the clocks, and then missing the perpetual check. That was quite something, ended with a draw. And then we also have one draw that finished in the master section that you mentioned already, Mishra versus Keymer. Two more games are ongoing, Pragg versus Shankland and Liem versus Martirosyan. But you know what, Angelika? I'm following now this game of Liem against Haik Martirosyan, and there's a major development because now apparently Martirosyan has made a huge mistake. And if the bar doesn't lie, then Liem is winning.
Then what happened? I mean, we just leave the position a couple of moves ago. Why is the bishop doing, what is the bishop doing on g4?
So we left it here. After knight g5, king b5, king e5, white's plan is pretty obvious. You want to push forward. And here, I suppose I calculated this to be losing because there's f5. Or maybe we can work out those details a bit later. So he decided to play bishop g4 instead. And the idea of bishop g4 is that he wants to stop this f-pawn from the h5 square. But apparently there's something wrong with the idea. Not really sure what it is. Maybe we can find it out.
We should try to find it out. So f5 is played. King a5 looks logical.
This makes sense. So Haik's idea was, yes, bishop h5. So why don't we play f7?
We can play f7, takes, knight takes, and king B4.
Or king b5.
King
It's
B5 is check.
it's difficult. Okay, king b4 avoids a check. And I try to dominate your king. A5, I need to attach the knight closer. A4.
Yeah, and the knight is coming all the way to D3. It might be the case that king of white is simply way too close.
Check. Wait. Okay, here I think white should be fast, very fast, but there's one more trick I want to show you. Oh, wait. This. And white is winning because white is shouldering the king.
White is in time to stop the black's king from coming, and the h pawn is promoting.
So this wins.
Incredible.
I'm not sure what he missed once again. So what was it? Yeah, and this is what we're seeing on the board. So king a5, f6, bishop h5. Once again, f7, takes, takes. King b, I'm not sure, is it king b4, king b5, or king b6?
I mean, king b4 looks more logical, but
Yeah, I suppose you need a king here to advance the pawn. Yeah, so I use the king here to shoulder yours.
a5, knight jumps.
Here, this is so logical. I'm not even sure, maybe knight c4 is also a move here with the same idea, but maybe, you know, black can then do nothing, play king b3, king b4. I'm not perfectly sure about this. So I feel like knight e3 forces matters a bit, because if you go back, oh wait, you can go back as well. Then
But then king is coming.
then king is coming. You're not going to be in time to run after this pawn. Here,
Simply
here,
not in
here,
time.
here, 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 and that is an easy win.
Yeah, pretty radical turn off we went, and I mean, you see how easy can everything go wrong here. This is absolutely incredible.
So there was apparently a draw, and to our knowledge, because we are armed with the evaluation bar, which is a huge spoiler, Haik just made a huge mistake, which is going to cost him the game. So where was the draw? So the mighty B says king e5 is the draw, but now he changes its mind and says it's not so obvious. Bishop f5, king f5.
King b4,
And where's the difference? King e4.
a5.
And now let's shoulder the king first. Let's king c4, king c3.
a5. Yeah, maybe you have to first push the pawn.
I'm not sure about that because it's all about also the king's placement. Like if you go here, then yeah, now white is winning.
King b3? No, but king b3 first, you have to play.
King b3,
yes?
but now you're not pushing your pawn again. Here, here, here. No, not here. Ah, knight d2. No. You see, again, it's so tricky. What? Knight h4 here. Knight f3, a2. Check, and knight c2.
Oh my god, knight is in time to stop the pawn. This is crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah, these are very difficult lines. You need to be super precise. What's it going to f5, bishop f5, king f5, king b4. Okay, if I attach the knight, king c4, shoulder the king, king e4, a5.
Knight d4, a4.
And this is the position we kind of saw.
Kings.
And king is getting here.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah,
This
it's
is very
actually
tough
still a
to
draw.
calculate. But it's so tough to calculate. I mean, but how much time did he spend on this bishop g4 move?
But he
I
had
just-
enough time.
Yeah, he had enough time.
I
How
think
much
so.
time did he
But we have a new move. f5, f6, and here knight f3 instead is played.
Knight f3.
Oh.
So
Just to
just
take on
going-
h4 and play g5, g5, g6.
He's just going for the pawn. I mean, looks reasonable. So I guess he sees that that Liem is in time to catch the pawn on the a file. King c6. Okay, you're going back to the position with knight.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to understand from Mike's perspective how difficult was this. So king c6 makes sense. Knight g5 makes perfect sense. You stop the h-pawn from advancing forward. You need this pawn.
Yes.
Going back king d6, yeah, it's a very difficult move. You know, you want to eliminate this pawn. Yeah, maybe this holds. Maybe not. You're not sure about that. There's king e4, f5, etc. It's a very tough choice. I think I would have played the same as Haik did. King b5. Yeah, by the way, we have an update on the result of Pragg versus Shankland. Pragg scores very, very important victory. Huge disappointment, of course, for Sam. The tournament is not going his way. This is something he wants to forget and hopefully get a break tomorrow to try his luck in the blitz game. But again, huge result for Pragg. This means he is now still in a possible striking distance from the Masters tournament leaders.
Yeah, that means we have so many close players with the current points. It means tomorrow blitz rankings can change absolutely drastically. And here we see the Armenian #1 is holding his head. He's trying to find the way how to save it. I mean, I see that he has a regret in his expressions. I mean, he looks completely devastated in this position.
Yeah, bishop g4 is a huge blunder. And yeah, he just miscalculated this entire sequence. Now we tried to calculate that f7 even was winning as well, but this knight f3 just seems to be the cleaner move. And the problem is there's no bishop f3 because there's f7.
Yeah, and the problem there is also no h3 because there is simply take because you cannot take the knight.
Even g4 is also, yeah, same, I think, same win. And now the point is after knight f3, king b4, knight h4, a5, g4, there's the critical tempi. The bishop goes somewhere, g5, and g6. Oh, you're going to love this, Angelika. This promotes with a check.
No.
But wait, can I position my king somewhere
Maybe
place?
king to b5?
Yeah. So here, instead of this, if I play king b5, knight h4, a5, g4. But, I mean, this should be somehow winning. The pawn is so far away yet. Maybe not g5, g6. But like attach the knight. There's now a fork on d6. Yeah, it's always like that. There's always something in all of those lines. Let's say king b4, and knight d6, and f7. No, this is it's just losing, I think. Maybe bishop g6, and by the way, still super tricky.
Still tricky, but
All right, this is what the engine says.
is it easy?
No. This is not easy.
Both are promoting and now...
Keeping the pawn.
Yeah, there is an extra knight also for white, which is
Maybe
going
it's-
to help.
So the game's not over. I mean, I might still find this, and then it's pretty difficult also for white to work out. So once again, what was the line? King b5, take it, a5, g4, bishop e8. Because the immediate g5, I think, is this time not going to work. a4, g6, takes, a3, f7, a2, queen, queen, and black is safe. This extra knight doesn't do anything, it's just a draw. So king b5 is the best resource he can do, and that's why here white somehow uses the knight. No, not knight f5. Oh, sorry, I missed g4. Yeah, g4 here, knight f5. This is a fork threat, I suppose. So.
And the move played on the board, we see knight h4 has been played by Liem, and after that king goes to the b4. Yeah, on that line we were...
Okay.
What happened?
That's what happens when you trust engines too much. So now engine gives us update that this is a miss. But listen, even you got to understand these players as well. I mean, if the players have difficulties to calculate these things very precisely, I mean, what do you expect from us, right? I mean, this is a very precise move per move continuation. And apparently knight of 3 is still a mistake. So now if you can trust the engine, the right move is f7. This is what we calculated, right?
Yes.
f7, here. King goes here. Knight goes here. Knight goes here, and white is winning. So if you go king b3, this wins.
Oh my God.
If you go king b5,
Then
just play
king
king
c3.
c3, get the knight, and black is never in time. Never in time to get to this pawn. Yeah, so I'm just going to show you a couple of lines. There you go. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Put the knight on g2, h4. You can never eliminate the knight because this pawn promotes. Then the white king collects the a pawn, runs back to help the h pawn, and that's it. This is a technical victory. So very, very important resource right there.
I mean, Arturs, how many instructive endgames we've seen here at the Biel Chess Festival? This is absolutely amazing. Every time, every round, there is something. I recall that game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Shankland with the knight and the pawn. We see here the same. What is happening?
So bishop f7 apparently is the only move that draws, not bishop e8.
Because of king e6. It stops king e6 idea.
Yeah, but why? Once again, I'm curious. Here
a4.
and here.
Maybe a3.
I know there's bishop b3, yeah. A3 as well, you're right, yeah.
a4, there is knight c2, so it's not possible. Maybe king c3. No, king
Yeah, but that's not a
c6,
threat. A3 is not a threat, yeah. Very, very difficult moment. So it seems that both players just exchanged huge mistakes. So first it was Martirosyan who played bishop g4. That's what at least what we can understand. So he missed this entire sequence, or not missed really, but wrongly calculated that after f5, f6, bishop h5, he thought that this is a draw. After king b4, maybe from afar he did not see king d4.
Yeah, but it's also not easy at all. Like, all these engine lines are saying, okay, it's objectively winning, but it's absolutely not easy to see that you can stop that pawn, right? There are so many different moves with the king, and you have to calculate all of it.
Yeah, and at the same time, Liem from afar also did not see what he played in the game, so he played knight of 3, which, wait, sorry, here, yeah, bishop h5. He did not see that in this line, black plays not bishop e8, which seems the human move, but bishop f7. And after bishop e8, now white wins because of... Actually, you're right, Angelica, it's just king e6.
Yeah, king e6 and f7.
And king e7.
King e7. And there is no way for bishop to...
It's a different version of the same line.
Oh, it's also...
And even with a check, just king e6, king e7, yeah. It's actually pretty obvious. So that's why here just play bishop f7, and now king e6 is not there, and white has to waste one more tempi to get there.
Oh, but this is insane, right? It's like to calculate all of it, to see it. So difficult.
I mean, the game should have been, of course, a draw normally, because Haik was holding on, but they just exchanged a couple of mistakes, and maybe they did not quite notice. So what does it tell us, the viewers? Endgames are very difficult.
Endgames are very tough, and it means study endgames, because we see endgames at the Biel Chess Festival in the Grandmaster Triathlon endgames every single round. I mean, so many instructive endgames. We had rook endgames. Remember when Vincent blundered in one move against Liem. We also had an endgame of this knight and the pawn, very instructive one in the 100 endgames, so you should know which Abhimanyu managed to win against Sam Shankland. So many exciting endgames we are having here, and to understand all of it, like how much knowledge should you have, or how much how far you should calculate. This is absolutely insane.
Gigantic brains, I suppose. Yeah, so that's the position we have here, full screen. I think after a moment we are going to, of course, go back and check how exactly Pragg's game against Shankland finished. Yeah, we also saw it earlier on the screens that Pragg finally was able to win one game in the classical tournament.
Yeah, and bishop f7 is still on the board. Liem is trying to calculate. Do you feel he knows that he's not winning?
I am not sure.
I mean, it looks like, if you look objectively, sorry, not objectively, but you look optically in this position, you see those two pawns, connected pawns on the king side, which white is
Yeah,
having.
but you just calculate, yeah.
You just calculate, but once you look at the position, it feels like the white is the one who is pushing for a win with those pawns.
Sure, but is it enough? That's the point,
Yes.
right? Because also black is pushing his own a-pawn. No, I think that right now what Liem is doing, he is wondering whether he made a mistake right here. And he did. He did make the mistake right here. So maybe he was here at the crossroads. So he was choosing between f7 and knight f3. And I can only guess, for some reason, bishop f7 simply evaded his attention. It's sometimes this happens. You think you calculated everything. Maybe everything for you seems to be straightforward. A couple of moves are on the board. Or you just realize everything I calculated means nothing. Yeah, there's one more move I missed, and it completely changes the evaluation.
And completely changes outcome of this match. Of course, Liem would love to extend his lead with 4 more points, but Haik Martirosyan is very solid, having very solid performance in this tournament so far. 4 out of 4 draws. If he makes this one to a draw, if he manages to defend, it's going to be 5 out of 5 draws. How solid is that?
Yep, very solid.
Very solid.
Very, very solid
I
guy.
think last year we had Jules Moussard who scored 7 out of 7 draws.
I mean, if I would have to say who is going to be the most solid player last year, I wouldn't have named Jules Moussard because
Yes.
he's a very dynamic player, and yet somehow he managed to do it.
And I mean, maybe the same here, because Haik Martirosyan was not the one who we would thought would be in the leader, but he managed to win that rapid tournament, to be the leader after that, and yeah, and having a lot of draws.
Yeah, so there's a couple of moves here. This is the position. Yeah, g4, bishop f7. This is the current position on the board that you're seeing. So it's a longer game. I actually have a feeling, Angelique, it might go for even longer, because if here the Vietnamese grandmaster is not going to find anything better than this. Oh, sorry, did I miss something? After
Yes, you have to play bishop b3 or something, was it?
No, wait, what was it? g5, a4. Wait, what? What is happening today with engines?
What is happening? Wait. And now it's back down.
Second, g4, bishop f7, g5.
But I think it should be table base, right? Like these are less than.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Should be table base.
Should be table base.
What is happening?
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I mean, this is completely something else. Oh, my goodness.
Wait, there is no queen f6.
Wait, really?
There is no queen f6 move. Are we heading here, Artus? I mean, I am. You can also go to a1.
I mean, the evaluation bar is just giving wrong info here.
Yeah, but you can also go to a1 all the time, yes?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
How are you doing, Vic?
Say that you might want to hit that
This one?
Yes.
Table base.
to this, and then you can just call out for what it is and where it is.
Oh, all right. All right. I didn't notice.
Thank you. We
All
have
right.
support.
we have the amazing support from our producer Bic, who just updated our knowledge of the things that are available here on chess.com. Actually, I have to confess, I didn't know this, you know.
Me neither.
That I can click here, and yeah, it's a table-based draw. So how does it work? All right, let's now work with table-based.
So G5.
So G5 is
Draw King B3 and A4. Two moves are making a
two
draw.
draws. G6, still draw.
Bishop G6.
Bishop G6. Knight G6, makes sense.
A3.
A3, F7, A2, F8. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, viewer. This is so confusing because, you know, we still are human beings and we trust the almighty Stockfish with its evaluations and everything. And yeah, we didn't really know how to switch on the table base because we didn't figure out that there's 70 pieces left on the board. But here's the funny part. I think that Liem calculated from afar this position to be winning. It's just unbelievable. So he thought this position for sure is winning, but there's one major exception.
King is only 5 and it's blocking the way of the diagonal for the queen.
It's just incredible. You know, I don't think I've even seen something like this before because the knight on B3 doesn't, knight on G6, my apologies, doesn't even matter at all. So if the queen gets on A1, this is easy victory. The king is not here. Any square, not on this diagonal, any square. Here, 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 here. Then white just puts the queen on the long diagonal, puts the queen on, oh, I'm so sorry, what did I do? Sorry, Big. I just pressed something. So the point here is that...
You were too excited about this.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
This is crazy. I mean, there is no queen f6, there is no queen h8. You cannot stop the pawn.
And this is a draw.
This is simply a draw.
Of course, I mean, the game is going to continue. That's what I wanted to say. I think this is going to be a long game, so white can still play knight f4, put the queen, knight e3, king b1, and play this position forever, 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 forever. So, yeah, something like at least 30 moves. So, a longer game, which is really sensational stuff. Now the question is, can anybody blame Liem for missing this? Because he played knight f3, he played here, with the idea that after g5, a4, g6, knight g6, he thought, okay, come on, this is just winning, I promoted with a check, and the king is not making on b2.
And now he is realizing that this is exactly not possible to win because of this king on e5. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. This is unbelievable. How is it possible? Can we maybe go to the position? So instead of knight f3, Arthurs, can we go to this position?
Yeah,
so
we
instead
can do
of
that.
knight on
you
f3,
want to check the table base again, right?
Yes, in the position after f7. So f7, and then switch on table base because this is not 7 pieces, but now bishop takes. And now to check table base.
What wins? Yeah, what wins?
F7 was a win?
Yes, F7 was a win. Now we know it. Now I know how to use the resources that chess.com has. You know, I don't use a lot of them. I have to confess. I mean, I'm using Classroom from time to time for certain studies. I'm using some other things. But this table base, I haven't never used this before. So you have to pardon me. So again, now here would be a win. After knight f7, there would be a win. After here, oh, sorry.
No, it was a draw. No, instead of knight f3, yes.
Yeah, instead of knight f3, there was a win. After knight g5, no, not knight
Another,
g5.
yes, instead of
here.
Yeah, here.
f7, this was a win. Bishop f7, now the table base kicks in. Knight f7, king b4, and the only winning move, which probably was missed by Martirosyan, was king d4. Here. There's a couple of winning moves already. Knight e3, and yeah, white just wins. So king b5, even knight e5 wins, knight f4 wins, king c3 is probably the most human. So, huge miss by both players. All right, dear viewers, I think that we are going to check this out. This is a super thrilling endgame after g4, bishop f7. We just learned how to use the table base. So thanks, producer Big, for that. Apparently, now there's a very weird exception to one of the theoretical endgames. I have never seen stuff like that before because we're also using this relation bar. Technically, the game is a drawn. The action still continues. We'll be back after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. It's really this game between the two leaders, Liem against Haik Martirosyan, going to finish in a draw with a very miraculous escape from the Armenian grandmaster. You're going to have to find out yourself. This is 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, dear viewers. We're back from Biel following the 5th round of the Masters and Challengers Triathlon here in Switzerland. So this round is about to be concluded. There's one more game ongoing which has reached a very interesting theoretical exception. Angelica, I've never seen it before. Have you?
I mean, I have never seen it before. Indeed, I mean, it is absolutely a delight what we're having today for the final round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. But not only that is special today. Today we're having the 20th of July, the International Chess Day, and also 100-year anniversary of the FIDE. And by the way, I got a chance to speak with the chief arbiter of the Grandmaster Triathlon, Laurent Freud, about what is actually happening in Biel and why it is special here. We are at the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and I am happy to be joined by a chief arbiter of the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival. He's here almost every year, Laurent Freud.
Hello, Angelica.
It's nice to see you here again at Biel. Tell us, Laurent, how is it going so far in Biel?
So far, so good. This year is an innovative year because we have 2 sections in the Grandmaster Triathlon. People enjoy it, and yeah, that's the touch of Biel. Every time bring some innovation. So a good festival this year again.
And every year at the Biel Chess Festival, there is a special day on 20th of July. So today we have 20th of July. What is it today? What do we have?
So the 20th of July is a very special day for chess. This is officially the International Chess Day. In the world we celebrate chess, and this actually commemorates the creation of the International Chess Federation in Paris, FIDE, Fédération Internationale des Échecs, which was created in 1924. So you can calculate for me, today is 100 years exactly from the creation of FIDE. So this is a very, very special day in 2024.
It's very, very impressive. And how is actually FIDE celebrating this 100-year anniversary?
So there are several, of course, elements in the day. First of all, a commemoration in Paris where they reproduce the initial signature with the initial 15 federations which grouped to create the International Federation. And here in Biel, we also contribute in our way because we have Guinness World Records of the most chess games played in 24 hours. So between midnight last night and midnight tonight, we are counting as many games registered for the attempt, either in tournaments or online, in online platforms. So we expect to have more than 1 million games and achieve this record. Yeah.
And how many countries and federations participate in this attempt?
Quite a lot. We would have liked to have all of them, but still we managed to group 109 federations.
This is awesome. This is already a huge achievement.
Exactly, that's great. Actually, we have 109 federations, which represents more than 350 tournaments with different sections. Like here in Biel, we have many sections, as you know, because it's a big festival. There are other big festivals in the world joining and people celebrating chess in this way.
And how special Biel is in this Guinness record attempt? It's going to be some central place where the games are collected?
Yeah, absolutely. We are, let's say, the headquarters for the operations of the record. This is here that we are going to check all the reports given by arbiters from tournaments, and there will be an adjudicator from Guinness World Records who will join us later to actually confirm if the record is achieved or not.
Thank you so much, Laurent. It was a pleasure to have a conversation with you about it, and best of luck in the Guinness record attempt.
Thank you, and enjoy your games, everybody, on this special day.
Thank you.
And we're back live from Biel. So that was the interview with Laurent Freud about what's happening here else in the amazing Biel Congress Center in the middle of the city. We have still one more game ongoing. I'm afraid there's no more moves having been played, so I think we can once again go back to this
Why
game.
are you afraid?
I'm afraid that it's still the same, Angelica. Yes.
But Liem has 5 under 6 minutes on the clock, which means that he has to make 2 more moves
And then he's going to get extra 15 minutes on the clock. So that's the tournament regulations. 2 hours for 40, 1 hour for 20 moves. After move 60, you get extra 15 minutes on the clock. And this is also the moment when there's an extra increment. So we already figured it out. I mean, okay, we didn't really figure it out. It was Big who came here and showed us that there's a table-based feature available at chess.com. Apparently, this position is a table-based draw. And from afar, it was the Vietnamese Grandmaster who missed this. So his idea, once again, was, in case you missed it, g5, he thought this is a win. a4, g6, bishop g6, knight g6, and about here, he finally realized there's no win. Because after a3, f7, a2, queen, king b3, this queen cannot get to the a1 square. And the knight on g6 is too far to have an influence what's happening there. And by the way, we're seeing a lot of moves having been played. G5, a4, this is on the board. And it's got to be g6. So you could see Lim Le double checking the score sheet because he has only 5 minutes on the clock. I think he is already going to play the same. Yes, g6, same continuation. And then most likely we'll try to play the same game, queen and knight versus the queen. I mean, what else?
Yes, so we are going to have bishop takes g6, knight takes g6. I mean, that's everything what we were looking into. And here, in this variation, yeah, actually moves are being played very quickly.
So maybe let's just follow the live.
Yes.
Let's just follow the live. And I think the next couple of moves we're going to get pretty quickly. And then, of course, after White will have put a new queen on the board, Lim Le will attempt to have a fresh set of eyes. Once again, maybe he spots something, but the table base this time doesn't lie. Unlike the engine, which was giving us false information before. Very interesting, unique moment. Never seen it before, Angelika, have you?
I have never seen that the king was standing on the diagonal where queen has to go. I mean, imagine if the pawn would be promoting somewhere on the d file, then there would be queen d4, opportunity to bring the queen all the way to a1. But in this case, there is simply no way for white to stop the promotion of the pawn, unless, of course, white wants to draw. But I think that Lim Le should try.
Yeah, he should. The question is for how long? For how long? So once again, the queen cannot get to the a1 square because of the unfortunate placement of the white king. If the king was somewhere else, not on e5, not on this long diagonal, white would have played any move. By putting the queen on this diagonal, the black king could not make to b2, and then white would easily win the game, and the game already would be over. However, here, this is not the case. So the best maybe that the Vietnamese Grandmaster can do, he can try to approach, ignore the bar for the moment. This is still table base. Check, 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 check to the pawn, obviously. Yeah. So, and now this check gives nothing. There's always the stalemate idea, a very important position, no. So this check gives nothing, maybe
queen d3, maybe something like this.
Here,
king b2, and
yeah,
then
try to get the knight closer. Try to get the knight closer so that there's some ideas at least like this, but this is still a theoretical draw. And we're seeing already a couple of moves. Queen f1, king b2. So he's going to try from this position. I think that Martirosyan should be pretty sure already by now that there's nothing that his opponent can do to stop him from promoting his a pawn. The only thing I'm not so sure, Angelika, is how long is White going to continue to play this on?
Artus, have you had an experience in such endgames, rook and the minor piece against, queen against minor piece against queen?
I can't recall. I definitely had my fair share of rook and bishop versus rook, a lot of, actually. Rook and knight versus rook also some, which is technically easier. But queen and the knight versus queen in a classical game? No, I cannot recall. Probably I've had it like in some blitz games. I think so. But in a classical game, no. I think these extra 30 seconds per move and also, of course, the extra 50 minutes that already players have received on the clock, that should make black's task much more easier. So here,
Yeah.
of course, Liem is going to try
Yeah.
to make it a bit tricky, but I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah, if here black has almost any move. I mean, king c1 is possible, king a1 also, because there is a stalemate threat, so that's why it's not going to be possible to hold the queen on b5. So Haik is going to play the move, I would say, fast in this position.
Now, I can easily imagine that the Vietnamese grandmaster is a bit with conflicted feelings. I mean, what do you do? So you are the tournament leader, and you kind of realize, yeah, you messed it up, and it's a draw. But you can still push this position for a while. But then again, you remember, wait a second, I mean, tomorrow there's yet another day. There's the Blitz tournament, the double round robin Blitz tournament of 10 games. Do you really want to press this game forever and not rest? So I can easily imagine him not being so sure what to do. So king a1, by the way, Haik just went in the corner to give the stalemate possibility. So any knight move immediately concludes the game. Maybe it's
And king move also.
any king move as well, yeah. So perhaps this is a silent draw offer. You know, I know this is a draw. Let's call it a day, you know. But of course, Haik would never offer here a draw from black's perspective, because he knows the stronger side always will want to play it on for a moment, for a while.
Yes.
The question is, we don't know for how long.
Yeah, this is like an unspoken rule in chess. Even though you see that position is drawn, normally the either lower rated player or the player who has a worse position, I mean, well, not worse position, but no chances to win, but only fighting for a draw, they're not offering a draw from their own, but waiting from a stronger side, the one who is having the extra knight, who is still trying to find, to go for it.
Of course, this game could have also massive implications on Liem's performance. Because, I mean, okay, probably he's still going to be pretty happy with his result overall, but you just missed a victory. You were that close. You never know.
And queen c4 has been played, so king b2 or king b1, the two moves which are being expected here from
Yeah, actually,
Haik.
there's even this move is a draw. I was just thinking, White almost achieves exactly what he wanted. Yeah, so here, queen, knight e3, king b1 is like, hey, it's a mate, right? But no, it's a check.
It's a check, yeah.
And again, it doesn't work. But I don't really think that the Armenian grandmaster has to do it. So king b1 is just a safer move. Just avoid this check. And after queen b3, again, go back to the corner. So there's no need to do that. Of course, he plays king b1 to avoid this check. Of course, he knew that also king b2 was perfectly playable, but why? Why would he want to complicate the game?
Yeah, why to create the chances which might be there? So, of course, king b1 was played. Most likely something like queen b3 will be played to maybe find some better placement for the queen, the line which we are also thinking about. I mean, it looks like Haik is just on time not to lose this game. I mean, if an extra tempo would be there for white, then it would be Haik who would lose here.
This is probably one of the most miraculous escapes for not only for Martirosyan, but for everybody in this tournament. And I would just like to see this covered in a very decent article, how to escape from seemingly dead lost position. Also, Haik now is from the other perspective, meaning a couple of rounds ago he was playing his game against Vincent Keymer, where it was the German who, in a very, very complex endgame, managed to capitalize on the Armenians' 7th-hour mistake, and then he escaped with a draw. And I think right now for Martirosyan it just seems fair, right, that he managed to do exactly the same, this time being the defender. But of course, the game still continues.
Yes, indeed, that exact endgame also popped up in my mind, that Armenian #1 would deserve to save this game as well as it was saved by Vincent Keymer. So now, #1 leader, current leader of the Masters tournament, Liem is taking his time. He's trying to find maybe something special in the position. But again, I mean, your question, Artur, is about this tomorrow's Blitz tournament. I mean, do you really want to sit there for another 1 hour on this position? Or do I just play a couple of moves just to check, just to check your opponent, just a couple of moves and then agree on a draw? I mean, what would you do in this case instead of...
Yeah, it would be... I don't think I would be really thinking right now about tomorrow because this game still continues. And the hardest part probably, Angelica, for me would be to accept. It's always this acceptance, right? I mean,
yes.
Whenever you are like just having a lost position and you have to accept, the game's over, you have to resign, especially when you had a great position. It's just very difficult. Also, the same applies. You are winning, and you were winning, or you suspect you were winning, and then you missed the victory, and now it's just a draw. So you have to make peace with yourself, essentially. You sit there for a while, and you just try to calm down, try to talk to yourself, okay, it's okay, these things happen. But sometimes it is so painful that this acceptance comes after a long time, or basically never comes. Right? So you just play it on. For example, this is what happened in Pragg's game in first round against Mishra. It was so strange at the highest level to see one of the top players in the world playing down the rook and a piece for so long. I think he was just so unhappy about his performance that he simply could not force himself to resign. Now the question is, what's going to happen here? So ultimately, I think that Liem will have to accept that the opportunity is gone, and he will remind himself, that, okay, it happened. He's too experienced to drag this for forever. So I would say a couple of moves, make sure the opponent doesn't fall for anything, then just offer a draw. That's what I would do.
Yes, out of maybe some kind of also respect to the opponent. Queen b3 has been played, king goes to a1, another stalemate idea. Now, something like queen d3 might be a move. Just to trying and then bring in the knight.
None of the moves really make any difference here. Okay, maybe he's looking for some scenario where he gets to get the knight closer and black doesn't immediately promote with a check, but it doesn't really change the outcome of this game. So I don't really think he's calculating like anything real here. Just maybe, again, trying to calm down and accept, okay, this game is a draw. And we have a move.
So queen d3 indeed was played. King b2 is the only move. The next move is a1 pawn promoting. Knight is going to jump to f4 maybe.
Yeah, knight f4. He's definitely going to do it. So he has found a scenario where black doesn't promote with a check. That's the only way how this game can still continue. And then after a1 queen, I still don't see any way how Martirosyan has played this.
Yes, there's going to be black king removing, and there's going to be a check. There's going to be almost always some kind of perpetual with the queens. It's not so easy for white's king to hide on the board.
Dear viewers, have you seen something like this while watching live events? I'll have to confess, I have never seen it. I have never seen such a very strange theoretical endgame. Of course, I have seen with the queen on d3. Maybe I'll go back a couple of moves. Have you seen something like this ever? Where white has promoted the queen, the black king is quite far away from helping the pawn to promote, and yet he can't do anything about it. I have not. And we have a queen on the board. So knight d4 instead was played. a1 queen. Wait, a couple of moves can be made. Sorry, my mistake. So king e6. This was the move. King e6, a1 queen, and knight e5.
Yes, now we have this position. According to the table base, there are 5 moves which are drawing here, and all the rest is losing.
5?
5.
So I can assume queen e1 is one of them.
Yes.
It's not very difficult.
Yes.
This could be maybe a mistake because of knight f5 check.
Queen a2 actually works.
It works, but it's not very human.
Dangerous, yes.
It's not very human. This is
Queen
also,
is
any move which allows knight f5 is dangerous. I think queen e1 is just the safest. Pinning the knight. And then just try to give a lot of checks. Check, 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 check,
Yes.
check. Maybe this king is going to try to somehow escape them. How exactly to escape them? King e3, queen g5.
Yeah, it's not so easy to escape from the checks.
King e4 is, you start to give a lot of checks. So, okay, maybe even in some scenario, White is going to find a way to escape those checks, but, and then, this is what he wants, yeah. Knight f5, queen e6, that there might be some mate ideas.
Queen e1 is on the board. Haik Martirosyan found one of the drawing ideas here. King b5, king d5, are we going to see it on the board? I mean, of course, looks very logical.
Did I say knight f5? I'm corrected in the chat. Knight c4. Yes, my apologies. Apparently I said knight
Yes,
f5.
knight, because like when you're having almost no pawns on the board, it's so difficult sometimes to keep up.
I was just testing your
squares.
attention, really.
Mine or chat's?
Your and the viewers. All right. The game continues. Right now, Liem is trying to figure out where to put a king. It's been a pretty long day, by the way. So the players have officially reached the 7th hour, 6 hours and counting in the coming minute.
So queen e4, queen e1, very logical. Queen b5, check. So now I guess all moves are drawing.
Any moves are drawing here. I think going to the corner
Besides
is
king
the safest.
c3. King c3 is not...
Okay,
Ah,
king
yeah,
c3.
okay, because...
That would be really bad way to play, Angelika. I mean, this is how you don't play in this position. How would you want to play king c3?
Yes. No, I just looking at the table base and I was looking at two moves which are losing, and it's king c3 and queen b4. So
This is
basically-
illegal. This is bad. Everything else is good.
Yes, everything.
King a1. I would put my money on king a1.
Yeah, just king a1.
Just further away.
Further away from the knight, and then just trying to create some checks.
Let's maybe once again go back to the format of the triathlon and remind ourselves what this event is all about, because you can see this is a classical tournament which is about to finish. I don't think we are very far from the finish line, although one more final game has the potential to be played for the next 50 moves or so, because the FIDE rules allow it. The rapid tournament is over. It was a very, very fun one. And then, of course, the Blitz tournament, which is going to be tomorrow. There's going to be double round Blitz tournament. All the players are going to play against each other twice. So it might have massive implications, the overall rankings. And then, only then, there's going to be the so-called final stage. And essentially, the top 4 players of both Masters and Challengers, they will qualify for this final stage. And again, every single game in the final stage, exactly like in a classical tournament, is going to back the players for points. Draw is only 1.5. Again, that's why it's very, very important. Try to win the game. That's why Liem has these conflicted feelings. He wants to go home, rest for tomorrow's Blitz, but he wants to give it a try.
And he's trying in this position still, because the more points he can get, the more space between him and the second and third and fourth place there will be, because you never know how you play Blitz. I mean, I think Blitz is one of the most unexpected time controls, right? Where anything can go wrong, anyone can win from the field, anyone can be the first one there.
I think it basically just depends with how do you, with what leg do you step out from the bed in the morning? How do you feel? How good sleep you had? What first games you had, how did it went for you, and then it just goes in an unpredictable direction. Very, very difficult to predict. Sometimes you play really great, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. That's what makes this triathlon so unpredictable.
Yeah, and we have so many former, we have former Blitz champion, Liem in 2013. We have the Haik Martirosyan, who, okay, he was actually in the rapid. He was third in the World Rapid Championship, but still, yeah, in rapid control. Keymer, who was second in the World Rapid Championship. So we have a lot of experienced players in this shorter time controls, shorter formats. And of course, all of them are playing Title Tuesday, almost every Tuesday, and yeah.
Let's maybe check the current standings and try to make some predictions. So I think that if nothing dramatic is going to change, the standings are going to look as follows. So right now, Mishra is leading the tournament with 6.5 points, half a point ahead of Limle. But unless Limle is going to blunder the queen, as Eric Rosen would say, "Oh no, my queen," I don't think at this level it's going to happen. So it's pretty safe to say that the Vietnamese Grandmaster is going to get 1.5 points. This would give him 17.5 points, so he would be 1 point ahead of Mishra. Once again, these are the current standings. One more game is still ongoing, which you're seeing on the screen. And for Martirosyan, this would mean he would get 14.5 points, overtaking Vincent Keymer, 1.5 points behind.
In front, 1 point in
No,
front.
wait, so how many points? No, Limle has more points, so he would be 14.5. He would be 2 points behind Abhimanyu Mishra. And then 1.5 points behind the future leader, Limle.
Yes, and we're also having the Praggnanandhaa with 12 points, still trying to get into the top 4 and qualify. I mean, still he has a chance. Everything is pretty close there on between second and the third and the fourth place.
So who do you think, Angelica, is going to be the favorite in the Blitz, right? So let's say, indeed, this game finishes just as we predicted. And I think it's going to finish exactly as we predicted. It's going to be a draw. And Limle is going to be leading the tournament. Who would you favor as the potential winner of the Blitz tournament in both categories? Can we make such a prediction? I think we can.
Yes, we can, but it's very difficult from all this field. I mean, all the players are good in the Blitz, but I would say maybe Praggnanandhaa or Martirosyan. What are you saying?
I'm sure that Martirosyan is going to be really good because Blitz and Rapid are his specialities.
Yes.
So I would probably put Martirosyan in top 3 in the Blitz. Also Limle as the former World Blitz champion, although it was back in 2013. The rest I'm not sure. I suppose it depends how it goes for them. Yeah, so it could be also Pragg. Because of his today's victory, he might feel a burst of energy. Keymer, yeah, could be having a great start. Mishra is very unpredictable. I'm not really sure how well he is going to fare in the Blitz tournament because he has been playing fantastic just so far, especially in the classical tournament. We'll see. Maybe Sam suddenly decides to show that he is capable to score more points than just 7 in overall rankings and just being in the last place. So this is also motivation. But I think that I would pick Martirosyan and Limle as the favorites. And then it's hard to say. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's Martirosyan. To me, it feels like Praggnanandhaa also has a huge experience in the shorter time controls. I would pick those two because they're younger, and Limle might. I don't remember actually, from the past, what was the experience of Limle in the Blitz tournament. That would be interesting to know for tomorrow. How did he participate before? Because I don't remember him becoming first in the Blitz tournament of the Biel Chess Festival. And what about challengers, by the way?
Right, in the challengers, to be honest, I do not recall the results in the Blitz tournaments. I think that Salem is incredibly good at Blitz.
Yes.
Because he's well known for his online skills. So I would say that he will definitely be in the top 3. I won't be surprised about that.
I agree. And Donchenko maybe.
Donchenko.
He was dominating in the rapid.
Probably Donchenko as well. Yeah, those would be my 2 favorites. Yeah, you're right. Salem and Donchenko. Vaishali, again, very unpredictable.
Yes.
Could go either way. By the way, in the classical tournament, she was always in time trouble. I'm not sure what that means for the Blitz tournament. We'll see.
Yes, we will see. And so far, we have a couple more moves played. Queen is on C2 already on the board. We see that Limle is trying maybe to accept the fact that he's not winning this game.
No, he's going to try it for a while. Maybe not too long, not all the 50 moves, but let's say up to 10.
Yes. So yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
So what do the FIDE rules state about this position? How long can you play?
I mean, normally you can play 50 moves this position, and then if your opponent is claiming those 50 moves, then there is going to be a draw. But if the opponent doesn't claim, if I'm not mistaken, arbiter can claim a draw after 75 moves.
Yeah, these rules keep changing. I think you're right. Yeah, right now, at the current state, it is after 75, but...
Yeah, but the players have their score sheets, so there is not going to be a problem. I think it's rather a problem when there is a rapid or blitz match, then it's so tough to follow the moves there at the board, so that's why arbiters sometimes have to intrude and say, okay, stop playing, 75 moves already been played, it's a draw.
Yeah, King E4 allowing the check here, the best chance here for the Vietnamese Grandmaster. There's no checks, no checks, no checks, so Queen G6 would seemingly allow the Queen trade.
No, but Knight C4.
There's Knight, again I said Knight F5, unbelievable.
Knight F5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So King A4, the pin remains. It's so close and yet so far at the same time. You can't trade the queens. Immediately it's a draw.
Is it possible to go King B4 instead of King A4, just attacking the knight?
Yeah, but I'm a bit afraid to allow some checks. That's why. Well, probably it's completely fine. Like here. Yeah, maybe it's even cleaner. And there's no more checks. Yeah, and this knight is under attack, and you go here. And you're threatening some other checks, like here.
So point of Haik that he's always going to pin the knight to the king. And that's what he has done, actually.
No, actually, this is losing. Is it? Check? I found a way to lose.
Oh, that's not a good...
Check?
Queen
Check?
B2.
Actually, this is
Wow.
winning. So there is a position that is winning for white.
Yeah, and that's why Armenian #1 played this Queen G5 move.
How exactly it's winning? Yeah, it's a long dance. Ah, there you go.
Oh,
Okay, I mean, obviously there's some other lines, but there is a position that can win, which is this one. This is winning for white.
because the king is too close. And there is no check, actually.
There's no checks, and maybe this is the position that Lim Le is aiming for.
Yeah, that's why Queen G5 was played, pinning the knight to the king. I mean, very important by Haik Martirosyan. He doesn't want to allow this knight to jump with a check all the way to C4. Queen C3, another check. I mean,
Just to protect the knight so that the king can come closer.
yes, so
I suppose king A2, go away.
yes, just going back, and then King C2 is something what we expect.
Oh, we got the word that this particular endgame with queen and knight versus queen, there's 453 games in the database. So
Wow.
this means 453 people tried it before Lim Le. Not sure how many succeeded, but definitely somebody won. Somebody must have won the game. But most of them finished in a draw.
And one of the games was Magnus Carlsen.
453 games, and this makes 906 people.
Yes. Yes, but only 453 could win. So,
Right.
but
So-
yeah, one of the games was Magnus Carlsen against Viswanathan, which was played in 2019 Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb in Croatia.
I believe it finished in a draw.
It finished in a draw.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm not really surprised.
But it was tried. So we cannot blame, of course, Lim Le for trying. He has an extra piece.
So here, Martirosyan is double checking. I mean, he has 22 minutes on the clock. He's not rushing. He knows this is a defining moment, of course. No need to rush. make sure not to mix up anything. Make sure not to fall for some cheapos or tricks. I think king a1 in general is a very good place for the king because there might be some moments when black can give up the queen on either c2 or b3. For example, let me just show you. Let's say there's some scenario where white goes here for no good reason. What did I miss? Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Eric Rose would be very happy with me right now. Okay, so queen c2. Yeah, I just wanted to show the idea.
Yes.
You can sacrifice the queen, and this is a stalemate on the board. Yeah, so even found a way how white can lose. Unbelievable. So queen d4 is played. King a2. Check. He's trying to somehow dominate the queen. And speaking about those 453 games that have had this queen and knight versus the queen, 305 games from them finished in a draw and 148 wins. That's too much, actually. Wow. I would have thought.
Isn't it like 25-30% of wins?
It is.
Wow.
That's a lot. I wouldn't have never guessed. I would have guessed it's something like
Crazy.
It's something like 5%. No, it's actually more. So it's pretty tricky. All right, maybe he's going to try it for longer, not 10 moves.
Yeah, and huge thanks to Rakesh for this incredible statistics we are getting here on the stream live.
Thank you. King a1. I think it's a very easy move. I'm not sure what Martirosyan is thinking here. He's just a bit nervous. Is he really thinking about something like king b3? He's not sure if the king belongs on a1. Okay, king b3 is also good, but it's really such a position where you think that the move you're going to make, it really affects your position so much. Maybe.
And maybe king b1, maybe he decided king a1 or king b1.
They look exactly the same. So I don't see any difference. I think my rule is if I have this position where my opponent is trying legally for 50 hours, I try to make them as quickly as possible, especially when I feel this move doesn't really change whatever I'm doing. Is it king a1 or king? I just play it very quickly because it doesn't really feel it's a big difference. I think I was choosing between king b3 and king a1. Maybe king b3 is sort of shouldering this king, but okay, just to be sure, he decided to put the king on a1 and see what happens.
And by the way, maybe we can check at which moment actually the pawn promoted to a1, so we know when exactly to expect this 15 move.
Oh, you're the one to count the moves. I think we are very far away from that, but all right.
No, just to know that on which move it happened.
Move 69.
And now we're...
Move 79.
So we just 10 moves.
Just 10 moves.
So 40 more moves to expect.
Yes. 40 moves.
So king a4 has been played, I mean, not in the direction of the king on a1. But there are no checks. That's
Again.
actually the most important, yeah?
That is smart.
But there is queen e7, yes? Again, you are trying to pin the knight to the king.
There's again a lot of moves that give you the draw. Queen c1 seems to be the most easiest. Assuming you're not going to walk into a fork. You just play king b1. I don't see what really changes here.
But why not queen e7? I mean, you're pinning the knight to a king. So you're not allowing...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
okay.
misheard you. It's okay, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
I was getting a bit worried there. I mean...
we are all losing energy here. I mean, like...
No. Why? I could watch this endgame for hours.
Yes?
Yes, it's a very exciting endgame.
Super exciting endgame by Liem against Haik Martirosyan here at the Biel Chess Festival. No, but actually, I mean, jokes aside, what would happen if he really manages to win? If Haik will do a mistake? That would be really phenomenal.
I don't really know. Is here Liem going to find a continuation here which gives him chances? I'm not really sure. Martirosyan is holding on.
And queen c1, by the way, was played. You can refresh the board.
Refresh the board.
Queen c1 was played.
All right. Refresh the board. There you go.
So your move has been played.
Yet
here.
another great move by the Armenian top grandmaster.
Queen C1.
The position is heating up.
Are we going to see Queen A7 check to trying to trick black into some trickery?
All right, the position is not heating up. It's exactly the same. I see both these live in chat writes, Arthurs would have lost this. Are you sure? I mean, you're referring to this position when I was playing with white and I blundered the queen.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your vote of confidence. Yeah, I don't think I would have lost it. Okay, maybe in a blitz game with no increment, yeah, maybe I could have done it. But in a classical game, no chance.
So Queen C1 has been played. What is the other try from white? I mean, it's very tough to see. Like Queen A7 check. Where does the king has to go in order?
Put the knight on F5 somehow. Yes. But how do you get there?
Yeah, so Queen A7 check and maybe King B1.
Yeah, it's a good try, just in case. What if there's a fork? But of course, there's not going to be a fork. There's going to be King B1.
Queen B6, there is Queen B2 already. It's not Queen.
Yeah, Queen B6, Queen B2. Okay, I think it's a bit useless to analyze this. Let's just wait for the next moves. So Limla is looking for some ways how to slowly approach the opponent as a spider, maneuver the king closer to get the knight on F5 and avoid the checks, avoid the queen threat, etc. Give it a try, but it's difficult to find what's not there.
It's difficult to find what's not there. Maybe meanwhile we can talk about what has happened during the Biel Chess Festival. We had an amazing rest day organized by our organizing team. What have we done, Arthurs? Maybe we should talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we took a ferry to one of the small cities outside of Biel, which took about 1 hour. We had a very nice walk. There was this old city which was established about 800 years ago, but you have to pardon me, I do not remember the name.
Noel or something like this.
You see, you also
like
don't remember.
The translation was new something.
New something.
New something, new
All
city.
Right. New something. So we went to this new something. We spent a great time. Also, we tried to convince our producer to go there. He would not, for some reason.
Yes, for some very strange reason.
And it was a great day. Most of the players came. I think in total, out of the 12 players, it was 8? Mm-hmm. 8 players, yeah, I think 8 players.
Yes, 8 players came. So actually, Limle was amongst players who stayed, who didn't go for the excursion. He decided rather to rest. But Haik actually was participating.
Of course, I mean, he was actively playing these blindfold blitz games with Salem Select. I believe there's even a video available of one of those games where the Emirati Grandmaster sacrificed a queen to deliver a beautiful checkmate. Not really sure where it's available. It should be somewhere online. I would love to actually post it on Biel Chess Festival's social media. So in the meantime, the game continues. I'm going to give you an update. Yeah, Queen H2 changed nothing in the position. We have an update that this particular position has also been a part of the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vladislav Artemyev in the Speed Chess Championship.
Yes, and we are probably going to have a look at how that went in the clip.
Let's check it out.
Oh, but now the queen comes in a blockading position, and Magnus's knight is too far away to put pressure on the queen. Ooh, but Magnus coming with the second pawn.
C3 and C2. Oh my god, he bought it.
Oh my gosh!
What in the world?
Oh my gosh!
How did he
Magnus
do that?
saves the
oh my
game.
god! What just happened?
What a save! The knight up against the queen, and the knight
He's gonna
is
win. He's got a
victorious.
fork on E7. Oh my god, he's got the skewer if you take. How did he do that? 97.
And it's winning. It's winning. The
Oh, he
queen
missed
check, and Magnus gets the fork. Magnus gets the win. How on earth did he get the win
Yeah.
there? He had a knight against the queen, and the knight wins the game. Have
Okay.
you seen anything like?
Did you like that? Yeah, I think these things actually happen only in online blitz games, right? I don't think I could imagine one of the opponents blundering a queen in an over-the-board classical game, and yet they were playing a blitz game. Yeah, so still, it is possible. And yeah, thanks again for Big for finding this clip. Thank you, Big. So the game continues. Queen b2 is played. Offering the queen trade, of course, it's not going to happen. Also, it invites white to play either queen h1 or queen g1. There's going to be queen b1 check, offering queen trade.
Yes, and that's why Liem has to find a square for a queen where he does not trade the queens and try to keep some ideas.
Ah, clap, clap, clap.
Okay,
there you
we see a
go.
draw.
Finally, they trade the queens. All this stuff for Biel Festival. Thanks, Liem for doing this. No
Haik is
playing
like,
it on.
"Oof."
Thank you.
Haik is relieved that he
Haik is
doesn't
relieved
have
as well. Everybody is relieved. But okay, I mean, of course, he had to give it a try. And I think
course.
I was pretty correct with my estimation. So he's going to try it for something like 10 moves, 15 moves. You simply got to give it a try. You have to make sure that your opponent knows how to draw. And I just showed, yes, I know how it's done. So the game is over. And this gives us the current results of round 5 of the classical tournament in the triathlon. Here we see this game is officially over. We have one decisive game in the Masters. Pragg outplayed Sam Shankland in a crazy, complicated battle, 2 bishops versus 2 exchanges up for Pragg. All the other games finished in a draw. Maybe I should also mention that Mishra's game versus Vincent Keymer was a crazy time scramble. This game, Liem versus Haik Martirosyan, is going to get a proper place in the history books of weird endgames that you have never seen before. And yeah, in the meantime, in the Challengers tournament also, we got a couple of decisive results. And now let's check the current standings. So Liem, as we predicted, is still leading the tournament with 70.5 points. Behind is Mishra with 1 point behind. Then we have Martirosyan, 3 points behind the leader, and Vincent Keymer also is within the striking distance. Salem in the meantime in the Challengers is still keeping the lead, 1 point ahead of Vaishali, and Alexander Donchenko is climbing back to the leaders with 3 points behind. Angelika, what's your highlight of the day?
Today we had so many exciting matches. I mean, of course, this game of Vincent Keymer against Mishra was such a huge roller coaster. The game of Vaishali against Salem, it was feeling that someone should win it, but actually it was a draw at the end. I mean, so many exciting games we had. And this end game, which we've just seen, this was awesome.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible, insane. It ended in a draw. Now let's check what is the upcoming schedule for the remainder of the broadcast here from Biel Festival. So today the classical tournament round 1 to 5, as you can see, is over. Tomorrow we'll be back with Blitz, possibly one of the most exciting events of the triathlon. It's going to start at 2 p.m. local time here in Switzerland, and after that there's going to be the final stage once again with more classical games. Angelika, do you wait also for Blitz to be as one of the most exciting events?
I fully agree with you. I mean, in Blitz, there is nothing what you can predict. Like, even if the player normally is the best Blitz player, something can go wrong at the beginning of the round, and then he is done for the rest of the tournament. So the standings might change dramatically.
So that's it. This day is officially over. The classical tournament, at least the first half, is over. And we are going to say goodbye to you. But first, I would like to thank all of us, all of the team who made this broadcast possible. Again, thank you, Bick, for being a huge support, for also showing us how the table days can be used. This is a new feature. I didn't really know it. Also, everybody else like Tatiana, she was sitting there on the right corner, and our president of the festival, our director of the festival. Thank you for being so awesome. We'll be back tomorrow 2 p.m. Central European time for the Blitz tournament. We're saying goodbye. Have a great evening. Take care.